The publication in 1900 of Professor Lévy-Bruhl's volume The Philosophy of Auguste Comte was an event in the history of the positive movement. The eminent position in the University of Paris and in recent philosophical history that is held by Prof. Lévy-Bruhl gave great interest and importance to a systematic judgment from his pen, such as the present work. The commemorative festival of Kant held this year, when the statue in the Place de la Sorbonne was unveiled by the Minister of War, in presence of an international gathering of delegates from the civilized world, has called fresh attention to the lifework of the philosopher who died 45 years ago. Accordingly, a translation of Professor Lévy-Bruhl's book was urgently demanded. When I was invited to add to this translation, which I can confidently recommend to students of philosophy, a slight introductory essay, I proposed to use a piece which I wrote on the publication of the French work. It appeared in The Speaker, 14 April 1900, and, as I see no reason to modify my opinion of this masterly book, I leave it nearly as then written. I may add that the learned professor was a member of the International Committee, with many eminent representatives of the government of France and of the universities of the Old and New World, which in May last raised the monument to Auguste Comte in Paris. Professor Lévy-Bruhl followed up his history of modern philosophy in France by a substantial work on the philosophy of Auguste Comte. It forms a volume of the Bibliothèque de Philosophie Contemporaine, which has already devoted 4 other works to the positive philosophy. It is as well to premise that this treatise dealt solely with the philosophy, not with the polity, or any part of the religious scheme of Kant. Professor Lévy-Bruhl writes as a student, but not as an adherent of Auguste Comte. His entire work is rather an exposition, not a refutation, or a criticism, or an advocacy of Kant's philosophical system. But it may be said at once that no one abroad or at home, certainly neither Mill, nor Lewes, nor Spencer, nor Caird, has so truly grasped and assimilated Kant's ideas as M. Lévy-Bruhl has done. In his introduction, M. Lévy-Bruhl very clearly states the scope of his work and his own general attitude. He traces the origin of Kant's philosophy in the mental effervescence of the first generation of the present century towards a reorganization of society, after the upheaval left by the Revolution and its consequences. He correctly states the relation of Saint Simon to Kant as being that of an initial stimulus. The cardinal difference between Kant and all the socialists and founders of social and religious utopias consisted in this, that Kant saw the necessity of a new system of philosophy as the indispensable preliminary to any reorganization of society. In 1824, at the age of 26, Kant wrote, "Discussions about institutions are pure folly until the spiritual reconstitution of society is effected or much advanced. The construction of an intellectual reorganization, before any social restoration was possible, occupied 20 or 30 years of Kant's life. And when he opened his polity, or social and religious scheme, the conditions had much changed. The public and its interests were no longer what they had been in 1820-30. M. Lévy-Bruhl effectively disposes of the objection of Littré, to which Mill gave countenance, that the polity, with the whole of Kant's second or social system, was in contradiction with his first and philosophic system as propounded in the philosophy. As M. Lévy-Bruhl proves, the 6 opuscules dating from 1819 to 1826, some years before the Curse, which only began in 1830 and occupied 12 years, contain in germ the scheme ultimately elaborated in the Politique from 1851 to 1854. Besides this, the letters to Mill, which M. Lévy-Bruhl edited in 1899, and the letters to Vallat, which are long antecedent to the Politique, show the same governing design. To the unity of Kant's doctrine M. Lévy-Bruhl bears emphatic testimony. His whole life was the methodical execution of his program. He had but one system, not 2. From the opuscules of his 20th year to the synthese of his last year, it is the development of one and the same conception. M. Lévy-Bruhl then explains that, whilst recognizing the entire coherence of Kant's collective labors, he proposes to confine his present study to the earlier and principal work, the philosophy, which in M. Lévy-Bruhl's opinion is the dominant and more fruitful composition. This he regards as the representative work of the 19th century, as shown by the intellectual history of the period. He points to its influence on thought in England, in Europe, and in America. It will surprise many persons to learn that in M. Lévy-Bruhl's opinion, two eminent French writers, who assuredly neither were, nor were supposed to be, positivists, have done more for the diffusion of the ideas and method of Kant than Littré and all the other positivists together. These two are Taine and Renan, much as they differed from Kant's actual scheme and doctrines. Renan indeed spoke of Kant as destined to prove one of the typical names of the century. The present writer remembers Renan saying to him with a most genial welcome, "I too am a believer in the religion of humanity." History, romance, poetry, says M. Lévy-Bruhl, have all reflected the positive spirit. Contemporary sociology is the creation of Kant. Scientific psychology, in a certain degree, has sprung from him. It is not rash to conclude that the positivist philosophy expresses some of the most characteristic tendencies of the age. It is clear that, if M. Lévy-Bruhl is in no sense an adherent of Kant, he is a most sympathetic and discerning master of the positive system. M. Lévy-Bruhl opens his analysis of Kant's philosophy by examining his main conceptions. 1. The law of the three states, theological, metaphysical, and positive, through which all human ideas pass. 2. The classification of the sciences. 3. The scheme of each science in turn. And he closes with an explanation of the general doctrines of humanity as the center of human thought, feeling, and activity. The law of the three states announced by Kant in 1822 is thoroughly explained and entirely assimilated by M. Lévy-Bruhl. Its demonstration, he thinks, is complete when we recognize that, although many orders of ideas have not finally reached their positive state, all of them exhibit the tendency to the same evolution, and there is no single instance of a conception of a positive science ever retrograding into unverified figment. Of course, the terms theological and metaphysical have to be understood in the sense adopted by Kant, i.e., anthropomorphic and hypothetical, a bare hypothesis wearing a scientific form. M. Lévy-Bruhl himself regards the law as irrefutable and of capital importance, the cornerstone of the positive system. Our professor is equally conclusive in his estimate of Kant's classification of the sciences. He quite demolishes the objections made to it by Mr. Herbert Spencer in his essay with that title. M. Lévy-Bruhl repeats the criticisms to which Spencer has been exposed in this country and abroad by Littré, Lewes, Mill, and others. And he has no difficulty in showing that Mr. Spencer's objections are due to his very slight acquaintance with Kant's text and his own superficial study of the English abridgments. In proposing a classification of the concrete sciences, Mr. Spencer enters on a task which Kant distinctly repudiates, and which on good grounds he treats as philosophically impracticable for purposes of evolutionary sequence. Kant's strictly relative theory excludes such a scale of concrete science, while Spencer's absolute theory of the universe forces him to attempt it in vain. If it be objected that Kant's ascending scale of the sciences is anthropocentric, the answer is that, when reasonably understood as a philosophically device for sorting human ideas, not as a statement of absolute truth, the anthropocentric arrangement of human knowledge is the only one which is at once possible and useful. It would need a long essay even to sketch M. Lévy-Bruhl's analysis of Kant's conception of science, of law, and of the six dominant sciences. He has thoroughly assimilated the positive spirit. That science implies a coordination of laws, not an encyclopedia of facts, that it is relative to our powers of observation and reasoning, and not an absolute explanation of the universe in itself. He goes through the sciences, physical, social, and moral, in turn, as treated by Kant, and justly explains that Kant never attempted or conceived a vade-mecum or handbook of contemporary scientific knowledge, but a scheme for the coordination of general ideas of science. A real philosophy of the sciences is something wholly distinct from a compendium of all the sciences, a thing which in 1840 was far less possible than it might be now. Controversialists have reproached Kant with the obvious fact that his concrete science is now 60 years old. In dealing with these shallow criticisms, M. Lévy-Bruhl has shown how little able is any narrow specialist to understand the abstract conceptions of a real philosopher. One of the most common of these misconceptions is the ignorant charge that Kant repudiated psychology, in the sense of the laws of man's intellectual and moral nature. Psychology, as M. Lévy-Bruhl shows, when Kant wrote, meant Cousin's futile introspection of the ego. Kant certainly rejected that as idle, as do all competent psychologists of our time. Psychology, meaning the laws of mind and will, was not only an indispensable basis of Kant's system, but its rational, systematic foundation dates from Kant's suggestions. His signal contribution to psychology lies not in his doctrine of its physiological basis, but in his referring it to sociology as its guide and inspiration. M. Lévy-Bruhl concludes his study with a coordinate table of 12 contrasted propositions of the metaphysical and of the positive systems, respectively. These show how simple and rational a transition is that between positivism and the older theological and metaphysical hypotheses of the universe and of man. We welcome a book which all positivists will regard as fair, learned, and instructive, and which all students of philosophy must regard as a masterly study of a comprehensive subject. 45th Anniversary of the Death of Kant, 5th September, 1902. Translator's Preface. 50 years have now elapsed since Auguste Comte's monumental work, The Cours de Philosophie Positive, was first introduced to English readers by Miss Harriet Martineau. But her work was much more than a translation. It was a condensed exposition of Kant's doctrines, done with such mastery that it obtained the emphatic approval of Kant himself, who, in such matters, was not very easily satisfied. In Harriet Martineau's case, both the substance of the book and the English form in which it was offered to the public were her work. In the case of the present volume, while a woman is once more responsible for the translation, the substance of the book, that is the comprehensive exposition of Kant's system in the light of all his published works, is from the pen of Professor Lévy-Bruhl, and readers who are acquainted with Harriet Martineau's book will be all the more in a position to appreciate the importance of this fresh contribution to the elucidation of the thought of Auguste Comte. We fear that the clearness of style, the richness of expression, the power of condensed thought which characterize our author will be found to have been often weakened, if not sometimes altogether obliterated, in this translation. The striking simplicity of the text at first deceived me into the belief that I could do justice to it. I was often tempted to sacrifice the literal sense in order to preserve some of the graces of the original. Yet I hope to be forgiven for having uniformly preferred to err through too much faithfulness to the letter. My sole object has been to enable the English reader to get at the meaning of the text. But while I have only too much reason to solicit the indulgence of my readers, conscious as I am of the many defects of this translation, I feel that no apology is needed for bringing that of which it is a translation within the reach of the English-speaking public. We live in times when the intimate relation between the natural sciences and social questions is increasingly felt. Old landmarks are disappearing, new foundations are being laid, new problems are constantly arising, generating doubts and perplexities for which the solutions of other days supply no adequate answer. Meanwhile, as the facts of science reveal to us more of the conditions of human life, we give, more or less consciously, a larger place to sociology in our mental preoccupations. Thus, renewed interest is being felt in the writings of the founder of the science of sociology. The most conflicting schools of thought study the works of Auguste Comte, and many ask, who is that man whose ideas appear to contain a clearer message to our generation than they did to his own? For such inquirers, Professor Lévy-Bruhl's book should prove singularly useful and timely. It is a plain, independent account of what Kant really taught, written by one possessed of the fullest qualifications for such a task, and no work of recent date will enable students to understand so clearly the solution given by the French philosopher to the perplexing moral, social, and religious problems of our time. Here, as elsewhere, il s'agit de tout comprendre, non de tout admirer, and Professor Lévy-Bruhl is himself too much of a philosopher to forget that golden rule. But nevertheless, by his free, independent judgment of Kant's teaching, he helps us to realize to what an extent in these days Kant is inspiring many who are not perhaps conscious of following him. Kathleen de Beaumont-Klein. Contents. Introduction. 1. Every new system of philosophy, however original in appearance, is more or less directly related to the doctrines which have preceded it. But it is also connected with more general conditions in a manner no less close, if not so immediately obvious. It depends upon a whole set of social conditions. The influence of the religious, political, economical, intellectual phenomena, in a word of the contemporary milieu upon this system, is as indisputable as its own influence upon the milieu. It is therefore not enough to study it as a self-sufficient whole. This whole, which is in itself but a part, must be restored to its place within the greater whole, which alone explains its essential characteristics. This rule of historical method, which Kant likes to recall, applies very well to his own system. In order to reach as complete an understanding as possible of his doctrine, to appreciate exactly its general orientation, to understand the importance which the author attaches in it to this or that part, the study of the text will not suffice. We must further take into account the historical circumstances in which the doctrine found its birth, the general movement of contemporary ideas, and the manifold influences which have reacted upon the mind of the philosopher. Now one great fact, above all others, dominates the period in which the positive philosophy appeared. It is the French Revolution, as Kant expressly states. Without it, neither the theory of progress, nor consequently social science, nor consequently again positive philosophy would have been possible. Was it not, moreover, inevitable that this extraordinary social upheaval should by reflex action have determined a vast and prolonged movement in philosophical and political speculation? The effects of this reflex action varied according to the value and the originality of the minds which experienced them. But in the greatest as in the most mediocre, we recognize infallibly certain common features. For instance, men and women, in the rising generation at the beginning of the Roman 19th century, never fail to put the same question to themselves: what social institutions should be established after the Revolution? And by this all understand not only the political form of government, but the very principles of social order, a problem which appeared as urgent from the practical point of view as it was supreme from the theoretical point of view. It is this problem in various forms which preoccupies Chateaubriand as well as Fourier and Saint-Simon, and Joseph de Maistre as well as Cousin and Kant. All agree upon the first point: we must reconstruct. An organic period must succeed the critical period which has just come to an end. According to Saint-Simon's striking expression, humanity is not made to inhabit ruins. The revolutionary storm had been so formidable, the din so deafening, the social backwash so violent that no one exactly measured the effect which had been produced. Many institutions which had only been shaken seemed to be overthrown. A good part of the old regime had even gone through the crisis without being too greatly damaged, and had survived. But this fact, which was very well appreciated by the men of 1850, could not yet be discovered by the first generation of the century. It conscientiously believed that the old regime had crumbled altogether, and that the task either of restoring it or of again laying down the very bases of society belonged to it. In this, the first generation remained faithful to the spirit of the Revolution, which had considered itself as an effort to institute an entirely new social and political system, a thought in which the civilized world had shared. Now, in spite of the labors of the revolutionary assemblies, in spite of the power and of the great talent which the convention had at its command, this ambitious hope had not been realized. The question remained open after the Directoire and after the Empire. When the old regime was supposed to have been destroyed, how was society to be reorganized? Thus, at the opening of the Roman 19th century, philosophical speculation was at first to be directed towards the religious and social problems. Undoubtedly, the influence of the uninterrupted advance of the positive sciences was also felt at the same time. A study of Auguste Comte's system could hardly fail to recognize the fact. But even with Kant, scientific interest, however active it may be, is subordinated to the social interest. What he asks of philosophy is the rational settlement of the bases of modern society. Thus, he means to discover the elements of a religion which can be substituted to Catholicism, whose mission he considers as at an end. The Roman 19th century, Rank has said, is especially a century of restoration. A deep saying, which exactly expresses one of the leading features in the historical physiognomy of this century. It is precisely thus that it was conceived by those who inaugurated it. Such indeed is the main tendency of the greater number of philosophical doctrines which have expressed its most intimate characteristics. Only, as is generally the case, this restoration absorbs and consolidates a large part of the results acquired during the crisis. At the same time, new problems, raised especially by the development of industry in its larger aspects, made clear-sighted men feel that the revolutionary period, however desirable it might be to bring it to a close, was really only beginning. 2. Like many of his contemporaries, Auguste Comte thought himself singled out for the mission of formulating the principle of social reorganization. But this is where he differs from them. Each of the reformers begins by proposing his own solution of the social problem, and all his efforts only tend to justify it. As this problem is the most urgent one in their eyes, it is also the only one which they have put directly to themselves. Now this method, according to Kant, is a bad one, and in following it they court certain failure. For a social problem is such that its solution cannot be obtained immediately. Other problems, more theoretical in character, must be solved beforehand. It is therefore these which must first be dealt with, if we seek anything else than the lengthening of the history of political dreams and of social chimeras. Institutions, Kant says, depend on morals, and morals in their turn depend on beliefs. Every scheme of new institutions will therefore be useless so long as morals have not been reorganized. And so long as, to reach this end, a general system of opinions has not been founded, which are accepted by all minds as true, as was, for instance, the system of Catholic dogma in Europe in the Middle Ages. Therefore, either the social problem admits of no solution and Kant does not stop at this pessimistic hypothesis, or the solution sought for supposes that a new philosophy shall have been previously established. This is why Kant wishes to be at first only a philosopher. In 1824 he writes, "I regard all discussions upon institutions as pure nonsense, until the spiritual reorganization of society has been brought about, or at least is very far advanced." Kant's originality will therefore lie in taking from science and philosophy the principles upon which depends the social reorganization, which is the real end of his efforts. While having the same aim as the reformers of his time, he will follow a different path. It is indeed a polity which he also claims to found, but this polity is positive. It rests upon ethics and philosophy, both equally positive. Undoubtedly, the polity is the raison d'être of the system, which Kant has constructed for it. But without the system, the polity would remain arbitrary. It would lack authority, and that which would make it legitimate. Philosophy is no less indispensable to the foundation of politics than are politics to the completion and unification of philosophy. Whence comes it that Kant has put this great problem, which preoccupied all the minds of his time, in a form which belongs to him alone? We cannot here enter into the detailed biographical study which would throw some light upon this question. Let us only recall that Kant was born in a Catholic royalist family. From the age of 13, he tells us, he had broken with the political convictions and the religious beliefs of his own people. Perhaps, however, the trace of these beliefs was less completely effaced than he himself thought. During the whole of his life, he professed the liveliest admiration for Catholicism. On his own confession, he was especially inspired in this by Joseph de Maistre. But if he so much appreciated the book Du Pape, did not his great sympathy partly spring from impressions of childhood, indelibly stamped upon a passionate and sensitive nature? Whatever may be the case, the first subject which seriously occupied his mind was mathematics. Being admitted to the École Polytechnique a year before the usual age, he began to study the natural sciences. At the same time, he meditates upon Montesquieu and Condorcet. He approaches philosophy properly so called by reading the Scottish philosophers, Ferguson, Adam Smith, Hume, and he sees very well that the last one is far above the others. Having left the École Polytechnique, he remains in Paris, and while giving lessons to earn his living, he completes his scientific education with D'Alembert, de Blainville, and the Baron Thénard. He reads assiduously Fontenelle, D'Alembert, Diderot, and especially Condorcet, who has distilled and clarified the philosophy of the Roman 18th century. While studying Descartes and the great mathematicians who came after him, he also follows attentively the labors of naturalists and of biologists, of Lamarck, for instance, of Cuvier, of Gall, of Cabanis, of Bichat, Broussais, and of so many others. He understands the philosophical importance of these new sciences, as already pointed out by Diderot, but for all that he does not neglect historical and social studies. He has read the ideologists, among whom he especially esteemed Destutt de Tracy. Without giving up Montesquieu or Condorcet, he studies the traditionalists. M. de Bonald, this energetic thinker, and, more than the others, Joseph de Maistre, who made the deepest and most enduring impression upon his mind. Before knowing Saint Simon Thenend, his correspondence with Vallet testifies to the fact Kant already possessed a large portion of the materials for his future system. Up to this time, his labors had borne upon two distinct orders of subjects. The one scientific proper, mathematics, physics and chemistry, natural sciences, the other more properly political history, politics, and social questions. In 1818, Kant meets Saint Simon. He is attracted and surrenders himself almost unreservedly. For 4 years he works with Saint Simon. He loves and venerates him as a master. He feeds upon his ideas and collaborates in his labors and enterprises. He calls himself pupil of M. Saint Simon. However, from 1822 he detaches himself from this greatly admired master, and in 1824 the rupture is complete and final. What can have happened? The grievances brought forward by Kant are only of secondary importance. As a matter of fact, master and pupil were bound to separate sooner or later. There was a radical incompatibility between those two minds. Saint Simon, marvelously inventive and original, throws out a multitude of new ideas and views, of which many will be fruitful, but he quickly affirms and proves little. He has not the patience to continue working long at the same subject, or to probe it to the bottom in an orderly way. Kant, on the contrary, thinks with Descartes. That method is essential to science, and that logical coherence is the surest sign of truth. He could not long remain satisfied with Saint Simon's disconnected essays. He could even, without dishonesty, turn to account the brilliant but disorderly intuition in which his master abounds and believe that his own doctrine alone gave those disconnected essays scientific value, because his doctrine alone was in a position to systematize them and to connect them with their principles. It would therefore seem that we can admit at the same time that Saint Simon's influence upon Kant was considerable, and, on the other hand, that Kant's philosophical originality is no less certain. Saint Simon's influence would chiefly have consisted: 1, in suggesting to Kant a certain number of general ideas and of views of detail, especially for his philosophy of history. 2, in showing him how the two orders of labors which he had been following until then were to blend into a single one, through the creation of a science which would be social, and consequently of a polity which would be scientific. Would this synthesis of the two orders of studies which Kant had undertaken side by side have been produced in his mind, had he not known Saint Simon? In any case, it would have been produced more slowly. Let us at least leave Saint Simon the credit which Kant himself granted him, that of having started his disciple upon the line best suited to his genius. The intellectual intimacy between them could never be perfect. If Kant entered entirely into Saint Simon's ideas, without adopting them all, however, in return there was an aspect in Kant's thought which Saint Simon scarcely discerned through the lack of a sufficiently strong scientific education. It is enough to see how he speaks of the law of universal attraction. Kant must have been scandalized by it. So, at the very moment when he submits with most enthusiasm and youthful confidence to Saint Simon's influence, he does not neglect his special mathematical studies. "My labors," he writes to Vallet on the 28th of September, 1819, "are and will be in two orders, scientific and political. I should set little value upon the scientific studies did I not continually think of their utility to the human race. As well then amuse myself in deciphering very complicated puzzles. I have a supreme aversion for scientific labors whose utility, either direct or remote, I do not see. But I also confess, in spite of all my philanthropy, that I should put far less eagerness into political labors, if they did not stimulate the intellect, if they did not bring my brain strongly into play, in a word, if they were not difficult." A year later, in sending a parcel of political tracts to his friend, in which he distinguishes what is in his own manner, and what is from Saint Simon, he says that he is besides very eagerly occupied with mathematical work. He wants to take part in the competition opened by the Institut, and his ambition is soon to enter the Académie des Sciences. From 1822, in the celebrated pamphlet entitled Plan des Travaux Scientifiques Nécessaires pour réorganiser la société, the synthesis between the two orders of labors is accomplished in Kant's mind, thanks to the double discovery of the classification of the sciences and of the great law of social dynamics. We know that this work was, if not the principal reason, at least the occasion of the rupture between Kant and Saint Simon. It is the moment which Kant himself considers to have been decisive in the history of his mind. The whole of his future doctrine was essentially contained in this pamphlet. The preface added by Saint Simon shows that he did not understand its full bearings. Kant is henceforth his own master. At length, he has found what for several years he had been seeking without being clearly conscious of it. And the rest of his life is now consecrated to the work which he has conceived, and of which he has just outlined the plan. Since he has established a philosophical hierarchy of the sciences, whose summit is crowned by social physics, he has no further occasion to ask how he can conciliate his scientific labors with his political studies. In the interval of my great philosophical labors, he writes on the 8th September, 1824, I propose to publish a few more special works upon the fundamental points in mathematics, which I have long conceived, and which I have at last been able to connect with my general ideas of positive philosophy, so that I shall be free to give myself up to them without breaking through the unity of my thought, which is the great condition for the life of a thinker. And in a very remarkable letter to de Blainville, on the 27th February, 1826, he explains in the clearest way the generating idea of his system. My conception of politics as social physics, and the law which I have discovered upon the three successive states of the human mind are but one and the same thought, considered from the two distinct points of view of method and of science. That being established, I shall show that this single thought directly and completely satisfies the great actual social need, considered under its two aspects of theoretical need and practical need. I will therefore show that what on one hand tends to consolidate the future by re-establishing order and discipline among intellects, tends, on the other hand, to regulate the present, as far as possible, by furnishing statesmen with rational lines to work upon. Henceforth Kant's life was to be but the methodical execution of his program. In turn, with perfect regularity, he wrote and published the philosophy of the sciences and of history, the ethics, the positive polity, and the positive religion. Does this mean that Kant's thought remained stationary? Most certainly not. It evolved from 1822 to 1857. But this evolution followed a curve which an attentive observer might have sketched beforehand after having read the Plan des travaux scientifiques nécessaires pour réorganiser la société. Kant had but one system, not two. From the opuscules of his 20th year to the synthese subjective of his last year, it is the development of one and the same conception. 3. The unity of the doctrine has been disputed. Kant himself distinguished two successive careers in his life. In the first, he says, without affected modesty, he was Aristotle. In the second, he will be St. Paul. The founder of the philosophy did but pave the way for the organizer of the religion. I have systematically devoted my life to draw at last from real science the necessary basis of a sound philosophy, according to which I was afterwards to construct the true religion. Many of Kant's disciples, even some of the more illustrious and at first more fervent, such as Littré, refused to follow him in his second career. Their admiration for the philosopher could not persuade them to submit to the pontiff. Littré and his friends were undoubtedly free to follow Kant only up to a certain point, and while accepting his philosophy, to reject his religion. If they had stopped there, Kant could but have blamed their want of logic and himself have disowned those incomplete positivists, who are not more intelligent because they call themselves intellectual. But it is they, on the contrary, who accused Kant of inconsistency and of self-contradiction. Kant, they said, betrayed his own principles. The subjective method, in his second career, ruined the precious results he had obtained in the first by his objective method. In refusing to go beyond the cours de philosophically positive, they remained more faithful to Kant's masterthought than Kant himself. In a word, they defended true positivism against its misguided founder. Kant answered these attacks, which were all the more painful to him because they came from those whom he had long regarded as his faithful disciples and his best friends. In the course of this work, it will appear that those attacks were unfounded. Kant's two methods are not opposed to each other. They complete each other, as do also the two careers which they characterize. It is true that during the last 2 years of his life, an increasingly marked tinge of mysticism spread over his thought and his writings. His brief friendship with Mme. de Vaux and the death of this holy friend had stirred very strong emotions within him, and these emotions with him were transformed into ideas which came to be incorporated into his system. At the same time, he labored to organize the religion of humanity. He claimed to secure for it an authority over souls at least equal to that which had been enjoyed by Catholicism at the period of its greatest power. The exaltation of his sentiments, the preoccupation of the new religion which was to be established, the ever-present consciousness of his sacerdotal mission, all this was necessarily bound to react upon the doctrine which he had founded in the preceding period. Thus, the philosophy of the sciences and of history is no longer presented to us in the same way in the Politique Positive as it is in the Cours de Philosophie Positive, but it is designedly so. The difference in tone and the difference of method in the setting forth is explained, according to Kant, by the different object which he has in view in each of these works. Essentially, the philosophical doctrine has not varied. All we can grant to Littré is that by the fact of its being presented from the religious, that is to say from the synthetic, point of view in the Politique Positive, it undergoes an apparent alteration. If we only knew the doctrine through this work, we should not get the perfectly clear view of it given in the Cours de Philosophie Positive. Kant himself often advises the reader of the Politique to refer to his great fundamental treatise. But on the other hand, in carefully reading the Cours, we find numerous indications of the future structure of the Politique Positive. Kant might have been content with a reference to the Cours to answer the objections of his dissenting disciples. He did better. He reprinted at the end of the 4th volume of his Politique Positive 6 pamphlets written in his youth from 1818 to 1826. In them, not only is his philosophy already sketched in its main outlines with sufficient precision, but the idea that philosophy is a preliminary work, a simple prelude, and that the essential work, the supreme end, is the positive religion which shall arise upon this philosophy. This idea is the very soul of these pamphlets. The proof is given. Upon the question of the unity of his doctrine, Kant wins the case against Littré. 4. In his correspondence with Stuart Mill, which takes place between 1841 and 1846, that is to say which embraces the end of his first career and the beginning of the second, Kant has repeatedly explained how the two successive portions of his work are connected together, and in what they are distinct. It may not be useless to quote his own words. The second half of my philosophical life, he says, must differ notably from the first, especially in that feeling must take, if not an obvious, at least a real part in it, one as great as that of the intellect. The great work of systematization which has been reserved for our century must indeed embrace equally both feelings and ideas as a whole. Truly it was the ideas which had first to be systematized, under pain of failing to bring about a complete regeneration by falling into a more or less vague mysticism. That is why my fundamental work had to appeal almost exclusively to the intellect. It was to be a work of research, and accessorily of discussion, destined to discover and to constitute the true universal principles, in rising by hierarchical degrees from the simplest scientific questions to the highest social speculations. But this being done, Kant passed to the systematization of the feelings, a necessary sequel to that of the ideas and an indispensable basis for that of the institutions. It is, therefore, an entirely new work. Kant can imagine without difficulty that it might have been reserved for another than himself. His personal mission might have been limited to the foundation of the philosophy, which puts an end to the mental anarchy. The ethics and the religion which were to be established upon this philosophy, to put an end to moral and political anarchy, would, in this case, have been the work of one of his successors. Stubborn labor and good fortune allowed Kant to undertake this work himself. But even in 1845, he says how, under the holy influence of Mme. de Vaux, he had very clearly seen his two careers as distinct, and as one, these two careers of which the second was to transform philosophy into religion, as the first had changed science into philosophy. The object of the present work is to study Kant's philosophy properly so called, leaving aside the transformation of this philosophy into religion. The choice which we thus make is not an arbitrary one, since in order to justify it, we have the distinction formally established by Kant himself, when he admits that his philosophy and his religion might have been the work of two different persons. It will perhaps be asked in what our position differs from that of Littré and of the incomplete positivists. By the difference, we shall answer, which separates the historical from the dogmatic point of view. It is from the latter point of view that Littré and his friends reject the systematization of the feelings, the subjective method, and the religion of humanity. It is as positivists that they connect themselves with the first half of the doctrine and that they exclude the second half. But we are here working from the historical point of view, and the historian, while using his right to define the limits of his work, has nothing to exclude from the doctrine which he sets forth. As a matter of fact, far from claiming with Littré that the second part of Kant's work weakens and contradicts the first, we have recognized that they both form a whole of which he had drawn out the plan in his early writings, and that he was not wrong in taking as an epigraph for his Politique positive the fine words of the poet-philosopher. What is a great life? A thought of youth fulfilled in riper age. But then, why only study the first of the two careers? Why not respect the integrity of that whole which, according to us, Littré ought not to have disregarded? We do respect it, for we do not arbitrarily exclude from the doctrine any of the parts which Kant included in it. If we make the philosophy proper the sole object of this study, in it we shall ever have before our minds the idea of the greater whole in which Kant placed it. On this condition alone, our study will be accurate. But once this condition is fulfilled, we do not consider that we exceed our right in concentrating our effort upon the philosophy. There are two different ways of conceiving the history of a doctrine. The historian may place himself exactly in the mental attitude of the philosopher whom he studies, and think again after him his leading ideas, as indeed he should do. But further, he can judge, just as the philosopher himself does, of the respective importance of problems, without allowing himself to distinguish what is secondary from what is essential. The historical work then assumes the shape of a monography, or of an intellectual biography. Or else, while endeavoring to penetrate to the heart of the system, in order to grasp it in its principles, the historian may nevertheless place himself outside it and above it, and try to situate it in the general evolution of philosophy. Then the system is better understood in its entirety, since we can see its relations with the preceding, contemporary, and following doctrines. At the same time, it becomes possible to separate what is of enduring philosophical interest from what was merely of secondary or momentary importance, although the author may have judged otherwise. To borrow from Kant a distinction which he often uses, the former of these methods is better suited to erudition, the latter to history. Applied to the study of his doctrine, the first method would have us to consider positive philosophy with him as simply preparatory to the religion of humanity, which was the first and the last goal of his efforts. The writer should undoubtedly give a large place to this preambule indispensable, to this great fundamental work, in which Kant lays down the intellectual bases of his political and religious system. But he ought nevertheless to subordinate it to this system and place in the front rank the social reorganization, the dogma, the worship and the regime of the religion of humanity, the institution of a spiritual power. In fact, the whole of that portion of Kant's work in which he takes up again the Catholic program of the Middle Ages, confident of fulfilling it better than Catholicism itself ever did. Now it is not in this part of his work that Kant shows himself most original and that his thought has been most fruitful. The problem of social reorganization does not belong to him alone. Its presence is felt, so to speak, in the air at the time that Kant's youth was passing away. The common aspirations of the generation which grew up with him were to re-establish order and to fix the conditions of progress, to determine the relations of ethics to politics, and to put a new religion in the place apparently left free by Catholicism. The Politique positive, which claims to satisfy these aspirations, corresponds in Kant's system, all proper allowance being made for the substance of the doctrines, to what the St. Simon School had already attempted to do before 1830. It comes 30 years later than the previous attempts of the same kind, because Kant wanted to found his social organization upon philosophy and morality, and because this speculative effort occupied the better part of his youth and of his maturity. But it originated, in fact, in the first third of the century, as is proved by the pamphlets reprinted by Kant. When it appears between 1850 and 1857, a new generation brought up in other political and social circumstances gives it only passing attention. Other problems command attention more forcibly and claim a more urgent solution. The philosophy of history no longer excites the same passionate interest. Men are less anxious to see the birth of a new religion, and Catholicism has proved that its vitality is still very strong. Therefore, neither Kant's genius, nor the precautions which he thought he had taken to place his social reorganization upon a rational basis, could shield it from the common fate which sooner or later overtakes all attempts similar to his own. Undoubtedly, the Politique Positive and the other works of Kant's second career are full of just and deep views. Whatever may be the subject upon which a great mind has worked, it is always interesting and profitable to see what the reflection of that mind has discovered in it. But, in fact, that portion of his work, which to him was the most important, is far from maintaining this position in the eyes of the historian. By his Politique Positive, Kant only represents his generation. By his philosophy, properly so called, he is a representative man of his entire century. Is it necessary to prove this? The intellectual history of our age witnesses to it at every step. Of all the systems which found birth in France in the Roman 19th century, this one alone found a hearing beyond the frontiers and left a deep impression upon foreign thinkers. Kant's philosophy was at first received in England and in Holland even with more sympathy than in France. John Stuart Mill, Herbert Spencer, George Lewes, George Eliot, and a number of English philosophers and writers drew more or less of their inspiration from it. To this day, it is defended by men of great talent in England. It is true that no German philosopher had the same personal relations with Kant as John Stuart Mill, but as a matter of fact, for 30 years the positive spirit has gradually gained ground in the German universities. To be convinced of this, it is enough to see how metaphysics are set aside in them and to observe the lines on which the moral and social sciences are taught. In the Latin countries of the two hemispheres, Kant's influence has been exercised with even greater strength. In Spain, in Portugal, in South America, and North America has also its positivist societies. In his lifetime, Kant had already found there some of his most devoted disciples. In France, the principal vehicles of positivist philosophy have been the works of two writers who, in their time, were those most beloved by the public. Renan and Taine, although they were not positivists, have perhaps done more for the diffusion of the ideas and method of Kant than Littré and all the other positivists together. It is true that Taine owes a great deal to Spinoza and to Hegel, and more still to Condillac. Among his contemporaries, he seems to be especially connected with John Stuart Mill and Spencer. But through them, it is from Kant that he proceeds, and there we find the origin of the greater number of his leading ideas. His conception of literary history, of criticism, of the philosophy of art, in a word, his effort to bring into the study of the moral sciences the method used in the natural sciences, all this is chiefly derived from Auguste Comte. The Histoire de la littérature anglaise is, in a sense, an application of the positive theory according to which the evolution of the arts and literatures is governed by necessary laws which constitute its solidarity with that of morals, of institutions, and of beliefs. The theory of the moment and of the milieu, which is the chief one in Taine's work, was certainly not unknown in the Roman 18th century. But it is Kant who generalized it by bringing Lamarck nearer to Montesquieu. It is he who taught Taine the general definition, at once biological and social, of the idea of the milieu. Renan spoke of Kant with extreme severity, and not without some disdain. He owned, however, that later on Kant's name would be one of the most representative ones of this century, and he had himself strongly felt his influence. We must certainly take into account all the other French and foreign sources from which this mind at once so supple and so large drew inspiration. But is it not from Kant, as much as from Hegel, that he learnt to regard history as the sacred science of humanity, to expect from it what before was demanded from theology, to transform the ancient dogmas of providence and of optimism into the belief in the positive idea of progress, and finally to conceive that truth and goodness are not immutable and immovable realities, but are realized by degrees through the effort of successive generations. These two examples will suffice to show the point of extreme diffusion which has been reached by the positive spirit. This spirit is so intimately mingled with the general thought of our time that we scarcely notice it, just as we do not pay attention to the air we breathe. History, romance, and even poetry have reflected its influence and, being charged with it, have contributed to its diffusion. Contemporary sociology is the creation of Kant. Scientific psychology, in a certain degree, has also sprung from him. From all these signs, it is not rash to conclude that positive philosophy expresses some of the most characteristic tendencies of the age. We are therefore conforming to historical reality when we attach ourselves, in Kant's work, to the philosophy which constitutes its most original, and up to the present time, its most fruitful and living part. It matters little that he himself should only have considered it as a preliminary portion of his work. How often has the speculative effort made by a great thinker for the purpose of establishing practical conclusions proved to be of more enduring interest than those conclusions themselves? Footnotes. Letters of Valet, p. 156-7, 25 December 1824. Letters of Valet, p. 99. Letters of Valet, p. 128. Revue Occidentale, 1881, I. p. 288. Politique Positive, Roman 2, p. Roman 20. V-Book ICH, Roman 6, p. Correspondance de J. S. Mill et de Kant, Lettre de Kant du 14 Juillet 1845, p. 456-7. Correspondence de Kant and de Stuart Mill, p. 456-7. Lettre de Kant du 14 Juillet 1845. Book 1. Chapter 1. The Philosophical Problem. According to Kant, philosophy is destined to serve as a basis for morality, for politics, and for religion. It is not an end in itself, but a means to reach an end not otherwise attainable. Had Kant thought it possible to reorganize society without first reorganizing morals, and to reorganize morals without first reorganizing beliefs, he would not perhaps have written the 6 volumes of the Cours de Philosophie Positive, which occupied him from 1830 to 1842. He would have gone straight to what was of supreme interest. He early became convinced that the shortest way would not be the best. In his view, all endeavor at religious, moral, or political reorganization must be vain so long as mental reorganization has not taken place. It is therefore with a new philosophy that he must begin. Indispensable to the social end which Kant has in view, philosophy becomes, at least provisionally, an end in itself. Kant is going to endeavor to reorganize beliefs, that is to say, to substitute a demonstrated faith to the revealed faith whose force is now spent. This demonstrated faith will have nothing in common with the natural religion of the Roman 18th century, which was at bottom but a weak and degenerate form of belief in the supernatural. Under the metaphysical garb of deism, we still recognize theological thought. On the contrary, the demonstrated faith will have its origin and its justification in positive science. The two words faith and demonstration appear to clash with each other, but the contradiction lies merely on the surface, for we are still concerned with faith, since the great majority of men will always have to take on faith the conclusions of positive philosophy. The number of men with sufficient leisure and enough culture to examine these conclusions and to go into their proofs will always be small. The attitude of the others must be one of submission and respect. But differing on this point from the religious dogmas which humanity has known until now, the new faith will be demonstrated. It will contain nothing which has not been established and controlled by scientific methods, nothing which goes beyond the domain of the relative, nothing which at any moment cannot be proved to a mind capable of following the demonstration. This form of faith already exists in the case of a great number of scientific truths. Thus all men today believe in the theory of the solar system, which we owe to Copernicus, to Galileo, and to Newton. Yet how many are in a position to understand the demonstrations upon which this theory rests? They know, however, that what here is a matter of faith to them is a matter of science to others, and would be so equally for themselves had they gone through the necessary studies. Faith therefore signifies here not indeed a voluntary abdication of the intellect in presence of a mystery which surpasses its power of comprehension, but a submission to fact, which in no way encroaches upon the rights of reason. Every man is not capable, at any moment, of exercising this right to criticize. In practice, Kant will severely restrict the use of it. But in theory, this right belongs to all men and must ever remain unalterable. In the last place, the legitimate existence of the demonstrated faith rests upon this proposition. If all minds were in a condition to examine the dogmas of that faith, all, without exception, would understand the demonstration and would agree with it. The words belief and faith must not be misunderstood. In the reorganization of beliefs, which he undertakes, Kant only concerns himself with beliefs capable of demonstration. He is here faithful to the thought of Saint Simon, who understood religion chiefly as a basis of political organization. At any rate, in the early part of his philosophical career, Kant does not bring into faith the mystical, sentimental, and non-intellectual elements which this word usually implies, and which so often oppose it to reason. The word signifies for Kant that which man believes concerning what may be for him a subject of knowledge. Until now, these beliefs have set forth a more or less mythical or metaphysical explanation of the universe and of man, taught by priests and philosophers. But this no longer satisfies the human mind. By degrees, positive science, which works on a totally different plan, substitutes a knowledge of the laws of phenomena to those explanations. From this moment, the problem thus presents itself to Kant. To establish by rational means a system of universally accepted truths concerning man, society, and the world. Kant thus takes for granted, first, that the opinions, the beliefs, and the conceptions relating to these matters are today anarchical. Second, that their natural and normal condition is to be organized. There is no need to prove the first part. A glance at contemporary society is enough. The confused, disturbing movements which fill it with trouble and agitation, and which, unless rational harmony be at last established, threaten its destruction, are not due merely to political causes. They proceed from moral disorder. And this, in turn, proceeds from intellectual disorder, that is to say, from a lack of principles common to all minds, and from the absence of universally admitted conceptions and beliefs. For in order that a human society may subsist, a certain harmony of sentiment or even common interests among its members will not suffice. Above all things, intellectual concord which finds expression in a body of common beliefs is necessary. If therefore a society be a prey to chronic disorders, which political remedies appear powerless to cure, one has every right to believe that the deep-rooted evil has its origin in intellectual disorganization. All other troubles are merely symptoms. This, according to Kant, is precisely the state of contemporary society. It has neither intellectual nor spiritual government and does not even feel the want of it. The minds of men recognize no common discipline. Not a principle subsists which negative and corrosive criticism has not attacked. The individual erects himself as a judge of all things philosophy, ethics, politics, religion. The opinion which he adopts most frequently without any special qualification for so doing, and according to his passions, always appears to him to have as much right to be admitted as those of other men. He claims to be amenable to no one for his thoughts. And this scattering, later on Kant will say insurrection of intelligences, is what he calls a state of anarchy. But we may say, does not this state represent the ordinary condition of human societies? Perhaps the organic state only appears occasionally and as an exception. Such a supposition is groundless, for if such were the case, societies could not subsist, and above all could not develop. We must admit, on the contrary, that periods of intellectual anarchy form the exception, and that in a normal state of society, men are united by their unanimous submission to a sufficiently large body of principles and beliefs. History confirms this view. The immobility of civilization in the Far East is especially due to the intellectual stability which distinguishes it from our own condition. The societies of antiquity, Grecian and Roman, rested upon a conception of man, of citizenship, and of the world, which, as a matter of fact, scarcely varied during the whole period of their existence. Lastly, in the Middle Ages, Christianity had constituted an admirable spiritual authority. The organization of Catholicism, a masterpiece of political sagacity, had established a body of beliefs which all minds accepted with complacent docility. It is the decomposition of this great system which has produced the majority of the evils with which we are now struggling. Mental anarchy is therefore truly an abnormal state, a pathological fact, what Kant will call later on the Western disease, a mortal disease if it is to be prolonged. Either modern society must perish, or minds must regain their stable equilibrium by submission to common principles. The problem of the organization of beliefs would seem to come under two heads. In the first place, we have the philosophical problem: how to establish a system of principles and beliefs capable of being universally admitted, and, in the second place, a social problem: how to bring all minds into the new faith. But this distinction only appears on the surface. As a matter of fact, the solution of the first problem will necessarily imply that of the second. Does not the principal cause for the lack of common discipline lie in the disorder which troubles the mind of each individual? If intellects are divided among themselves, it is because each intellect is divided against itself. Let one of them succeed in establishing a perfect harmony within itself, and by the mere force of logic, this harmony, by gradual diffusion, will be communicated to the others once true philosophy is established. The rest will only be a matter of time. It will therefore suffice to examine the opinions and beliefs which actually exist in one mind, and to inquire into the conditions necessary to substitute in it harmony to anarchy, or, in a word, to realize within it a perfect logical coherence. As Descartes, in order to test all his knowledge, had only to examine the sources from which it originated, so Kant, in order to verify the logical compatibility of his opinions, will content himself with the consideration of the methods which have furnished him with them. If he discovers methods which mutually tend to exclude each other, he will have found the cause of the mental disorder which gives birth to all the evils we see troubling modern society. At the same time, he will have discovered the remedy which will bring about the disappearance of those contradictions. The human mind is so constituted that the first thing it requires is unity. Understanding is spontaneously systematic. Opinions merely in juxtaposition in the mind, but logically irreconcilable, cannot satisfy it. As a matter of fact, the contradiction, even when it is ignored, nevertheless impresses itself. Whether we know it or not, each of our opinions implies a complexus of connected opinions, all arrived at by the same method as the one in question. And this complexus is itself part of the more considerable whole, which finally completes itself in a comprehensive conception of the world given in experience. Now Kant saw in himself, as in his contemporaries, two general methods, two modes of thought, which cannot coexist without contradiction, although neither one nor the other has obtained a full mastery up to the present time. Concerning several categories of phenomena, he thinks as a scholar trained in the school of Hobbes, of Galileo, of Descartes, and of their successors. He does not seek to explain them by causes. When, by means of observation or deduction, he has arrived at a knowledge of their laws, he remains satisfied. For the knowledge of these laws allows him in certain cases to intervene in the phenomena, and to substitute to the natural order an artificial order better suited to his requirements. It is thus that mechanical, astronomical, physical, chemical, and even biological phenomena are objects of relative and positive science for him today. But as soon as the question is one of facts which originate in the human conscience, or which are connected with social life and with history, an opposite tendency becomes predominant. Instead of solely seeking for the laws of phenomena, our mind desires to explain them. It wants to find the essence and the cause. It speculates upon the human soul, upon the relation of that soul to the other realities of the universe, upon the end which society should have in view, upon the best possible government, upon the social contract, etc. All these questions arise from the metaphysical mode of thought, and this mode is formally incompatible with the preceding one. Yet we see both of them subsisting in our minds today. Social dynamics will show how this condition must have been produced, but whatever the historical reasons may be, the reality is only too evident. The human mind today can neither adhere entirely to nor give up entirely one or the other of these two modes of thought. Undoubtedly, it feels that the conquests of positive science are irrevocable. For example, how could it return to a metaphysical or theological explanation of astronomical or physical phenomena? But on the other hand, metaphysical and theological conceptions seem to it no less indispensable. It does not believe it could do without them. And this is natural. For to satisfy the desire for unity, which is its supreme requirement, the human mind demands a conception of the whole which embraces all the orders of phenomena, what Kant called a totalizing of experience, in a word, of philosophy. Now, up to the present time, the positive mode of thought has not shown itself in a position to respond to this demand. It has only produced individual sciences. Positive science has been special and fragmentary, always attached to the investigation of a more or less restricted group of phenomena. With a laudable prudence, which has made her strength, she has applied herself solely to works of analysis and partial synthesis. She has never ventured upon a synthesis of the whole of the real within our reach. Until now, theologies and metaphysics alone have made the effort, and this office is, still today, the chief reason of their existence. This office must be fulfilled. The human mind is carried, by a spontaneous and necessary movement, towards the point of view of the universal. Sooner than leave the philosophical problems without an answer, it would remain attached indefinitely to the solutions, chimerical as they are, which the theologies and metaphysics offer him. In short, in the present state of things, the positive mind is real but special. The theologico-metaphysical mind is universal but fictitious. We can neither sacrifice the reality of science nor the universality of philosophy. Which is the way out of this difficulty? 3 solutions alone are conceivable. 1, to find a reconciliation, which will make it possible for the 2 modes of thought to coexist without contradiction. 2, to re-establish unity, by making the theologico-metaphysical method universal. 3, to re-establish unity, by making the positive method universal. 2. The first solution at first sight appears to be the most acceptable. Why should not the positive investigation of the divers orders of natural phenomena be reconciled with a theological or metaphysical conception of the universe? Nothing prevents one from conceiving the phenomena as governed by invariable laws, and from seeking at the same time, by another method, for the reason which renders nature in general intelligible. Positive science, liberated at last from theology and metaphysics, would assure them of the independence which she claims for herself. Thus, with growing precision would be fixed the boundaries, on the one hand of the domain proper of positive science, and on the other that of the speculation which goes beyond experience. This reconciliation, says Kant, has for a long time been considered legitimate, because for a long time it was indispensable. Up to the present time, theology and metaphysics have been the only comprehensive conceptions of the world which the human mind has formed. They have fulfilled a necessary function. Moreover, without them positive science could neither have originated nor have been developed. But as she is their heiress, she is also their antagonist. Her progress necessarily involves their downfall. The parallel history of religions and metaphysical dogmas on the one hand, and of positive knowledge on the other shows that the conciliation between them has never been a lasting one. Not that the antagonism between the 2 modes of thought can be solved by a supreme dialectical struggle in which the theological and metaphysical dogmas would be worsted. It is not thus that dogmas come to an end. They disappear, according to Kant's striking expression, by desuetude, as is the case with forsaken methods. As a matter of fact, have they not been as methods for the human mind, which sought within a single point of view to embrace the universality of things before they had been sufficiently studied? Man demanded from his imagination at first sight an absolute knowledge of the real, which reason could only give him at a later stage, on a very modest scale, entirely relative and after the patient labor of the sciences. But by degrees, as he has advanced in the positive study of phenomena, he has forsaken the theological and metaphysical explanations. Without relinquishing altogether the search after causes, he has taken the habit of relegating them to more and more remote regions. Already, in what concerns phenomena, whose concept has reached a positive stage, we can very well do without any assumption of causes. It suffices for us to represent these phenomena to ourselves as subject to laws. When all the phenomena of all orders are habitually conceived in this way, when the idea of their laws, whatever they may be, will have become equally familiar to us, the metaphysical mode of thought will have disappeared. In a word, as soon as the whole of science shall have become positive, philosophy will necessarily be positive also. For we only have at our disposal one point of view concerning things. All our real knowledge bears upon phenomena and their laws. If, therefore, considered one by one, all the orders of phenomena are conceived according to the positive mode of thought, How could it be that considered together, and in their totality, they should be conceived according to a mode of thought completely different and even inconsistent with the former one? As a matter of fact, the coexistence of these two modes of thought lasts so long as the positive spirit has not reached its complete expansion, so long as a more or less considerable portion of natural phenomena is still explained by their essence, their cause, or their end. But this cannot be indefinitely prolonged. The more the positive spirit progresses, the more the theological and metaphysical conception of the world loses ground, and it becomes more evident that we must make our choice. The unity of the understanding, the perfect logical coherence, are at this price. The conciliation being set aside, the alternative either to think solely or not at all, according to the positive mode, presents itself. The traditionalists, and especially Joseph de Maistre, saw this aspect of the problem very clearly. Kant gives them very great credit for it. De Maistre admits no salvation for our society except in the complete return to the theological mode of thought. He thus attacks at its very source, or to put it more plainly, in its many sources, the spirit of modern philosophy. He does not spare Locke any more than the philosophers of the Roman 18th century who proceed from him, Bacon any more than Locke, the promoters of the Reformation any more than Bacon. He understood that the Roman 18th century came as a mighty conclusion of which the Roman 16th and Roman 17th centuries were the premises, and that the great destructive syllogism had originated in a work of decomposition which began as early as the Roman 14th century. He is therefore perfectly consistent with himself when he endeavors to combat this diabolical work and to bring Europe back to the mental and religious condition of the Middle Ages. The re-establishment of the spiritual supremacy of the Pope would put an end to mental and moral anarchy. The Catholic doctrine would restore to men's minds that unity which is their supreme need. This solution fulfills ideally the conditions of the problem, but as a matter of fact, the solution is impracticable. The tide of history cannot flow back. In order to bring men's minds once again under the sway of that spiritual power which they freely accepted in the Middle Ages, we should also have to reconstitute the totality of the conditions in which they lived at that time. How can we wipe from the pages of history the discovery of America, the invention of printing, and so many other great social facts? How can we pretend that Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo, Descartes, Newton, and all the heralds of positive science never existed? And if, presuming what is impossible, we should succeed in restoring the mental and moral unity of Christian society in the Middle Ages, how could we prevent the natural laws which have once brought about its decomposition from producing again the same result? We are thus necessarily brought to the third and last solution, since the conciliation between the positive mode of thought and the other one is impossible. Since the exclusive ascendancy of the theologico-metaphysical mode of thought is out of the question, since when all is said the human mind needs a philosophy, it follows that that philosophy can only proceed from the positive mode of thought itself. There is nothing, a priori, to prevent this solution from being realized. For the last positions of the theologico-metaphysical spirit are surely not impregnable. This spirit, fictitious in its essence, never could become real. The positive spirit is only accidentally special. It is quite capable of acquiring the universality which it lacks. The new philosophy would then be founded, and the problem of perfect logical coherence would be solved. The whole difficulty thus appears to be in universalizing the positive mode of thought. To do this, it must be extended to those phenomena which are still habitually conceived according to the theologico-metaphysical mode, that is to say, to the moral and social phenomena. This will be Kant's crowning discovery. He will found social physics. By so doing, he will take from theology and metaphysics the last reason of their existence. He will make possible the transition from a positive science to an equally positive philosophy. Thus will be realized the unity of the understanding, and this mental harmony will carry with it as its consequence the moral and religious harmony of humanity. Footnotes: Cf. Infra Book 3, ch. VP. Chapter 2. The Law of the Three States. In Kant's system, the constitution of sociology may be considered at the same time as a terminus and as a starting point. One sees the positive method attaining with it to the order of the highest, the most noble, the most complicated phenomena. In this sense, sociology is the term reached by the positive spirit in its ascent. It thus reaches the summit of the hierarchy of the sciences, and henceforth rules over them all. On the other hand, positive philosophy, possible from this moment, will make this a starting point for establishing the principles of morality and of polity. Through the foundation of sociology, says Kant at the beginning of the Curs, positive philosophy will acquire that universal character which it still lacks, and will thus become qualified to take the place of theological and metaphysical philosophy, whose only real property today is this universality. And at the end of the Curs, he concludes, the creation of sociology endows with fundamental unity the entire system of modern philosophy. This creation, upon which everything else depended, dates from the time when Kant discovered the law of the three states, as it is called. For once this law is established, social physics ceases to be a mere philosophical conception and becomes a positive science. This law had been anticipated and even already formulated in the Roman 18th century by Turgot, then by Condorcet, and by Dr. Burdon. Kant, nevertheless, takes to himself the merit of the discovery. As he is generally most precise in doing full justice to his precursors, we must admit that, according to him, none of them had seen the scientific importance of this law. It certainly is one thing to gather the notion of a law out of a number of facts, and another to understand its capital importance, and to discern in it the fundamental law which governs the whole of the evolution of humanity. This is the way in which Kant announces it, in the Plan des Travaux Scientifiques Nécessaires pour réorganiser la Société, 1822. According to the very nature of the human intellect, every branch of our knowledge must necessarily pass successively in the course of its progressive development, through three different theoretical states: the theological or fictitious state, the metaphysical or abstract state, finally the scientific or positive state. In the first lesson of the Cours de Philosophie Positive, after having reproduced this statement, Kant adds, in other words, the human mind, by its nature, in each one of its researches makes use successively of three methods of philosophizing, essentially different and even opposed to each other. Firstly, the theological method, next, the metaphysical, and lastly, the positive. Hence, we find three kinds of philosophies, or general systems of conceptions of the totality of phenomena, which mutually exclude each other. The first is the necessary starting point of human intelligence, the third, its fixed and final state. The second is solely destined to serve as a transition. The words theological and metaphysical are here taken in a particular sense, strictly defined. Kant calls theology a general system of conceptions concerning the universality of phenomena, which explains the appearance of these phenomena by the will of gods. He has not in his mind theological speculation, as one usually understands it, as a rational or sacred science. He does not in the least dream of a study of revealed truth. He only designated by this name an interpretation of natural phenomena by means of supernatural and arbitrary causes. Theological, that is to say, fictitious. Elsewhere, Kant calls this mode of explanation imaginary or mythological. It is in this sense that he could ask if each one of us did not remember having been, in regard to his most important notions, a theologian in his infancy, a metaphysician in his youth, and a physicist in his manhood. Kant does not allude to the religious traditions which the child receives from his parents, but indeed to the spontaneous tendency which causes him in the first place to explain natural phenomena by wills and not by laws. Theology is here synonymous with anthropomorphism in the conception of causes. Similarly, Kant does not take the word metaphysics in the most usual extension of its meaning. The science of being as such, the science of substance or of first principles, is not here in question, at least directly. He only refers to a certain mode of explaining phenomena given in our experience. For example, in physics, the hypothesis of an ether to explain optical and electrical phenomena is metaphysical. So it is in physiology with the hypothesis of a vital principle, or in psychology with the hypothesis of a soul. Metaphysical or abstract, says Kant. At bottom, this mode of explanation is no other than the preceding one, but more and more pale and colorless, vanishing, so to speak, as natural phenomena, better observed, are referred no longer to capricious wills, but to invariable laws. Let us then be careful not to give here to the words metaphysics and theology their full meaning. For instance, to conclude from the law of the three states that the evolution of humanity ever carries it further from theology, to end in a final state wherein religion should have no place is singularly to misapprehend Kant's doctrine. On the contrary, the evolution of humanity is leading it to a state which will be preeminently religious. In it, religion will regulate the whole life of man. Kant perhaps would not refuse to define man, as has often been done, as a religious animal. The history of humanity may be represented, in a sense, as an evolution which proceeds from primitive religion, fetichism, to final religion, positivism. But the object of the law of the three states is not to express the religious evolution of humanity. It is only concerned with the progress of the human intellect. It sets forth the successive philosophies which that intelligence has been obliged by turn to adopt in the interpretation of natural phenomena. It is, in a word, the general law of the evolution of thought. Those who made a mistake about it probably only considered this law in the first lesson of the Curs, where it is separately presented. But the error is no longer possible when one refers to the fourth volume of the Curs, where the law is put in its place, in social dynamics, especially in the 58th lesson, in the 6th volume. It is not, however, without reason that Kant set forth this law in the first pages of his Cours de Philosophie Positive. In sociology as he conceives it, the law of the intellectual evolution of humanity, that is to say the law of the three states, is the essential law of dynamics, and therefore of the whole of social science. For, of all the social factors of which the concomitant and joint evolution constitutes the progress of humanity, the intellectual factor is the most important. It is the dominant one, in the sense that the others depend far more upon it than it does upon them. The history of art, of institutions, of morals, of law, of civilization in general could not be understood without the history of intellectual evolution, that is to say of science and of philosophy, whereas this one, strictly speaking, would still be intelligible without the others. This evolution is therefore the principal axis around which the other series of social phenomena are arranged. Thus the law which expresses it is the most fundamental, the most general, in the precise sense in which Kant understands this word. In enunciating this law, he declares legitimate by anticipation the existence of a social science. He proves ipso facto not only that it is possible, but that it already exists. Hence the eminent position which he gives to the law of the three states. 2. The demonstration of this law presents itself under two distinct forms. In the first place, Kant supports his argument by history. This proves indeed that every branch of our knowledge passes in turn through the three states, with never a single retrogression. It is true that much of our knowledge has not yet reached the positive state. But at any rate, it is established that up to the present, even those sciences, which have not yet reached that state, have all described the same curve, already described by those that have reached it. Historical verification would suffice, if necessary, provided it were complete. Kant is not satisfied with it. He claims moreover to deduce the law of the three states from the nature of man. He will thus give a direct demonstration of it. However useful history may appear to him as an instrument of proof, he still wishes to render its verdict intelligible. To reach this end, he has recourse to psychology. We ought, he says, carefully to characterize the general motives, drawn from an exact knowledge of human nature, which must have rendered partly inevitable, partly indispensable, the necessary succession of social phenomena considered directly with respect to the intellectual development which dominates essentially their chief advance. In the first place, the human mind could only begin to interpret nature by a philosophy of the theological type. For it is the only one which is spontaneously produced, the only one which does not presuppose another. Man at first conceives all activity on the same plan as his own. In order to understand phenomena, he likens them to his own actions, whose mode of production he thinks he apprehends, because he has the feelings of his own efforts and the consciousness of his own volitions. This anthropomorphic explanation comes so naturally to us that we are always ready to give way to it. Even today, if we forget positive discipline for a moment, if we venture to ask for the mode of production of some phenomenon, we immediately dimly imagine an activity more or less like our own. And among the metaphysicians who profess to give an idea of God, the most consistent, according to Kant, are those who make a person of him. The spontaneity which characterizes the theological mode of thought has been extremely useful. Without it, we do not see how man's intelligence could have begun to unfold itself. For, in order to form a scientific theory, however modest and fragmentary, of natural phenomena, the mind needs previous observations, while, on the other hand, in default of a theory, or at any rate of a pre-existing hypothesis, no scientific observation is possible. Absolute empiricism, says Kant, is barren and even, strictly speaking, inconceivable. Simple collections of facts, however numerous we may suppose them to be, do not possess by themselves any scientific significance. Such, for instance, would be the case in the meteorological facts, making interminable lists and filling volumes. They would only become observations if in collecting them the mind tried to put upon them some interpretation, however vague or precise, real or chimerical. Caught between the two equally imperative necessities of observing in the first place in order to reach suitable conceptions, and of conceiving at the same time some theory in order to make coherent observations, the human mind saves itself by the theological mode of thought. For it has no need of previous observations to imagine everywhere in nature activities similar to its own. Once this hypothesis has arisen, observation comes into play, first to confirm it, but soon to oppose it. From that moment, the impulse has been given. The evolution of the sciences and of philosophy will be continued through doctrines which will succeed each other in a necessary order. In the same way, from the moral point of view, a theological philosophy alone could at first inspire weak and ignorant humanity with sufficient courage and confidence to shake off its primitive torpor. Today, if man knows that phenomena are subject to invariable laws, he also knows that a knowledge of these laws gives him a certain control over nature. But in the days when man could not foresee the power of science, the idea that phenomena obeyed necessary laws would have filled him with despair. It would probably have paralyzed him for all exertion. The theological mode of thought was far more encouraging since the phenomena are imagined to be arbitrarily modifiable. Anything may happen. Nothing is impossible, neither is anything necessary. The will of the gods suffices for a thing to happen or not to happen. Directly, man has no power over nature. Indirectly, he can do everything, provided only that he can propitiate the divinities whose will is law. In this way, it is at the moment when man's impotence is greatest, that his confidence in his own power is the strongest. Finally, from a social point of view, theological philosophy was indispensable for human society to subsist and to be developed. For this society does not merely imply sympathy of feeling and union of interests among its members, but first and above all unanimous adhesion to certain beliefs. Without a certain system of common preliminary opinions, there can be no human society. But, on the other hand, how can we conceive the appearance of such a system if social life is not organized? Here is a new vicious circle, out of which the theological philosophy alone can release us. It constitutes at first sight a totality of common beliefs. All the members of the society defend them all the more energetically, because with them are bound up their hopes and their fears for this world, and for the next, if they already believe in it. At the same time, this theological philosophy determines the formation, in society, of a special class consecrated to speculative activity. What an immense progress this division between practice and theory must have been, however roughly outlined. Such a division was established as soon as a sacerdotal class began to be distinguished from the rest of the social body. And how slow this progress must have been, when we see even today how hard it is for men to accept any innovation which does not seem to carry with it any immediate practical advantage. The sacerdotal class, invested, by the nature of its functions with an authority which was precious for social progress, at the same time enjoyed that leisure which is indispensable for theoretical research. Without the spontaneous establishment of such a class, says Kant, all our activity, thenceforth exclusively practical, would have confined itself to the improvement, very soon checked, of some processes having reference to military or industrial life. The subsequent division of labor depended upon this initial step. Our savants, our philosophers, our engineers descend from the first priests, sorcerers, and rain conjurers. Thus, given the nature of man, the theological philosophy was bound to appear spontaneously. This appearance was at the same time inevitable and indispensable, in a word, necessary. Immediately begins what one might call the dialectics of the intellectual history of humanity. the theological philosophy has made possible the observation of phenomena. In its turn, this observation introduces the idea of invariable laws into the mind, whereby the theological philosophy begins to be compromised. The time comes when it appears antiquated and pernicious, and reason tends to take the place of the imagination in the interpretation of nature. The more evolution advances, the more marked becomes the preference of the human mind for the positive mode of thought, and, in the several orders of the sciences, after a more or less prolonged conflict, this latter ends by obtaining the ascendancy. As a matter of fact, the theological stage of our knowledge, even when it exercises its greatest dominion, that is to say, at the time nearest to its origin, already contains the germs of its own decomposition. It is never perfectly homogeneous. There are very common phenomena whose regularity man has never failed to recognize, and which he has never conceived as depending upon arbitrary wills. Kant likes to quote a passage from Adam Smith, where that philosopher remarks that in no time and in no country do we find a God of weight. Moreover, since the existence of society, man must have had some idea of psychological laws, since he was obliged to regulate his conduct according to the way in which his fellows thought and acted. Consequently, the elementary germ of positive philosophy is quite as primitive, at bottom, as that of theological philosophy, although it could only be developed very much later. Not being universal, theological philosophy could only be provisional. The philosophy, that is to say, the method of interpretation of natural phenomena, will alone be final, which will be applicable to all phenomena without exception, from the most simple to the most complicated. For this philosophy alone will realize the unity demanded by the understanding. The passage from theological to positive philosophy is never suddenly accomplished. Their opposition is too sharply defined, and our intelligence does not lend itself to such an abrupt change. The metaphysical state serves as a transition. This state is distinguished from the two others in that it has no principle proper which defines it. Theological philosophy is sufficient to itself. It forms a harmonious whole, at least so long as the germ of positiveness which it contains has not yet revealed its activity. In the same way, the positive state will be perfectly homogeneous. On the contrary, the metaphysical state is only described by a mixture of the two others. The metaphysical conceptions, wrote Kant in 1825, proceed at the same time from theology and physics, or rather are only the former modified by the latter. Under ever-varying and progressively attenuated forms, metaphysics procure the indispensable conciliation in order that the theological and positive philosophies may coexist in men's minds, so long as the latter is not perfectly worked out. Under cover of metaphysical hypotheses, the scientific method has been able to push its conquests, without greatly alarming the defenders of theological philosophy. Thus, metaphysical speculation has a very active critical quality. It has not slightly contributed to the decomposition of the ancient system of beliefs. In this sense, Kant regards the French philosophers of the Roman 18th century, for the most part, as excellent representatives of the metaphysical spirit. Nevertheless, if we must refer this intermediate stage to one of the two extremes, Kant does not hesitate to approximate it to the theological stage. As a matter of fact, metaphysical philosophy substitutes entities to will and nature to the creator, but with a very analogous function. It supplies, at bottom, the same explanation of the real, although weakened by a stronger and stronger sense of the need of natural laws. This equivocal method preserves theology, while destroying its principal mental consistency. It denies the consequences in the name of the principles. Moreover, it offers no guarantee against an offensive return of theological conceptions, so long as they have not been replaced by positive notions. In the final conflict between the theological spirit and the positive spirit, the metaphysicians will probably be seen, with the deists, involved in a retrograde concentration. Positive philosophy, says Kant, has neither historical nor dogmatic solidarity with this negative philosophy, and can only contemplate it as a final preparatory transformation of theological philosophy. Thus, the metaphysical stage is never other than an unstable compromise. It only lasts on condition that it changes continually. In default of a principle of its own, metaphysical philosophy is purely critical in character. As a fact, there are but two philosophies, that is to say, two methods, two organic modes of thought. Only theological philosophy and positive philosophy allow the mind to construct a logical and harmonious system of ideas, the basis of a morality and of a religion. The theological spirit is ideal in its advance, absolute in its conception, arbitrary in its application. The positive spirit substitutes the method of observation to that of imagination, relative notions to absolute notions. It does not flatter itself with unlimited dominion over the phenomena of nature. It knows that its power is measured by its knowledge. The intellectual history of humanity shows by what stages it has passed from the former mode of thought to the latter. 3. Kant regards the law of the three stages as demonstrated. 17 years of continuous meditation on this great subject. He writes in 1839, discussed under all its aspects, and subjected to all possible tests, authorize me to affirm beforehand, without the slightest scientific hesitation, that we shall always see confirmed this historical proposition, which now seems to me as fully demonstrated as any of the general facts actually admitted in the other parts of natural philosophy. It could only be doubted if we found any branch of our knowledge which had gone back from the metaphysical to the theological state, or from the positive state to either of the two preceding states. But this case has never presented itself. The theoretical demonstration of the law has established that it could not present itself. Indeed, this demonstration has shown that the successive advance through the three stages, in invariable order, was the necessary form of progress of the human mind in the knowledge of phenomena. It is founded upon the nature of the mind. In Kant's thought, the law of the three states could therefore have been equally called psychological or historical. But we are not here concerned with introspective psychology, which uses self-consciousness as a means of investigation. Kant does not recognize any scientific value in this method. He even denies its possibility. Moreover, the observation of a subject by himself, were it possible, would be of no help in the present case, for it would only reveal to him the present state of his individual intellect, and not the law of the evolution of the human mind. For this law to become manifest, we must consider not the individual, but the species. Giving up a fruitless effort at self-contemplation in its activity, the intellect must grasp the law of its successive phases in the progress of what it has produced. The philosophical history of our beliefs, of our conceptions, and of our systems. Such is the consciousness which the human intellect can have of itself. There only, the philosopher sees the faculties of which this intellect contain the germ coming into play by turns, to reach a durable harmony. Then, once discovered, the law of the three states helps us to understand the intellectual evolution of each individual, and the study of the individual then furnishes us with a supplementary verification of the law. But by itself, this study of the individual could not have established it. Whatever utility I may have often derived from the consideration of the individual, says Kant, it is evidently to the direct study of the species that I owed, not only the fundamental thought in my theory, but afterwards its specific development. The law of the three states is then the general formula of the progress of the human intellect, considered not in an individual subject, but in the universal subject, which is humanity. It is indeed also the universal subject that Kant has studied in his Critic of Pure Reason. But Kant's method is altogether abstract and metaphysical. The universal subject of which he seeks the laws is a human mind in itself, considered in its essence. Kant, on the contrary, represents the universal subject as a concrete unity, which realized itself in time. For him, the study of the mental functions characteristic of man only becomes positive when it is carried out from an historical and sociological point of view. That is why the discovery of the law of the three states is an event of capital importance. It inaugurates the positive science of humanity, which was an indispensable condition for positive philosophy to be established. It marks the time when, all phenomena being henceforth studied after the same method, the perfect logical coherence is definitely assured. This law of social dynamics is the cornerstone of the whole positive system. Footnotes: Cours de Philosophie Positive, I 1905 edition, Paris, 1892. Cours Roman 6, 786. Paul Pose, Roman 4 Appendis p. 77. Cours I 3. Kurs I6. Kurs Roman 4, 526. Kurs Roman 4, 548. Kurs Roman 4, 554 5. Paul Pose Roman 4, Appendix P 144. Correspondence to H. Comte avec John Stuart Mill. Letter du 5 Avril 1842, p. 51. Kurs v 573 5. Kurs Roman 4, 523. CP, Infra Book 2, Chapter VP. Chapter 3. The Classification of the Sciences. According to the law of the three states, all our conceptions in the different orders of knowledge begin by being theological, pass through the metaphysical transition, and end by becoming positive. If this evolution were terminated at the presented time, the philosophy which Kant wishes to found would be ipso facto established. But we are far from such a state of things. On the contrary, the three modes of thought, theological, metaphysical, and positive, coexist, still today, even in the most cultivated minds. In a different measure, all lack the logical coherence. Even in those sciences where the positive method has been finally and for a long time established, in physics and in chemistry, for instance, we observe undoubted traces of the metaphysical spirit. To a still greater degree, this spirit is manifested in what are called the moral and social sciences. Nevertheless, this incoherence cannot last. Now that the positive spirit has assumed full consciousness of itself, it is possible to proceed with a systematic purification, which will disentangle it from the theological and metaphysical spirit. But is not this critical review of the whole of human knowledge an enterprise above the powers of a man? Happily, positive philosophy itself furnishes a means of lightening the task. It establishes an order which allows us to determine, without too much trouble, to what degree of positiveness the conception of a given category of phenomena has reached up to the present time. Kant calls this order the classification, or, more precisely, the positive hierarchy of the fundamental sciences. It is the plan which he will follow in the exposition of positive philosophy. This plan is not a simple artifice destined to make the entirety of the doctrine clearer or its exposition easier. It is not external to the work. It is born from the very spirit of positive philosophy. It expresses the spirit of that philosophy in a new form. It is the natural complement of the law of the three states. Kant puts it in plain words. The different branches of our knowledge have not been able with equal rapidity to pass through the three great phases in their development, nor consequently to reach simultaneously the positive state. There exists, in this respect, an invariable and necessary order, which our different kinds of conceptions have followed and have been obliged to follow in their progress, and of which the exact consideration is the indispensable complement to the fundamental law previously announced. Kant did not, like his contemporary Ampere, set himself the logical problem of the classification of the sciences in their entirety. He did not seek according to what principle we could arrange them all in an order where the fact of their respective subordination would be maintained. He even doubts how far such a principle exists, and he is so far from thinking of establishing a complete classification of the sciences that he begins by leaving out the greater number of them. He first sets aside all forms of human knowledge which refer to art, that is to say, all the applied sciences, practical and technical. Similarly, he sets aside all the concrete sciences, such as zoology, mineralogy, geography, etc. He only places within his classification the theoretical and abstract sciences, that is to say, those which have no other object but the knowledge of laws, and which study phenomena, exclusive of the concrete beings in which these phenomena present themselves. Kant calls them fundamental because the other sciences suppose their existence, whereas the abstract sciences do not suppose the existence of the others before them. These sciences are the only ones whose consideration is of consequence to the end which Kant has in view. For why does he need a classification of the sciences? It is in order to study the ascent of the positive spirit through the successive orders of phenomena. For this, he has no occasion to consider the applied or concrete sciences which receive their principles from the theoretical and abstract sciences. It suffices for him to be concerned with these. It is in the methods and the progress of these sciences that the characteristic efforts of the human mind have been manifested, and it is therefore here that we can grasp the laws of its evolution. In order to classify the fundamental sciences, Kant will conform to the principles of the positive method. He will be guided by the rational classifications of which the model is to be found in the natural sciences. The classification must spring from the very study of the objects which are to be classified, and must be determined by the real affinities and the series of connected links which they present, in such a way that this classification may itself be the expression of the most general truth, made manifest by the searching comparison of the objects which it embraces. Kant will not therefore stop to consider the classifications which have preceded his own. In the first place, when they appeared, the rational method of classification was not established. Further, how could anyone have united the whole of the sciences into an encyclopedic conception, when some had already reached the positive state, while others remained in the theological or metaphysical states? How could anyone rationally arrange heterogeneous conceptions in a single system? Those premature attempts were doomed to failure. In order that the undertaking might succeed, it was necessary that all our conceptions relating to the various orders of phenomena should have reached the positive form. Here again, the creation of sociology has been the decisive event, for it has allowed the series of fundamental sciences to be made complete. The discovery of the law of the three states has founded sociology, and at the same time it has accomplished the homogeneity of human knowledge. In its time, this homogeneity renders possible the rational classification of the sciences. 2. Henceforth, the fundamental sciences are all conceived as equally positive. They have all given up the pursuit of the absolute for the study of the relative, and the search after causes for the knowledge of laws. All now proceed by means of the same general methods, and their differences can therefore only arise from their object, that is to say, from the nature of the phenomena which are studied. Consequently, their relations of mutual dependence will solely result from the relations of these phenomena. Now, observation shows us that these phenomena form themselves into a certain number of natural categories, such that the rational study of each category presupposes a knowledge of the laws of the preceding category, and that a knowledge of this one is in turn presupposed for understanding the one that follows. This order is determined by the degree of generality of the phenomena, from which their successive dependence upon each other results, and as a consequence, the greater or lesser simplicity of each science results from it also. Upon this principle, the encyclopedic ladder of the fundamental sciences is easily constructed. After the mathematics, in an order of diminishing generality and of growing complexity, come astronomy, physics, chemistry, physiology or biology, social physics or sociology. The first science considers the most general, the most simple, the most abstract phenomena and those furthest removed from humanity. They influence all the others without being influenced by them. The phenomena considered by the last are the most particular, the most complicated, the most concrete, and the most directly interesting for man. They depend more or less upon all the preceding ones. Between these two extremes, the degrees of specialization, of complication, and of individualization are in an ever-growing quantity. This classification is confirmed, in fact, by the general usage of learned men. It reproduces the historic order of the development of the sciences. Thus, for a long time, mathematics was the only science of a positive type. On the other hand, social science has been the last to reach this point. Nevertheless, Kant does not mean to say that the fundamental sciences came into existence one after the other, nor that, for every one of them, each period is sufficiently explained by the period immediately preceding it. His thought is very different. On the contrary, he represents the development of the several sciences as simultaneous. They act and react one upon another in 1,000 ways. Often some progress in a science is the direct effect of a discovery made in an art which has apparently no affinities with it. Such is, to quote an example which Kant could not in the least have foreseen, the progress of astronomical observations due to photography. In fact, the history of a science during a given period is closely allied to that of the other sciences and arts during the same time, or rather, to be more explicit, to the general history of civilization. But their respective transitions to the positive state is accomplished in the order set forth in the classification. For individually they could not reach this state if the fundamental science immediately preceding had not attained to it before them. It is in this order that the progress, although simultaneous, must have taken place. 3. Mr. Herbert Spencer has made several objections to Auguste Comte's classification of the sciences. Littré has lengthily refuted them. It is not in our design to reopen this discussion, but it results from the preceding explanations that the greater number of Mr. Spencer's criticisms miss the mark, perhaps because he has not read Comte properly. On his own admission, he only knows the two first lessons in the Cours de Philosophie positive in the text, further the inorganic physics and the first chapter of the biology in Miss Martineau's condensation, and finally the remainder in Leuze's summing up in his History of Philosophy. If Mr. Spencer had been able to obtain a knowledge of the Cours de Philosophie positive in its entirety, and especially of the three last lessons, or at least of the Discours sur l'esprit positif, or of the Discours sur l'ensemble du positivisme, he would probably have appreciated differently the positive classification of the sciences. His own classification, in which he includes the concrete and concrete abstract sciences, is not really opposed to that of Auguste Comte, who only wished to classify the fundamental abstract sciences. Comte never sought to do what Mr. Spencer reproaches him with not having done. Among Mr. Spencer's objections, there is one which, bearing upon the very conception of the classification of the sciences, shows very clearly the misunderstanding which we are pointing out. Mr. Spencer insists upon the anthropocentric character of Comte's classification, which is indeed remarkable, and he is surprised at what appears to him to be a glaring contradiction. Is not the conception of things from man's point of view one of the essential forms of the theological mode of thought, according to Comte himself? Does not positive philosophy teach that man must not consider himself as a sort of imperium in imperio, but as a being subordinate to the whole of nature? If therefore we must substitute the objective to the subjective point of view in which man at first spontaneously places himself, how can the classification of the sciences be at the same time anthropocentric and positive? This objection would perhaps be a strong one against positive philosophy as Littré understood it. Against Auguste Comte it has no force, for he accepts it. He admits that his classification presents these two characters at the same time, and he does not think that in so doing he is contradicting himself. We must only distinguish with him two successive and different periods. So long as positive philosophy is in process of formation, that is to say, so long as the positive spirit remains special, it is quite true that it is orientated from the objective point of view, in other words, that it goes from the world to man. During this period, it is indeed opposed to the naive belief which makes man the center and the end of the universe. But when from special the positive spirit has become universal, when it has risen from science to philosophy, when sociology is at length founded, and when the understanding realizes, from the positive point of view, the logical unity which is indispensable to it, this unity is only completed when, in its turn, it takes man for its center. Considered as an exact reproduction of the real world, says Comte, our science is not capable of being completely systematized, and in this sense we must not seek for any unity save that of method, aspiring only to homogeneity and to the convergence of the different doctrines. It is otherwise in regard to the inner source of human theories contemplated as the results of our individual and collective mental evolution. Thus referred not to the universe, but to man, or rather to humanity, our real knowledge tends on the contrary towards an entire systematization. We must then conceive a single science, the human science, more precisely social, of which our existence constitutes at once the principle and the end. Into this human science, the rational study of the external world becomes fused, at once as a necessary element and a fundamental preamble. Comte would therefore not have repudiated, for his classification of the sciences, the qualification of anthropocentric, on condition that it were understood. It is no longer the spontaneous subjectivism from which the theological philosophy starts. It is the conscious subjectivism to which the positive philosophy attains. It has the merit of uniting in itself the two methods called objective and subjective. The former has been in the ascendant during the long evolution of the sciences, which were by degrees and successively reaching the positive state. The latter allows us to concentrate the aim of the distinct sciences thus constituted into a supreme science, which subordinates all the others to itself, without absorbing them. 4. The classification of the sciences is, at the same time, a plan for the setting forth of the positive philosophy and a complement of the law of the three states. But, while this law expresses the progress of the human intellect in the constitution of science and philosophy, the classification supposes that science and philosophy are already constituted. It expresses their order and enunciates from the static point of view what the law formulates from the dynamic point of view. It shows the relations of the various elements of philosophy among themselves and to the whole. So long as this idea of the whole was not defined, that is to say, so long as positive science remained special, these relations could not be rationally established. But once sociology was created, and with it positive philosophy, it became possible to embrace the whole of the fundamental sciences in a single conception. For, from that time, they can be represented as being various aspects of the development of the human intellect. Truly, the object of science is single, and the divisions which are introduced into it for our convenience, without being arbitrary, are artificial. All the branches of our knowledge, that is to say, all the fundamental sciences, must be considered as issuing from a single trunk. Not that these sciences can ever be reduced one to another. It suffices that they be homogeneous, and their homogeneity results from their subjection to the same method, further, from their tendency towards the same end, and finally, from their subordination to the same law of progress. In respect to the last and highest of these sciences, the others must only be finally regarded as indispensable preliminaries in a progressive order. Thus, the latter of the fundamental sciences represents, in Kant's mind, the methodical ascent of the positive spirit towards universality and unity. It is a hierarchy, a scala intellectus, according to Bacon's expression. It includes the whole of the philosophia prima, also foreshadowed by Bacon and vainly sought after by philosophers. The memory of Bacon does not prevent the preponderating influence in this conception of Kant from being that of Descartes. Kant is far from ignoring it. He calls himself the continuator and, by a dreadful barbarism, the completer of Descartes. Undoubtedly, Descartes had not, like him, conceived the series of the fundamental sciences. After having applied a positive method to the study of inorganic nature, and even of living nature, for the rest he had reverted to a metaphysical method. But this Cartesian compromise could only be provisional. None the less to Descartes belongs the merit of having definitely acquired several orders of phenomena for the positive spirit, and of affirming the unity of science at the same time as the unity of method. He was unable himself to realize this twofold unity, for its time had not come, and the necessary conditions had not yet been brought together. Moreover, in the Cartesian idea of science, metaphysical elements subsist, and Descartes wrongly believed that the universal method was to be obtained by a transformation of the mathematical method. Kant takes up the leading ideas of Descartes again, and at the same time he corrects them, according as the progress of the positive spirit during 2 centuries enabled him to do. The position of leading science, if this expression can be allowed, passes from mathematics to sociology. Moreover, the unity of science, as Kant conceives it, no longer prevents the fundamental sciences from being irreducible to one another. This unity is sufficiently secured by the homogeneity of the sciences, which form a continuous series, an encyclopedic hierarchy, and which are all subordinated to the final science. Lastly, the unity of the positive methods does not imply its uniformity everywhere. Each fundamental science, as will be seen further on, has its methods which are special to itself. The classification of the sciences thus shows how positive philosophy stretches back over the Roman 18th century, whence it springs, to link itself with Bacon and Descartes. Kant has retained Bacon's view on this point, that all scientific knowledge rests upon facts which have been fully observed, and that a system of positive sciences constitutes the indispensable basis for the only philosophy which is within our reach. To Descartes he here owes the idea of the unity of method and of the unity of science. We might almost say that he has received from Bacon his idea of the contents of the sciences, and from Descartes his idea of their form. By what means did he invest such matter with such a form? The answer to this question is found in the positive theory of science. Footnotes: Kurz I 4647, Kurz I 1415, Kurz I 8212. Herbert Spencer, The Classification of the Sciences, London, 1864, p. 42. Discours sur l'esprit positif, 1844, p. 24. Kurz Roman 6, 610. Correspondence to H. Comte and to John Stuart Mill. Letter du 5 November 1842, p. 132. CP Infra Book 1 ch. Roman 6. Chapter 4. Science. We may admit with Aristotle that curiosity is natural to man, and that we are inclined to inquire into things for the pleasure of knowing them. But it must be admitted, adds Kant, that this inclination is one of the least active and the least imperative in our nature. It must have been still less so in the beginning of mankind's development, and it was, in any case, much weaker than the inclination to laziness or than the repugnance to accept anything new. It has therefore been necessary, in order that man might emerge from his primitive intellectual torpor, that the activity of his mind should be induced and even compelled to exert itself by pressing circumstances. Such were undoubtedly the necessities of hunting, the dangers of war, and, in a general way, the desire to avoid suffering and death. Moreover, the knowledge which the human mind acquires at first is only very imperfectly real, for theological philosophy furnishes the mind with its first conceptions. Man begins by supposing everywhere wills like his own, and the world which surrounds him is peopled with gods or fetishes. Nevertheless, from this first period, the rudiments of a more positive knowledge already appear. In every order of phenomena, some are very simple and of such striking regularity that evidently no arbitrary will intervenes in their working. Man must very quickly have had a real idea of these phenomena. In all the other cases, instead of observing the phenomena, he imagined the mode of their production. But here, he observed the sequences and concomitances which he could not resist, and he regulated his conduct upon this observation. From this humble beginning science came into being. In this way, far from opposing scientific thought to common thought, as most of the philosophers do, Kant, without disregarding the special character of one and of the other, shows that both spring from the same source, and that they do not present any essential point of difference. However abstract and however elevated science may become, it always remains, according to him, a simple special prolongation of good sense, of common sense, and of universal wisdom. The character of positivity, by which scientific knowledge is distinguished from theological and metaphysical conceptions, belongs also to popular wisdom. Like this wisdom, which the practical necessities of life have formed, science abstains from searching after the causes, the ends, the substances, and whatever is beyond the reach of verification by experience. Its efforts bear exclusively upon the laws of coexistence and of succession which govern the phenomena. And again, it is from this wisdom that it has borrowed the spirit of its positive method, which consists in observing facts and in systematizing observations to rise to the concept of laws. It follows from this that science contains within itself neither its starting point nor its terminus. Both are given it by common sense whence it springs. The starting point is the spontaneous observation of constant relations between the most simple phenomena. The terminus is the knowledge of these same relations among all given phenomena, as complete and as precise as our requirements demand. Indeed, the common sense, or the popular wisdom, is soon baffled by the complexity of phenomena. If we had no other guide, we should know very little, and in nearly all cases, we should be reduced to a kind of empirical divination. The function of science is to substitute a real knowledge of laws to this divination. This function would never have been fulfilled if the human mind had not possessed the property of being able to separate theory from practice. Undoubtedly, the former proceeds from the latter. As has been said, every science is born from a corresponding art and from the desire to perfect it. But this perfecting would not have gone very far if the human mind had never lost sight of it. Happily, man is capable of temporarily forgetting his immediate interests in the pursuit of knowledge. By degrees, from the complexity of concrete cases, he has learnt to disengage the elements common to a whole class of phenomena. He has thus formed the idea of law, or the invariable relation between given phenomena. Beyond the intellectual satisfaction which this knowledge gave him, he found in time applications of it which he would never have imagined beforehand. To quote an example from a civilization already very advanced, when the Greek geometers patiently applied themselves to the study of conic sections, Did they suspect that their labors would one day serve in calculating certain astronomical determinations upon which the safety of mariners would depend? In this way, science, utilitarian in its origin, since it sprang from the practical needs of man, utilitarian in its end, since it aims at providing for those needs, has nevertheless been unable to develop itself and will be unable still to do so in the future, except by neglecting this very utility. Better to fulfill its destiny, it must provisionally forget it, and it will be the more useful, in the long run, in proportion as it will have been the more disinterested. We never know, a priori, if a discovery which finds no application today, combined later with another one, will not be of capital interest for mankind. Therefore, it is of the highest importance that theoretical order should remain clearly distinct from the practical order. That is why Kant regarded the appearance of a sacerdotal class, specially occupied with speculative research, as a decisive moment in history of humanity. It matters little that these researches should have remained chimerical and absurd during long centuries. The essential point was that the human mind should form and keep the habit of disinterested speculation, that it should not rest content with immediately applicable knowledge, and that it should exert itself towards a theoretical conception of nature, however simple at first that conception was bound to be. Thus, science has, properly speaking, two roots, the one practical, the other theoretical. If it originated in the primitive arts, it is no less closely allied with primitive philosophy. It still bears features which enable us to discern this twofold filiation. On the one hand, it has remained speculative, as was the theological philosophy which first dominated over the human mind. Only this speculation has gradually abandoned everything except the laws of phenomena, and it has ended by undermining the theological conceptions from which it came. On the other hand, science has remained real, like the popular wisdom which gave it birth. But, while dealing with given phenomena in experience, it has developed in the direction of theory. Instead of only considering scenes of concrete objects, it has resolved them into their elements. A more and more powerful analysis has raised it to the consideration of laws more and more general and abstract. Thus, while the popular wisdom is limited to empirical generalizations, a science such as, for instance, astronomy discovers the law which governs the whole of an immense order of phenomena. From this general idea of science, the following consequences at once follow. One science is the collective work of humanity. It bears upon an object common to all, reality. It employs the method common to all, the positive method. All intellects work in the same manner on a common ground. It is what Kant calls the profound mental identity of learned men with the crowd whose destiny fulfills itself in active work. The progress of the scientific mind is a methodical extension of popular common sense to all subjects accessible to human reason. But here method does almost everything. The whole superiority of the philosophical mind over the popular common sense results from a special and continuous application to common speculations, in starting prudently from the initial step, after having brought them back to a normal state of judicious abstraction, for the purpose of generalizing and coordinating. For what ordinary intellects chiefly lack is less the precision and penetration appropriate for discerning partial approximations than the aptitude for generalizing abstract relations, and for establishing a perfect logical coherence among our various notions. The germ of the highest scientific conceptions is often to be found in common reason. Kant delights in giving as an example one of the discoveries which he most admires, Descartes' invention of analytical geometry. To determine at every moment the position of a point in space by its distance from fixed axes. Is not that what geographers have been doing for so long in order to determine the longitude and latitude of a place upon the terrestrial sphere? And has not this proceeding itself been suggested to the geographer by simple common sense? For he instinctively seeks to mark the inaccessible points which interest him, by means of their distance from given points or lines. From this, the idea of the Cartesian coordinates only differs by a superior degree of abstraction and of generality. Thus all men must be regarded as collaborating in the discovery of truth as much as in making use of it. Speaking generally, if the great philosophers and scientific men of genius seem to be the intellectual guides of humanity, It is because they are the first to be affected by each mental revolution. They are the first to pass from a traditional to a new attitude, and their example is decisive. But, says Kant, the changes relating to the method of thinking with originality only become manifest when they are almost accomplished. The great men whose names are justly authors attached to are, however, more the heralds than the of these changes. To science is the work of all. It must therefore be accessible to all. It is a patrimony common to the whole of mankind, and the inheritance must be taken from no one. As a consequence, the state owes scientific instruction to those who are not in a position to procure it for themselves. Not that all men, all the people ought to acquire a deep knowledge of the several fundamental sciences, like those who make it the particular occupation of their lives. The impossibility of such a thing is too evident for several reasons. Neither is it a question of popularizing the great scientific theories for the use of badly prepared minds. Kant condemns severely this way of simplifying science. For instance, he will not allow Newton's laws to be separated from their demonstrations. It will always be the duty of the greater number of men to adopt the majority of scientific truths on the testimony of those who will have discovered, criticized, and verified them. But what it will be the duty of common education to give to every mind is the habit of conceiving all phenomena, from the most simple to the most complex, as equally governed by invariable laws, and, consequently, of understanding the whole of nature as an order which the positive method alone allows us to discover and to modify. And as this method cannot be studied apart from the sciences in which it is used, it will be necessary for every man to be made acquainted with a summary of each fundamental science, from mathematics to sociology. There is nothing impracticable in this scheme. Kant has drawn out in the Positive Polity a plan of education conceived on this principle. On this condition alone will philosophy, founded upon positive science, succeed in realizing the harmony of minds and in reorganizing the beliefs. 2. Auguste Comte often says that the positive spirit consists in keeping oneself equally distant from two dangers, mysticism and empiricism. By mysticism, he understands the recourse to non-verifiable explanations and to transcendent hypotheses. Men's imagination finds pleasure in these things, but we must be able to bring all real knowledge back to a general or particular fact. Positive science therefore abstains from searching after substances, ends, and even causes. It only bears upon phenomena and their relations. Empiricism, in its turn, is no less than mysticism contrary to the spirit of science. Empiricism signifies for Kant the knowledge which does not go beyond the pure and simple ascertainment of a fact. Now, an accumulation of even precisely noted facts has no theoretical interest. It may, at most, be erudition, but it is not science. To think that by thus gathering facts together, one is laboring at the work of science, is to take a quarry for an edifice. In a word, science is made up of laws and not of facts. Strictly speaking, no scientific observation is even possible without a previous theory, that is to say, without a presupposed law whose verification is in question. Undoubtedly, in science, when it has become positive, the imagination no longer constructs causes or essences. It must submit to reason, that is to say, to the methodical investigation of phenomena. Nevertheless, this investigation cannot take place without guiding hypotheses, and thus the imagination plays a part in science, subordinate it is true, but indispensable. Kant here separates himself from Bacon. According to the English philosopher, in the knowledge of nature, the mind must make itself as receptive as possible. In introducing anything of itself, it would falsify science, and its whole effort must be to hold itself up to phenomena as a perfectly plain and unspotted mirror, so as to reflect them as they are. Now this is precisely the idea of science which Kant rejects under the name of empiricism. Without the hypotheses or the theories suggested by the very activity of the mind, science would never be constituted, according to him. There would never even be an apprehension of fact, at least an apprehension such that it could be of service to science. In a word, absolute empiricism is impossible. In the simple observation of a phenomenon by the human mind, the entire mind is interested, and in it the subjective conditions of science are already virtually given. This being granted, science may be defined as a methodical process of the connection and extension of our knowledge. It consists, in every department, in the exact relations established between observed facts, so as to deduce from the least possible number of fundamental data the most extensive series of secondary phenomena, in renouncing absolutely the vain search after causes and essences. So long as men seek to explain phenomena, the theological and metaphysical spirit has not yet disappeared. Positive science abstains from all explanations of this kind. Thus, Newton has placed in the same category universal gravitation and the attraction of bodies. We cannot know what this mutual action of the stars and the attraction of terrestrial bodies are in themselves. But we know with full certainty the existence and the law of these two orders of phenomena, and moreover, we know that they are identical. For the geometer weight is explained when he conceives it as a particular case of general gravitation. On the contrary, it is weight which makes the physicist proper understand celestial gravitation. We can never go beyond such juxtapositions of ideas. But while science brings together similar phenomena, its chief function is to connect them, that is to say, to determine them one by another according to the relations which exist between them. All science, says Comte, consists in the coordination of facts, and if the several observations remained isolated, there would be no science. We may even say generally that science is destined, as far as the various phenomena permit, to dispense with direct observation, in allowing us to deduce the greatest possible number of results from the smallest number of acquired data. If a constant relation is found to subsist between two phenomena, it becomes useless to observe them both, for from the observation of one, the variations of the other will be deduced. But the first may in its turn be the function of a third, and so on, until at last we conceive a constant connection between all the phenomena of a given order, which may allow us to deduce them all from a single law. Such for Kant would be the perfect form of science. How near it is to the Cartesian ideal. The positive spirit, he says, without failing to recognize the preponderance of reality directly ascertained, tends to enlarge the rational at the expense of the experimental domain, by substituting the prevision of phenomena to their immediate observation. Scientific progress consists in diminishing the number of distinct and independent laws by continually multiplying their respective connections. Prevision thus becomes the essential characteristic of scientific knowledge, and that independently of any utilitarian mental reservation. For the eventual applications of science do not determine its theoretical advance. The prevision with which we are here concerned consists solely in the possibility of knowing with certainty without observing. It is knowledge a priori in the Aristotelian sense of the word, of which mathematics present the most perfect model. A rectilinear triangle being given, I do not need experience to know with certainty that the sum of the angles in it is equal to 2 right angles. Thus understood prevision applies to the present, and even to the past, as well as to the future. When Kant writes, all science has prevision for its aim, we must understand. All science tends to substitute deduction to experience, rational to empirical knowledge. This prevision, a necessary consequence of the constant relations discovered between phenomena, will allow men never to mistake real science for fruitless erudition, which accumulates facts without deducing them one from another. Thus the formula cited above enlarges itself. Science is composed of laws and not of facts. The more deduction is substituted to experience, the better is the extension and connection of our knowledge realized. Consequently, the more also does science draw near to that unity which is imperatively claimed by our understanding, and which is for it the criterion of truth. Real science, says Kant, regarded from the highest point of view, has no other general object but to establish or to fortify unceasingly the intellectual order, which is the basis of all other order. The mind which applies itself to the contemplation of the world requires, before everything, to find it intelligible. Real science satisfies it, not in imagining wills and causes, as did theology and metaphysics, but in discovering order in the constant relations between phenomena. When this order is harmonious, that is to say, when the several classes of phenomena are conceived as homogeneous, and as similarly governed by laws, the spontaneous unity of our understanding is consolidated. It matters little that the various orders of phenomena are given to us as irreducible to one another. The highest object of science is to determine the point of view from which all phenomena appear intelligible, and this point of view is one as the understanding itself is one. 3. Perhaps it would have been easy to pass from this conception of positive science to a theory of knowledge and to a metaphysical view of nature, both idealistic. But Kant neither could nor would push his theory in this direction. In this respect, nothing is more significant than his way of understanding the relativity of science. This relativity is usually presented as the conclusion of a criticism of our understanding, of its nature, of its bearings, and of its relations to its objects. But according to Kant, an inquiry pursued on these lines has no chance of reaching a conclusion. The only theory of knowledge which is positive and real is drawn from the history of the human mind. The laws of the mind are only revealed in the examination of the successive products of its activity, that is to say, in its beliefs and in its science. The relativity of science can therefore only be stated at first, as a fact, leaving it for subsequent inquiry to determine the reason of that fact. The law of the three states suffices for this, for it shows that man began by seeking for absolute knowledge. The philosophy to which he first turns is, at the same time, the most naive and the most ambitious. But a necessary evolution causes him to abandon the pursuit of the absolute, first in its theological form and then in the metaphysical form. Having reached the positive state, man knows that his science, necessarily relative, is limited to the systematic coordination of phenomena and the knowledge of their laws. The condemnation which thus strikes researches bearing on the absolute is itself, moreover, only relative in character. It prejudges nothing respecting the ultimate solution of questions. Positive philosophy in no way takes sides in respect to these problems. It simply states that science has more and more cut them off from the number of those which it studies. Indeed, it is impossible to apply the positive method to questions which concern the absolute. Now, this method being the only one which our mind can henceforth follow, at least if it wishes to maintain the logical unity which is its supreme requirement, it follows that these problems are in fact abandoned. Nothing more and nothing less. Sound philosophy, says Kant, sets aside, it is true, insoluble questions. But in stating the motive of their rejection, it avoids denying anything respecting them, which would be contradictory to that systematic disuse by which alone uncontrovertible opinions must die out. Kant means opinions which do not come within the range of positive discussion. The problems relating to the essence of the soul or to the substantia prima will melt away, as the majority of the metaphysical problems which the scholastics put to themselves have already disappeared. Even to positive science, we must be careful not to attribute an absolute character that is to say, in a sense slightly different from the preceding one, but very frequently with Kant a definite and immutable character. The laws which we can determine are never true except under certain conditions. We have no right to consider them as true absolutely. Newton's law is demonstrated for our solar system, but do we know that it is verified in all the systems throughout space? Do not let us confound the world, which we can study with the united resources of observation and calculation with the universe, of which we know scarcely anything, and which outranges all our powers. In spite of the famous principle of the sufficient reason, the absence of motives for negation does not constitute the right of affirmation, without any direct proof. Absolute notions, says Kant, seem to me so impossible that I would not even dare, whatever probability I may see in it, to warrant the necessary and unalterable perpetuity of the theory of gravitation restricted to the interior of our world. If one day, which is moreover very difficult to admit, the precision of our present observations came to be perfected as much as we have done in comparison to Hipparchus. In the same way, must not attraction have seemed to be an absolute quality, that is to say, an immutable one of bodies, since neither change of shape, nor the passage from one physical constitution to another, nor any chemical metamorphosis, nor even the difference between the state of life and death could modify this quality, so long as the integrity of the substance was maintained. The Newtonian conception came and destroyed entirely at a signal stroke this character which must have appeared so indestructible, by showing that the weight of a body is a phenomenon purely relative to the position of this body in the world, or, more precisely, to its distance from the center of the earth. In order that our positive science of any part of nature should be absolute, that is to say, Final, it would have to be complete. But as all things are caused or causing, helped or helping, according to Pascal's expression, all the phenomena in a reciprocal universal action, all the laws relative one to another, our science will never be complete on any point. It only furnishes more or less imperfect approximations. The discovery of new facts and new laws is always possible. How many times does not positive science find itself obliged to modify and to readjust a system of long-acquired notions in order to make a place for new elements? This is a work often very laborious, but from which science never dreams of shrinking, knowing that it is made liable to it, so to speak, by definition, that is to say, that it is relative. Examples of this abound, not only in the history of physical and natural science, but even in that of so-called exact sciences. Do we not hear M. Poincaré declaring in accordance with Hertz that given the system of Galileo and of Newton in mechanics, it is impossible to give a satisfactory idea of mass and of force? Thus the definitions, and even the laws, established by the positive sciences, are at every period approximations corresponding to the knowledge we have of facts. And as this knowledge can always be enriched, the approximation may also become stricter, without ever reaching its confines. Leibniz already said that the analysis of anything real reaches to infinity. This thought is with him, closely allied to the whole of his metaphysics. We find in Kant an expression in some way equivalent, although positive. He says, although the progress of the science of nature consists in substituting as much as possible the rational method to the experimental method, the limit can never be attained. We can never affirm that experience will not bring new elements which will oblige us to modify the edifice of science. The relativity of science thus serves to maintain an equal balance between the need of unity, which comes from the understanding, and the inexhaustible diversity of the world of reality, which this understanding studies. As a fact, then, positive science is always relative. Rightly, it cannot be otherwise, and this for two essential reasons. It depends necessarily upon our organization and our situation, or, in other words, it is relative both to the individual and to the species in its advance. It is relative in the first place to our organization. Here Kant takes up again an idea which was dear to the philosophers of the Roman 18th century, and in particular to Diderot. If our organization were different, the data which our science elaborates would be other than they are. With more organs, we might perhaps grasp kinds of problems of which we have no idea. If we suppose our species to be blind, astronomy would not exist for it. And further, a natural law requires that the more complex and the higher phenomena in regard to their conditions of existence should be subordinated to the more general and the more common phenomena. The intellectual phenomena thus depend, first, upon the biological phenomena, and then upon all those to which the biological phenomena are subordinated. In this sense, therefore, science is relative to our organization, which is itself relative in respect to the milieu in which we live. But reciprocally, the representation of this milieu and of this organization rests upon intellectual laws, which impart to science a need of unity and harmony special to the mind. Kant concludes, therefore, that to endeavor to apportion what belongs to the object and what to the subject in scientific knowledge is a hopeless attempt. We simply know that science is not the exclusive product either of the subject or the object. Giving too much to the object leads us to empiricism. Falling to the opposite extreme leads to mysticism. The efforts of philosophers to construct an abstract theory of knowledge have only ended in miserable results. We have not gone beyond Aristotle's axiom as corrected by Leibniz. Nihil est in intellectu quod non prius furit in sensu, nisi ipse intellectus. We are only certain of one thing: our science, necessarily conditioned by our organization, is also necessarily relative. But this is not the most decisive consideration, for it only makes us see that our science would be different if our organization were to change. Now, as a matter of fact, our organization does not change. Human nature, according to Kant, remains similar to itself in the whole course of its evolution. It is this evolution which itself becomes a cause, and a decisive one, of relativity for science. For if our organization does not vary, the system of our conceptions and of our science necessarily varies, according to our situation. That is to say, according to the position which we occupy in this evolution, which accomplishes itself according to laws. Our conceptions, our religions, our philosophies are not only individual phenomena. They are also and chiefly social phenomena, moments in a collective and continuous life, of which all the phases are interdependent. We only know in a given order of knowledge what is compatible at that moment with the generally admitted philosophy, with the knowledge already acquired in this and in the other orders of phenomena, with the great hypotheses considered as true, with the methods in force, etc. As soon as the human mind has become conscious of the evolution to which it is subject, as soon as it has grasped its most general law, the law of the three states, in a word, as soon as sociology is founded. Science can no longer be conceived as other than relative. For from that moment, the various sciences appear as so many great social facts, which vary as so many functions of the rest of civilization. Our speculations, depending on the totality of social progression, can therefore never admit of that absolute fixity which metaphysicians have supposed. The continuous movement of history modifies, in the long run, the beliefs which appear to be the most immutable. Our theories tend to represent more and more faithfully the objects of our investigations, that is to say, the laws of phenomena. We are thus brought back to the idea of limit, which is never attained, towards which we are advancing by means of approximations ever more exact. The time is not yet far distant, when a doctrine of this kind could not have been advanced without at once being rejected as skeptical. The human mind is scarcely beginning to understand that truth cannot be immutable. Men believed that truth must always be identical with itself, always identical for all minds at all times and at all places. It seems that in losing this character, it must cease to be truth. That is why philosophy has been so persistent in the pursuit of the absolute. It was believed that no truth could be certain, unless it rested, ultimately, upon an immutable foundation. Science was therefore made to hang on metaphysics, and the defeats, 1,000 times repeated, of metaphysics would not have discouraged the human mind had not positive philosophy at last shown that the truth of which we are capable, because it is relative, does not cease to be truth. We are not condemned to choose between the pursuit of an inaccessible absolute and the crumbling down of all science. It suffices to understand that human science evolves and that this evolution is subject to laws. It is never ended, it always becomes, it is not a state, it is a progress. There are therefore provisional, and, if one may so speak, temporary truths. Does science ever establish any others? The ideas which Hipparchus and the Greek astronomers had of the heavens was not false in all respects. It was the astronomical truth compatible with the conditions of the society in which they lived. After the labors of the observers of the Middle Ages, utilized by Copernicus, this idea faded before another one which became more perfect with Newton and Laplace. Perhaps this one will be modified in its turn in consequence of new discoveries. Similarly, it was thought that the Earth was a flat surface, then a round disk. Then it was represented as a sphere, and finally as an ellipsoid. Today we know that this ellipsoid is irregular. Truth is then at each period the perfect logical coherence, or the correspondence between our conceptions and our observations. The history of human thought is composed of a progressive series of alternating periods. At a certain moment, the mind has placed what it conceives in accordance with what it knows. But by degrees, new facts are observed, known facts are better interpreted, discoveries burst forth. The harmony between the conceptions and the observations then becomes precarious. Minds find a greater and greater difficulty in fitting all the acquired knowledge into the traditional frame. At last, the frame gives way. Then the harmony is re-established in a more comprehensive form, which in its turn is destined to become insufficient. Here positive philosophy recognizes a sociological law. It gives up the vain dream of immutable truth. It no longer regards the truth of today as absolutely true, nor the truth of yesterday as absolutely false. It ceases to be critical in regard to the past. To conclude, the theory of science can therefore only be accomplished from the sociological point of view. It remains imperfect so long as we has not been substituted to I, the universal subject which is humanity to the individual subject, and a philosophical history of the sciences to mere reflective analysis. To the logical conditions of science, to define it completely, its biological and social conditions must be joined. Then, but then only, it will be understood that, at each period, science is at the same time true and relative, without its relativity placing its truth in danger. Footnotes: 1 Curs Roman 6, 651-3. 2 Curs Roman 6, 651-3. Discours sur l'esprit positif, p. 16, Paul, Pose, Roman 3:25. Curs Roman 3:4. Curs Roman 6, 647. Curs I 108, Roman 2, 18, 188-9. Curs Roman 6, 646 SQQ. Curs Roman 2, 18, Roman 3, 11-12. Curs Roman 4, 147. Curs Roman 2, 195-7. Curs Roman 2, 187. Curs Roman 4, 672-3. Revue Générale des Sciences, 30 September, 1897. Discours sur l'esprit positif, p. 15. Curs 756, Roman 6. Chapter 5. Science Continued. Phenomena and Laws. The perfection of the positive system, towards which it unceasingly tends, although very probably it may never reach it, would be to represent all observable phenomena as particular cases of a single general fact, such as, for example, that of gravitation. The fundamental identity of phenomena, the reduction of particular laws to a supreme law. This is an ideal which we are free to entertain. Kant, after D'Alembert and Saint-Simon, has formulated it himself at the beginning of the Cours de Philosophie Positive. Unfortunately, this ideal is not realizable. We apply a very weak intellect to a very complicated world. The unity which, scorning experience, we might establish would naturally be valueless. For the several categories of phenomena proposed to us seem irreducible. If this be the case, the pursuit after scientific unity is irrational. Kant ended by treating it as an absurd utopia. However, this utopia is forever reappearing, for the human mind is secretly attached to it. It is because, on the one hand, unity pleases it above all things, and on the other hand because there is here an illusion produced and maintained by a philosophy born of mathematical inspiration. Descartes' discovery, which allowed questions of geometry to be dealt with by algebra, has been the occasion of a grave error. It gave rise to the thought that differences of quality could be reduced to differences of quantity. Hence the idea of reducing the various categories of phenomena to one another. But this was a wrong interpretation of the principle of analytical geometry. Even there, we have a translation, not reduction. The geometrical ideas of form and of situation, says Kant, and Mr. Renouvier will repeat it after him, are not naturally more like numerical notions than the other real conceptions. Every phenomenon, even social, would certainly have its equation, as a figure or a motion if its law were known to us with sufficient precision. Analysis is therefore but an instrument of incomparable power for the study of phenomena. But, from the fact that we can make use of it, it does not in the least follow that the phenomena may be all brought back to an identical type. Quality is in no way by this means reduced to quantity, which is something entirely abstract, and this no more takes place in the case of geometrical quality than in the case of any other. Neither can the geometrical quality be reduced to pure analysis, nor the physical to the geometrical, nor the living to the inorganic, nor the social to the biological. At every stage, something qualitatively new appears. Whether or no we can formulate the relations of phenomena in the form of an equation, their heterogeneity subsists always irreducible. What is true of phenomena is also true of their laws. Each order of phenomena has its special laws over and above those which result from its relations with the less complicated and more general orders. The idea of a supreme law from which all the others would be deduced must therefore be forsaken. Even within the range of each fundamental science, it is doubtful how far the unity dreamt of could ever be attained. The number of irreducible laws is far more considerable than is imagined by a false appreciation of our mental powers and of scientific difficulties. For instance, in physics, how can optics and acoustics be reduced to one another? Physiological considerations, in default of other reasons, would be opposed to such a confusion of ideas. Likewise, in biology, how can the laws of animal life be reduced to those of lower organic life? And in sociology, the laws of human society, implying a course of history, to those of animal societies which do not do so. Instead, therefore, of conceiving a priori the phenomena and the laws as capable of a reduction, which is, in fact, impossible, the positive method requires the determination of the general characters of these phenomena and of these laws by observations. It first establishes the following. 1. The more complex phenomena become, the more also our means of studying them increase in number. It is a natural but an insufficient compensation. For the difficulty of establishing the science of phenomena grows much more quickly than the number and the power of our methodical processes. However, without this compensation, scarcely any fundamental science would ever reach the positive state. Thus, to the method of pure mathematics observation in astronomy comes to be added. Experimentation appears in physics, the art of nomenclatures in chemistry, the comparative method in biology, the historical method in social science. With this final science, the positive method is henceforth complete. 2. The more complex phenomena become, the more modifiable they are. We have no power over astronomical phenomena. Even the perfect knowledge of their laws would only allow us to foresee them. But we can, in a great number of cases, bring about or arrest physical and chemical phenomena. Our intervention is still more efficacious if we are concerned with biological phenomena, as is sufficiently proved by the good and the evil wrought by medicine and surgery. And it finally reaches the height of its power in social and political life. So much so that even cultivated men find it difficult to persuade themselves that social phenomena are governed by invariable laws, and that politics can become the object of a science. Experience seems to tell them, on the contrary, that the activity of man, and especially that of the man of genius, is all-powerful in this domain. Nevertheless, it is not so, as sociology, by the mere fact of its existence sufficiently proves. But it remains true that, of all the phenomena of nature, the social and moral phenomena are those in which man's intervention is at once the easiest and the most efficacious. 3. The more complex the phenomena, the more imperfect they are. We shall perhaps be surprised to see Kant appealing to the idea of perfection. It seems that he ought to have excluded it as being something metaphysical. Further on, we shall consider his theory of finality. At present, let us only say that if he considers natural phenomena as imperfect, it is in the sense in which Helmholtz calls the eye a poor optical instrument. He simply states that certain ends, in fact, being realized by a natural arrangement of a group of phenomena, the same end might be better or more economically reached by other arrangements that we can easily conceive. In this sense, our solar system is imperfect, but less so than many living forms whose organism might present a much higher degree of advantageous adaptation. And yet these living forms are themselves less imperfect than society's subject, as they are to all sorts of pathological alterations, as history clearly shows. It is remarkable that the most imperfect phenomena should precisely be the most modifiable, and also those whose study only became positive in the last stage. 2. More or less complex, modifiable, and imperfect, all phenomena are subject to laws. It is the supreme principle, the fundamental dogma of science and of positive philosophy. Kant thus enunciates it. All phenomena whatever, inorganic or organic, physical or moral, individual or social, are all subjected in a continuous manner to rigorously invariable laws. Undoubtedly, this principle is not yet extended, by the majority of minds, to all phenomena. This is shown clearly enough by their mode of reasoning in ethics and in politics, but it is, however, implied in their general conception of nature. It thus assumes a universal character, which has caused it to be regarded by many philosophers as an innate, or at least a primitive notion, in the human mind. According to Kant, this is erroneous. Like John Stuart Mill, whom he expressly quotes on this point, he sees in this principle the result of a long, gradual induction, at the same time individual and collective. Except in the case of the most familiar phenomena, whose regularity is most striking, the human mind does not begin by believing in an invariable order. Even the mind's conceptions, theological and metaphysical, conceal the existence of laws, long after observation would have made it see them, were it freed from bias. It is true that the first germs of this principle exist as soon as human reason begins to be exercised, since the dominion of theological philosophy never could be absolute. But these germs are only developed very slowly, like the positive method and conceptions themselves. The induction upon which this principle is founded only began to acquire solidity when it was definitely verified for a whole order of important phenomena, that is to say, when mathematical astronomy had been founded. Phenomena of the highest importance, from the theoretical as well as from the practical point of view, could then be predicted with perfect certainty. The invariability of their laws had been placed beyond doubt. From that moment, the principle must have been extended by analogy to the more complex orders of phenomena, even before their own laws could be known. But according to Kant, this vague logical anticipation remained valueless and fruitless. It is of no use to conceive, in the abstract, that a certain order of phenomena must be subject to laws. This empty conception cannot outweigh the theological and metaphysical beliefs which have the force of habit in their favor. In order that the principle of laws should be really established in an order of phenomena, some laws must in fact have been discovered and demonstrated in it. Consequently, while in the a priori doctrines the possibility of all science rests upon the principle of laws, in Kant's doctrine, on the contrary, it is the progress of positive science which by degrees founds the principle, and which finally brings it to the universal form in which we find it today. Until the creation of sociology, this principle did not yet possess an effective universality, since the moral and social phenomena were not conceived as subject to invariable laws. But when the last conquest of the positive spirit is once accomplished, this great principle at once acquires a decisive fullness and may be formulated as applying universally to all phenomena. Undoubtedly, in each order, we have only established for a few what henceforth we affirm for all phenomena without previous verification. But we think that laws, unknown to us, nevertheless exist. In this we yield to an irresistible analogy, which has never been proved to be false. Thus, the most fundamental dogma of the whole of positive philosophy, that is to say, the subjection of all real phenomena to invariable laws, only results with certainty from an immense induction, without really being deducible from any notion whatever. This immense induction is a progressive sum of inductions which have taken place successively in each category of phenomena. It would not be absurd, strictly speaking, that a certain category should not be submitted, like the others, to invariable laws. But since sociology has been founded, we know that all are in fact so subjected. The laws are known to us, sometimes by experience, sometimes by reasoning. This diversity of origin in no way influences either the certainty or the philosophical dignity of the laws. Each of the 6 fundamental sciences gives examples of these two distinct modes of advance which mutually complete each other. There is not less genius in the discovery of Kepler than in that of Newton. The initial laws of mechanics and even of geometry rest solely upon observation. The logical perfection consists in confirming by one of these ways what must have been found by the other. But one of the two suffices when all the conditions required by the method are fulfilled. How should the laws obtained by induction be regarded as less certain than the laws obtained by deduction, since the principle of laws itself rests upon an induction? 3. In proportion as the several orders of phenomena are conceived as governed by invariable laws, the belief in final causes becomes weaker and tends to disappear. The final causes are imagined by the mind to explain certain combinations of natural phenomena. When the laws of these phenomena are known, this explanation becomes useless, it ceases to have currency. It shares the fate of the whole of theological and metaphysical philosophy, of which it is a part. The doctrine of final causes is generally regarded as a constituent principle of religious systems. A special argument in favor of the existence of God has even been drawn from it. Kant remarks that it is more probably a consequence of these systems. So long as man believes in the continual action of the gods, or of God, in nature, he does not need the consideration of final causes upon which to found his belief. He does not even dream of it. Later on only, when the religious conception of the world has become weaker, when God has so far withdrawn from the world as to be no longer anything but a sovereign who reigns, but does not govern, then the need is felt to demonstrate his existence, and the order of nature becomes an argument. The consideration of final causes from this point of view is a symptom of the weakening of the theological spirit. It is thus preeminently a metaphysical doctrine. Whatever may be the case, experience witnesses against it. Positive science does not lay down that the world must be conceived as the work of an all-powerful intelligence. For instance, the scientific knowledge of our solar system has shown in the most obvious manner, and in various ways, that the elements of this system were certainly not disposed in the most advantageous manner, and that science allowed us to conceive of a better arrangement. Astronomers may admire a natural finality in the organization of animals, but the anatomists who know all its imperfections fall back upon the arrangements of the stars. In what concerns animals, a blind admiration wonders even at evidently detrimental complications. It is the case with the eye, with the bladder, etc., but it is an almost universal disposition of physiologists to draw, even from their ignorance, as many motives for the admiration of the profound wisdom of a mechanism, which they declare they cannot understand. In truth, the natural order, so much extolled, is extremely imperfect, and we can without difficulty conceive a better one. The human works, says Kant, from the most simple mechanical appliances to the most sublime political constructions, are generally far superior either in expediency or in simplicity to everything that the most perfect natural economy can offer us. Our geometers and our physicians, sufficiently prepared, would do far better than nature, if they dared, to take the direct conception of a new animal mechanism as the object of an intellectual exercise. This idea of artificial organisms pleases Kant, and he often returns to it. He considers that fictions of this kind may be useful in biology to intercalate intermediaries between the several known organisms, in such a manner as to facilitate comparison in making the biological series more homogeneous and continuous. In fact, this is what Broca attempted to do, when he endeavored to connect man with the other primates by hypothetical anthropoids. Quite recently M. Delage has made use of a similar fiction in his Traité de Zoologie. Kant seldom misses an opportunity of smiling at the stupid admiration of those who believe that nature has done everything for the best, or that everything in it has been ordered by a providential wisdom. But we can surprise him also in the very act of admiration, not doubtless on the subject of astronomical or biological phenomena, but in the chapter which lies nearest to his heart, that of social facts. He writes, "We cannot experience too much respect and admiration when we see this universal natural disposition, which is the primary basis of all society." And elsewhere, "Can one really conceive, in the whole of natural phenomena, a more marvelous spectacle than this regular and continuous convergence of an immensity of individuals?" However, there is not here a contradiction. In reality, although Kant says that the consideration of final causes must be accepted altogether or rejected altogether, he does not himself reject it as entirely as he seems at first to do. What he formally rejects is the finality understood in the theological or metaphysical manner. Celi inerent gloriam Dei. He does not admit that we can explain the natural order by a supernatural wisdom, but he in no way contests the finality which Kant called internal. This finality, or better, this reciprocal causality appears in living beings, where the whole and the parts are reciprocally end and means. The tree could not subsist without the leaves any more than the leaves without the tree. Kant expresses this idea in terms which are almost identical with those of Kant, although he did not know them. "We shall," he says, "cease defining a living being by the collection of its organs, as if these could exist isolated. In biology, the general notion of the being always precedes that of any of its parts whatever. In sociology, where partial interdependence is less intimate although wider, it would be a serious heresy to define humanity by man. A fortiori in biology, we ought not to conceive the whole from its parts. As soon as we rise above the inorganic world, the first condition for the study of phenomena is the idea of their consensus, first in biology and then in sociology. This consensus corresponds to Kant's internal finality. But the distinction between internal finality and external finality cannot be strictly maintained. We will never affirm that some beings were made in view of others. This would be in the highest degree a theological explanation of the first order. But from the positive point of view, we observe that, in order to subsist, organisms need not only special intimate structure, but further require a certain equilibrium of external conditions. At each moment, their existence depends at once on their constitution and on the milieu. This word, which was destined to attain such popularity, and the theory of the milieu, which Taine has rendered no less popular, belonged to Kant. Undoubtedly, the idea was suggested to him, on the one hand by Montesquieu and by his successors, and on the other by the labors of Lamarck and of the contemporary biologists. He also drew inspiration from Bichat's celebrated researches sur la vie et la mort. But Bichat especially insisted upon the antagonism between the living being and the forces of the inorganic world, which press upon him from all sides. Kant thinks, on the contrary, that the very existence of living beings is the proof of a sufficient harmony between their organism and the milieu. And what we cannot dispute is his merit in having generalized the idea specially applied by Montesquieu to social facts, and also specially applied by Lamarck and Bichat to the phenomena of life. I designate by this word milieu, says Kant, in excusing himself for the new meaning which he gives it, not only the fluid in which the organism is immersed, but in general, the totality of external circumstances of any kind, whatever necessary to the existence of each determined organism. Properly speaking, then, Kant does not reject the doctrine of final causes, he only transforms it. He had declared this himself in his opuscule in 1822. The doctrine of final causes has been converted by the physiologists into the principle of the conditions of existence. Positive philosophy appropriates, with the understanding of a suitable change, the general ideas primitively invented by the theological and metaphysical philosophies. As the positive notion of the mathematical laws of phenomena arose out of the metaphysical conceptions of the Pythagoreans concerning the properties of numbers, so the scientific principle of the conditions of existence springs from the hypothesis of final causes. An example will allow us to realize this transformation in the act. The stability of the solar system renders the existence of living species on the Earth possible. A good example of finality, it would seem. Nevertheless, this stability is simply a necessary consequence, according to the mechanical laws of the world, of some circumstances characteristic of our system. Extreme smallness of the planetary masses in comparison to the central mass, small eccentricity of their orbits, slight mutual inclination of their planes, etc. Since, in fact, we exist, it must be that the system of which we form a part is arranged so as to allow of this existence. The so-called final cause would then reduce itself here, as on all analogous occasions, to this childish remark: the only stars inhabited are those which are habitable. In a word, we return to the principle of the conditions of existence, which is the true positive transformation of the doctrine of final causes, and whose bearings and fertility are far superior. In order to give the formula of this principle, we must have recourse to the general distinction established by de Blainville between the static point of view and the dynamic point of view. Every active being, and in particular every living being, can be analyzed from these two points of view. The static analysis considers its elements in their relations of simultaneous connections. The dynamic analysis discovers the laws of their joint evolution. The first is the share of the anatomist, the second that of the physiologist. Now it is clear that these two analyses are complementary to one another and are even separately unintelligible. For instance, the anatomist is constantly guided by physiological considerations. Conversely, without anatomical knowledge, there is no positive physiology. Thus, the statical analysis establishes the laws of coexistence, the dynamic analysis the laws of succession or of movement. The principle of the conditions of existence is nothing else than the direct and general conception of the necessary harmony of these two analyses, that is to say, of the agreement of these two orders of laws. If this harmony, in fact, was not realized, no living being, no natural system of phenomena could subsist. From the point of view of the object, this principle accounts for the permanence of beings. From the point of view of the subject, it expresses the possibility of science. Why does Kant say that the importance and fertility of this principle are far superior to those of the doctrine of final causes? It is because this latter doctrine claims to explain. In referring the natural order to the wisdom of a providence, it dispenses in some measure with scientific research, or at least it does not require it. The principle of the conditions of existence, on the contrary, is closely allied to the positive conception of natural phenomena. It only implies the existence of laws. It only establishes the continuity of the relations between these laws, a continuity verified by experience, since beings subsist and reproduce themselves. In a word, it allows us to connect the laws of succession with the laws of coexistence everywhere. Now, to connect is the essential function of science. By means of this principle, not only the successive moments of any natural evolution whatever are understood as having solidarity with each other, but the whole of this evolution becomes intelligible by its relation to the statical conditions to which it corresponds. And in virtue of the relativity of science, or, if we prefer it, of the universal reciprocal action of all phenomena, the principle of the conditions of existence leads the human mind to a scientific investigation ever more exact and never completed. This positive transformation of the doctrine of final causes had already been clearly sketched by the philosophers of the Roman 18th century, whom Kant knew very well by Diderot, by Hume, by d'Holbach. Hume says, for instance, it is useless to insist upon the uses of parts in animals or in plants, and on their curious adaptation one to another. I should much like to know how an animal could subsist without this adaptation. Do we not see that if it ceases he perishes at once, and that the matter of which he was composed takes some other shape? And d'Holbach, these wholes would not exist in the form which they bear if their parts ceased to act as they do. That is to say, cease to be arranged in such a way as to lend themselves to being mutually helpful to each other. To be surprised that the heart, the brain, the eyes, the arteries, etc. of an animal act as they do, or that a tree produces fruit, is to be surprised that a tree or an animal exists. These beings would not exist or would no longer be what they are if they ceased to act as they do. This is what happens when they die. Kant makes this criticism of the doctrine of final causes his own, but faithful to his maxim, we only destroy what we replace. He claims to substitute a positive principle to this metaphysical doctrine, which preserves the elements in it which are compatible with the scientific method. It is the principle of the conditions of existence. In virtue of this principle, by the very fact that such an organ is part of such a living being, it necessarily cooperates in a determined, although perhaps unknown manner, with the totality of the acts which make up its existence. An organ no more exists without a function than a function without an organ. But it in no way follows from this that all the organic functions are performed as perfectly as we could imagine them to be. For instance, pathological analysis demonstrates that the disturbing action of each organ upon the whole of the economy is very far from being always compensated for by its utility in the normal state. If, within certain limits, everything is necessarily arranged in such a way as to be able to exist, we should seek in vain, in the majority of effective arrangements, for proofs of a wisdom superior or even equal to human wisdom. Extending these considerations to the whole of the phenomena known to us, Kant concludes in almost the same way as Kernot will later on. An order establishes itself in nature, since it subsists, since it is intelligible, since there are laws. Does not the very idea of a law induce at once the corresponding idea of a certain spontaneous order? But this consequence is not more absolute than the principle from which it is derived. The experience which reveals this order to us also shows us that it is imperfect, of an imperfection which grows with the complexity of phenomena. Every time that the necessary and sufficient conditions are realized for a natural system to be able to exist, this system exists in fact, however full of imperfections it may be in other respects. Undoubtedly, an inevitable necessity which links together a series of events and a premeditated plan which directs them resemble each other very much so far as the consequences are concerned. But, if the necessity is established, there is no need to suppose the plan. Now the principle of the conditions of existence, in showing that all that is indispensable, is at the same time inevitable, renders this supposition superfluous. A double tendency makes itself felt in this theory. On the one hand, Kant, faithful to the spirit of his philosophy, rejects all that claims to go beyond experience, that is to say, the transcendental hypothesis of final causes and of optimism. On the other hand, he wishes to account for the order of nature, which is a fact. Now this order, all imperfect as it is, implies not only the existence of laws, but moreover a permanent harmony between these laws. The present is full of the past, and big with the future. The principle of the conditions of existence explains this permanence of order, at least as much as it needs to be explained from the positive point of view. For it states that everywhere, in fact, the dynamical laws are in harmony with the statical laws, and that progress is a development of order. The principle of the conditions of existence is no more a priori than the principle of laws. Like it is founded upon an immense induction. Like it again, it only acquires its full power when social science is created and positive philosophy established. Should we not be tempted to see in this doctrine a kind of projection of an idealism, such as that of Leibniz on the lines of positive thought? Just as Leibniz makes mechanism rest upon a deeper dynamism, so Kant completes the principle of laws by the principle of the conditions of existence. True, between these two doctrines there lies all the distance which separates the positive from the metaphysical spirit. But none the less both give symmetrical solutions of the same problem which correspond to one another, the one a priori, the other a posteriori. 4. All natural laws must be conceived as rigorously invariable, whether it be a question of mathematical or of sociological laws. If we could conceive, in any case, that under the influence of conditions exactly similar the phenomena should not remain perfectly identical, not only in kind, but also in degree, all scientific theory would at once become impossible. This principle is the very condition of the possibility of prevision, and consequently of positive science. Claude Bernard will call it the absolute determinism of phenomena. Kant admits no absolute, but he considers nevertheless that the invariability of natural laws does not permit of exception. In the case of certain laws, their invariability can be directly verified, since they come before us in a mathematical form. Such are, for instance, the mechanical, astronomical, and physical laws. Others, on the contrary, such as the biological laws, refuse to be dealt with by numbers and cannot be reduced to equations. But this evidently comes from their complexity. If it were possible rigorously to isolate each one of the simple causes which concur in producing the same physiological phenomenon, everything tends to show that under well-determined circumstances, it would appear to be possessed of a kind of influence and of a quantity of action as exactly fixed as we see it to be in universal gravitation. Every elementary phenomenon has its curve. If then in all cases we could go back to the elementary phenomena, we could undoubtedly also formulate their mathematical law. In this sense, mathematical analysis would apply to all the phenomena of the world without exception. But nearly always, the decomposition of given phenomena into elementary phenomena is impossible to us. At any rate, the work of synthesis, or of recomposition taken in the reverse order, is far beyond our mathematical powers. The only phenomena to which we apply the analysis without too much trouble are the most simple of all, the geometrical and mechanical phenomena. The difficulty grows very rapidly with the complication of astronomical, physical, and especially chemical phenomena. When we reach the realm of living nature, the elementary phenomena escape us altogether. They are given to us in a state of almost infinite complexity, and, in virtue of the biological consensus, closely bound up with others of no less complex a character. These phenomena are in themselves syntheses depending upon other syntheses, all in a state of mutual influence and of constant instability. Then, although, in principle, it remains true that identical antecedents can only have identical consequence, in fact, because of the very great number of elementary actions which concur in the production of each phenomenon, there have perhaps never been, there perhaps never will be, two cases rigorously similar. It follows that we must not confuse the subordination of any events whatever to invariable laws with their irresistible necessary accomplishment. Relatively single phenomena appear indeed to us to be produced with an irresistible necessity, for instance, the facts of gravitation. But complex phenomena, in virtue of the more and more varied combinations which their several necessary conditions admit of, no longer present this character. They are more modifiable and less irresistible. In other words, as one considers more elevated, more complex, more noble categories of facts, the laws become removed from the type of mathematical necessity and admit more of an ever-increasing element of contingency. The order of the world can then be conceived as a modifiable fatality. In the eyes of the greater number of present thinkers, says Kant, this formula will seem contradictory. This comes from old habits of mind which are not easily broken with. In the same way, as we have had a great deal of trouble in representing truth to ourselves otherwise than as immutable, so we are unwilling to conceive order otherwise than as necessary. During a long time, the science of mathematics has been the only positive science. The idea of law formed itself in this science, that is to say, according to the necessary relations which are demonstrated in it. It came to be afterwards transferred, just as it was, into the other orders of phenomena as the positive spirit progressed. But orders of phenomena differ qualitatively from one another. All laws ought not to be conceived according to the single type of geometrical and algebraical laws. In order to obtain a complete idea of a natural law, we must not confine ourselves to the mathematical order, which is an exception in this respect. All the orders of phenomena must be considered. We then see that law must be defined, constancy in variety. In fact, the normal type is never suited to any but a medium state, more ideal than real, around which effective existence ceaselessly oscillates, so long as the deviation does not go beyond the limits which are compatible with the duration of the system. Order, even isolated, is no more eternal than it is absolute. In this passage, Kant is speaking of astronomical order, but the same consideration applies to all the systems or groups of phenomena. Every law is necessarily something abstract. Being indispensable to the intelligibility of the real, every law allows prevision and science to exist. But it is not an adequate expression of this reality, which never remains identical with itself. Kant goes so far as to say that our requirement of precision in the study of natural laws must not be pushed too far. For the laws which it has been possible to establish within certain degrees of approximation vanish if this approximation is pushed further. Not that the phenomena cease to be subject to laws, but these laws becoming too complex, escape us. For instance, it has been possible to establish with our thermometers the laws of the variation of temperature of a body under certain conditions. With very much more sensitive thermometers, the variations becomes incessant and very complicated. The known laws disappear without our being in a condition to establish others. The order which positive science shows us in nature is then very far from being absolute. It is, to speak truly, the outcome of the combined activity of our mind and of things. We cannot separate what belongs to each of these two factors, but it appears from what has just been said that the mind plays a great part, that the external relations are far more contingent than suits our blind instinct of universal connection. Nevertheless, the phenomena are not irreducible to order, since science and prevision remain possible. But this order, entirely relative in respect to our understanding, is only established within certain limits. More powerful minds than ours would probably construct richer and more complex orders for themselves. For us, beyond a certain point of complexity, our vision becomes confused and our logical requirements are no longer satisfied. Limits would thus seem to be placed upon scientific investigation, and these in the interest of science itself. Finally, we reach the last consequence of this theory founded upon experience. The principle of laws and the principle of the conditions of existence only ensure a provisional order. Kant readily admits that it might not exist. This order might become so irregular that it might even escape brains superior to ours. There is nothing to prevent us from imagining worlds outside our solar system, always given over to an inorganic and entirely disordered agitation, which would not even allow of a general law of gravitation. This is the very hypothesis formulated by John Stuart Mill in almost similar terms, and in which a kind of reductio ad absurdum of his own theory was thought to be found. It is, however, compatible with the existence of a science which does not claim to possess an absolute value. Moreover, Kant at once adds, still, even if order should be found to be particular to our world, in fact, it would be in no way accidental in it, since it is the first condition for human existence. In virtue of the principle of the conditions of existence, the presence of a being such as man implies the whole of the laws which govern our world. 5. The laws which for us constitute the order of the world are of two kinds. Some are established by the positive method in each order of phenomena separately considered. The astronomical laws, physical laws, chemical laws, etc. They belong to the domain of science, properly so called. The others are apprehended when the mind leaves the special point of view of science and places itself at the universal point of view of philosophy. They are found again in the different orders of phenomena, whose relations they express without compromising their respective independence. They represent them severally connected, or, according to Kant's expression, as convergent. Kant calls these last encyclopedic laws. They tend to realize the unity which the mind claims, not in pursuing the chimerical reduction of all laws to a supreme law, but in showing that the systems of irreducible laws are nevertheless harmonious among themselves. Generally speaking, these laws have been known for a long time, but only as special laws of such and such an order of phenomena. It belongs to positive philosophy to give them their encyclopedic character, that is to say, to make them universal. For instance, D'Alembert's principle is known in mechanics as a law which connects questions of movement with questions of equilibrium. Philosophy finds a similar law in biology. Physiological questions are correlated to anatomical questions, and also in sociology, progress is the development of order. It then formulates the encyclopedic law which generalizes these three laws, that is, the principle of the conditions of existence. Similarly, the three great laws of mechanics, known under the name of the laws of Kepler, of Galileo, and of Newton, must be universalized and become encyclopedic, for they are applicable to all the orders of phenomena. The law of Kepler, in the first place, expresses the spontaneous tendency of all natural phenomena to persevere indefinitely in their state, if no disturbing influence supervenes. A tendency whence are derived inertia in mechanics, habit in living bodies, and the conservative instinct in societies. The law of Galileo, which reconciles every common movement with the various particular movements, applies to all the organic and inorganic phenomena. For in any system, we can always ascertain the independence of the several active or passive mutual relations with regard to any action which is exactly common to the various parts, whatever may be their kind and degree. Finally, the universal character of Newton's law, reaction is equal to action, is evident at first sight. It is accidentally, not essentially, that these laws have at first been mechanical laws. They could have been equally attained by the study of biological or social phenomena. If the science of mechanics was the first to formulate them, it is because it has for its object the less complicated phenomena. A complete and rational system of encyclopedic laws would realize the philosophia prima, which Bacon dimly foresaw. In the actual condition of the sciences, this would probably be a rash undertaking. Kant attempted it in the fourth volume of the Politique Positive. One can hardly say that the trial was a decisive one. It is true that at that moment, Kant was already entirely taken up with religious preoccupations. However, the encyclopedic laws are destined to play a part in the positive philosophy of nature, which may be compared, in some respects, with that of the categories in Aristotle's philosophy. They are the most general forms under which the phenomena given in experience become objects of scientific thought for us. As in each class of phenomena we determine laws, principles of order and of harmony, so the encyclopedic laws make the order and the harmony of the different classes among themselves. They are, so to speak, the laws of laws. Through them, the human mind, which has already reached unity of method, may someday reach a certain unity of knowledge. But this unity will always differ by two essential characteristics from that which metaphysicians have pursued up to the present time. It will respect the irreducibleness of the various fundamental sciences, and it will remain relative, both by the conditions of the object and by those of the subject, upon which it equally depends. Our conception of universal order results from a necessary concurrence between that which is without us and that which is within. The laws, that is to say the general facts, are never anything but hypotheses confirmed by observation. If harmony in no way existed outside us, our mind would be entirely incapable of conceiving it, but in no case is it verified so much as we suppose it to be. We neither make order nor perceive it entirely. By long and arduous labor, the human intellect gradually disengages the concept of order out of the facts that come crowding within its reach. It is an imperfect, contingent, perishable order, in a word, an order relative like the mind itself. It is order nevertheless, and a necessary condition for ethics as well as for science. Footnotes. Curs I4. Discours sur l'esprit positif, p. 23. Curs Roman 2, 505. Curs Roman 6, 648. Curs Roman 6, 659. Curs Roman 6, 655. Discours sur l'esprit positif, p. 17. Lettre inédite à M. Papot, 8 Mai 1851, Archives de la Société Positiviste. Curs Roman 6, 662. Curs Roman 2, 36. Curs Roman 3, 362. Curs Roman 6, 833. Curs Roman 3, 339, 365. Curs Roman 4, 452. Curs Roman 4, 470. Paul Pose, I 641. Curs Roman 3, 235. Paul Pose Roman 4 Appendix P17. Curs Roman 2, 2627. Curs Roman 3, 366. Dialogues on Natural Religion, Roman 8. System de la Nature, Roman 2, 187. Curs Roman 3, 363 4. Paul Pose Roman 2, 42. Curs Roman 4, 274. Paul Pose, Appendix P25. Curs Roman 3, 325. Curs I 128 9. Curs Roman 3, 642. Paul Pose Roman 2, 427. Paul Pose 431. Curs Roman 6, 690. Paul Pose I 588. Paul Pose Roman 2, 30. Curs Xi 740-46. Paul Pose I 494 5. Paul Pose Roman 4, 173-80. Paul Pose Roman 2, 33. Chapter 6. Science Continued, Positive Logic. Logic, says Kant, almost in the terms of Descartes, is the sole portion of ancient philosophy which is capable of still presenting some appearance of utility. And does even this appearance correspond to a very solid reality? If we distinguish, according to custom, formal logic from applied logic, Kant in his system will find no place for the former, which establishes a priori the principles and the mechanism of reasoning. As to the principles, which are the laws of the understanding, positive philosophy has shown that the only way to discover them is to study the products of the human intellect, that is to say, the development of the sciences. And it is again from these sciences that, through observation, the theory of reasoning must be drawn. Formal logic, as metaphysicians have constructed it, especially develops the dialectical faculty, that is to say, an aptitude more harmful than useful, for proving without finding. Descartes said the same in speaking of the syllogism, that it serves more for explaining to others the things which we know than to discover those which we ignore. All the utility which we can attribute to the study of logic properly so called is found again more extended, more varied, more complete, more luminous in mathematical studies. The mechanism of reasoning is everywhere the same. Whatever may be the phenomena which are the objects of a science, the nature of deduction and induction never changes in them. Thus, in practicing these forms of reasoning in the most simple and the most general phenomena, those whose science is most advanced, we learn to know them with the most entire evidence, and in all the generality of which they are capable. Nowhere is reasoning so exact, so rigorous as in mathematics. They accustom the mind not to feed upon false reasons, and it is in that school that men ought to learn the theory and the practice of reasoning. But if the old pure logic is thus replaced by mathematics, must we not at least preserve the general study of the processes used in the various sciences, which is called methodology? Has not Kant himself insisted upon the irreducibleness of the several orders of laws to one another, and in particular to the mathematical laws? Is not the legitimate object of logic to define the processes of investigation and of proof particular to each of the fundamental sciences? Kant does not think so. This applied logic does not appear to him to be more indispensable than formal logic. In the first place, the former, in fact, supposes the latter. It proceeds from the same philosophical conception. In order to determine a priori, in a general way, the rules of the application of the mind to its various scientific objects, we should first have to possess a knowledge of the laws of the mind. But according to Kant, This knowledge can only be obtained by the observation of the methods which the mind has indeed followed. Moreover, no art is taught abstractedly, not even the art of reasoning well, nor that of experimenting, of finding hypotheses, etc. It has never been sufficient to know the rules of versification in order to write true poetry. A deep knowledge of the rules of method will not lead to scientific discoveries. Whatever we learn of an art, it is practice that has taught us. Nothing here can replace time, natural disposition, and experience. Methods then cannot be studied apart from the positive researches in which men of learning make use of them. Even supposing that in the far future, when the sciences are advanced, the methods and their applications could be taught by themselves, the study would run a great risk of yielding poor results. Up to the present time, all that has been said of the method, considered in the abstract, reduces itself to vague generalities. When, in logic, we have thoroughly established that all our science of nature must be founded upon observation, that we must proceed sometimes from facts to principles, sometimes from principles to facts, and a few other similar aphorisms, we know far less of the method than the man who has studied a single one of the positive sciences somewhat deeply, even without any philosophical purpose. It is thus that eclectic philosophers have imagined to make their psychology into a science, thinking they could understand and practice the positive method because they had read the Novum Organum and the Discours de la Méthode. But did not Bacon, Pascal, Descartes, and the other great scientific leaders insist on the uselessness of abstract considerations about method? They never separated the rules they formulated from their application to positive research. Kant himself, their successor and their heir, uses no other language. In his long study of the fundamental sciences, he never fails to distinguish the contents of the science from its method, what he calls the scientific point of view and the logical point of view. But, while distinguishing them, he considers that they are correlated and closely allied among themselves. He no more conceives method as separated from the science which he studies than science as separated from its method. Both constitute one intellectual reality seen under two aspects closely allied to one another. To conclude, traditional logic is fast disappearing. In its theoretical parts, it is superannuated like the metaphysical philosophy whence it proceeds. In its applied parts, it is barren if separated from the practice of the sciences. 2. There is, however, a positive logic, and in it we can also distinguish a theoretical and a practical part. The theoretical part deals with logical laws. These laws, which finally govern the intellectual world, are invariable and common not only to all time and places, but also to all subjects, whatever, without any distinction even between those which Kant calls real and chimerical. They are observed, fundamentally, even in dreams. But this universality of logical laws is not understood by him in the sense in which the rationalist philosophers understand it. Kant is only concerned with a permanence and continuity purely historical in character. The mind of man, like the rest of his nature, remains identical with itself through the diversity of epochs and situations. It evolves without changing fundamentally, without other differences than those of gradually developed maturity and experience. Ancient philosophy claimed to discover the intellectual laws by reflection, as if the mind could think and at the same time see itself thinking, reason and observe its reasoning. Kant rejects this introspective method, which yields no scientific results. If we apply the method of positive investigation to the intellectual phenomena as to all the others, two ways only are open. We can look at it from the static point of view, that is to say, study the conditions upon which these phenomena depend, and refer the phenomena to them as we refer generally the function to its organ. In this sense, the study of the intellectual phenomena belongs to biology. Or else, from the dynamic point of view, we can consider these phenomena in their evolution, by observing the successive phases through which they pass. And since the life of the individual is too short for this progress to be appreciable, it must be studied in the life of the species. So understood, the science of the intellectual laws comes within the sphere of sociology. Now, higher biology, which deals with moral and intellectual phenomena, has only just been founded by Cabanis and Gall. Kant discovered that it could not be constituted as a science without the help of sociology. It is then to this newly born study that the search after intellectual laws in every way belongs. Positive logic abstains, as we see, from speculating upon the leading principles of knowledge, principles of identity, of contradiction of causality, etc. These kinds of principles are not objects of examination or of discussion. Kant, upon this point, is in full accord with the Scottish school. No positive science questions its own principles, for how can we submit the very principles of all reasoning to criticism? Nothing is less in accordance with the positive spirit than an attempt of this kind. It is simply metaphysical and has no chance of success. The intellectual laws of which the research is positive are such as the law of the three states, which is the most general of all, or such, for instance, as these. The human mind always makes an effort to place its conceptions in accordance with its observations. In every case, the human mind forms the simplest hypothesis, etc. These laws, which are derived from the nature of the human mind, and whose action has always been felt, could only be discovered and formulated quite recently. For biology and sociology, to which they are related, could not be constituted before the more simple fundamental sciences were sufficiently advanced. To reach a scientific knowledge of the intellectual laws, to found a positive logic, nothing less was needed than the long evolution whose term is marked by Kant's philosophy. Applied logic, or theory of method, also finds a new meaning in the positive doctrine. Kant does not fall into the mistake which he has criticized. He does not propose to teach an art ex professo, and he will not formulate the rules which positive research must follow in order to be productive. Here again, Kant will found his doctrine upon the intellectual evolution of humanity. In the first place, like the sciences, the positive methods are collective works, the work of the species gradually developed in the long sequence of centuries. Kant considers as impertinent the pretensions of some modern scientists who pride themselves upon having invented the comparative method in biology, as if Aristotle had not already practiced it, and Aristotle had not been the first to do so. The processes of the positive methods do not reveal themselves all at once, under a perfect and final form. They gradually come to light during a long period of groping. The human mind notices the processes which have succeeded in simple cases. It endeavors to generalize them and tests them in new and slightly more complex cases. It seeks for the reason why in certain cases the end is reached, in others it is missed. Method is thus insensibly formed by a kind of practical induction. Its essential processes are, like the leading ideas in the sciences, inspirations from universal wisdom. The office of great men, and this is sufficient for them to earn our gratitude, is to recognize the value and the fecundity of these inspirations, to set them at work, and especially to endow them with an often indefinite extension by separating them from the concrete conditions in which they were at first manifested. Thus, positive philosophy, less ambitious than its predecessors, does not take upon itself to legislate upon method. But neither does it confine itself to the mere duty of making statements, that is to say, to simply register the processes made use of in the sciences. Is not its proper function to represent in human knowledge the universe, lising mind, which in Kant's language is synonymous with government? He himself calls the 58th lesson of the Cours de Philosophie positive his discours de la méthode. He rises above the necessarily peculiar position which belongs to specialists, and places himself at the central and universal point of view which is proper to the philosopher. Thence he embraces under one point of view the entire hierarchy of the fundamental sciences. Out of this well-ordered whole, he watches as they arise, first the essence of the positive method, and then the relations of the various elements in this method to one another. In its essence, the positive method is one, as science is one, for it ever tends towards the same end, the establishment of the invariable relations which constitute the effective laws of all observable events, thus capable of being rationally foreseen from one another. The positive method proceeds to this by means of a threefold abstraction. It first separates the practical requirements from theoretical knowledge, to be only concerned with the latter. It seeks for the laws of phenomena without troubling itself, at least provisionally, with any possible applications. It also puts aside aesthetic considerations, which ought not to intervene in scientific investigation. Finally, and here, is the condition for the very existence of science. The positive method always carefully distinguishes between the abstract and the concrete point of view. It studies not beings, but but phenomena. Even in the simplest cases, in astronomy for instance, no general law can be established so long as bodies are considered in their concrete existence. The principal phenomenon has had to be detached, so to speak, so as to submit it alone to an abstract study, afterwards allowing us to return successfully to the consideration of more complex realities. This is what the ancients had known how to do in geometry, and this is what Kant himself has done in the most complex of all sciences, in sociology. Instead of stopping at the concrete reality of history, he determined, by a bold abstraction, the law of the essential movement in human society, leaving to subsequent labors the care of bringing apparent anomalies into line with it. In the main, these general characteristics of the positive method bring it singularly near to the Cartesian method. Kant's threefold gradual abstraction seems indeed to have for its end, like Descartes' analysis, to go back to what is simplest and easiest to know, and then to come down, by a synthetic and progressive advance, towards the reality which is given to us in experience. The one and the other of these methods witness, here, to an effort towards generalizing the spirit of the mathematical method. Let us never forget, writes Kant, that the general spirit of positive philosophy was first formed by the culture of mathematics, and that we must necessarily go back so far in order to know this spirit in its elementary purity. The mathematical processes and formulae are rarely capable of being applied to the effective study of natural phenomena, when we wish to go beyond the most extreme simplicity in the real conditions of the problems. But the true mathematical spirit, so distinct from the algebraical spirit with which it is too often confounded, is on the contrary, constantly of value. We must therefore not take too much notice of Kant's urging and bitterness, when he criticizes the narrowness of mind and the imphilosophysmy of geometers. Undoubtedly, he never tires of safeguarding the higher sciences against the encroachments of mathematics, and of showing the impossibility of a philosophy founded exclusively upon their principles. But he none the less recognizes that this science possesses the double privilege of having furnished historically the first model of the positive method, and of presenting still today its finest and purest examples. However, Kant, even more than Descartes, takes care not to transform the mathematical method into a universal method by a simple generalization. Nothing would be more contrary to the positive spirit. For the development of this spirit, the study of mathematics is a necessary introduction. It is, however, but an introduction. The use which mathematics can make of deduction, on account of the extreme simplicity of their subject, produces a very false idea of the power of our understanding, and disposes us to reason more than to observe. Far from preparing us for the method which must be followed for the study of the other orders of natural phenomena, the exclusive habit of mathematics tends rather to draw us from it. In a word, it is a dangerous error to take this initial degree of sound, logical education for the final degree. In order to grasp the positive method in its entirety, we must not consider only mathematics, but the whole series of the fundamental sciences. This method, always fundamentally identical, takes particular determinations in adapting itself to each new order of phenomena. Each of these orders introduces, so to speak, the use of some of the principal processes of which the method is composed, and it is always at their source that these notions of universal logic must be examined. Thus, the mathematical science is the one which gives the best knowledge of the elementary conditions of positive science. In it, all the artifices of the art of reasoning, from the most spontaneous to the most sublime, are continually practiced with far more variety and fecundity than anywhere else. Astronomy then teaches us, in its initial purity, the art of observation accompanied by that of forming hypotheses. It shows in what the rational provision of phenomena consists, and that science always ends in assimilation or in combination. Physics initiate us to the theory of experimenting, chemistry to the general art of nomenclatures, the science of organic bodies to the theory of classifications. Biology specially makes use of the comparative method, and finally with sociology appears the transcendent process which Kant calls the historical method. Positive logic extends to all the fundamental sciences the use of the processes at first peculiar to each one of them. Each great logical artifice, once studied in the portion of natural philosophy which shows its most spontaneous and most complete development, can afterwards be applied, with the necessary modifications, to the perfecting of the other sciences. For instance, the comparative method belongs in the first place to biology. But when brought back to its principle and generalized, it becomes a precious instrument for sociology, for physics, and even for mathematics. In every science, the method is completed by the auxiliary use of the processes whose power and whose sphere of action have been made known by the other sciences. By these mutual loans, in each one of them, the positive method reaches its maximum of production. To be cultivated in the most rational manner possible, the sciences must then be subject to the direction of a general system of positive philosophy, the common basis and the uniform combining element of all truly scientific labors. The scientific man must at the same time be a philosopher, since philosophy alone puts him in possession of all the resources of positive method. For instance, this philosophy will show the geometer that he must at least have a general knowledge of biology and of sociology. Biology will teach him the comparative method, of which he can make use when occasion offers, and sociology, by showing him the history of his science in the general development of the human mind, will help him better to understand it. If the geometers had a more philosophical mind, their science would be better taught. The great conceptions of Descartes, of Leibniz, of Lagrange, would be more intelligently explained and brought to light. If it is useful for the geometer to have studied the other fundamental sciences, it is not less indispensable for other learned men to have gone through the study of mathematics. As an initial discipline, this science can be neglected by no one. It is the common school of positivity for all minds. It is therefore to be regretted that the scientific education of future physiologists should be mainly made up of literary studies and of a few notions of physics and chemistry. The more complex the phenomena whose laws they will have to seek, the more necessary will it be for them to have become familiarized in mathematics and in astronomy with the precise idea of scientific truth. And, as a matter of fact, until this century, the study of the exact sciences had always been regarded as a preliminary condition for that of the natural sciences. Buffon and Lamarck in their day had still received this discipline. If it has been so difficult to constitute social science, it comes, among other reasons, from the lack of scientific education among those who, up to the present time, have wished to study social phenomena. Where, for instance, could economists have found the scientific idea of what constitutes natural laws, ignoring, as most of them did, not only biology, which was being formed beside them, but even the sciences which had already reached a positive state? The exclusive cultivation of a single science is always a danger for the intellect. Nevertheless, so long as the chief task of the positive spirit was to disorganize the system of beliefs which constituted theological and metaphysical philosophy, the speciality of the works and of the methods was an inconvenience of secondary importance. It mattered little that the discoveries of the astronomers, the physicians, the biologists should be more or less coordinated and directed by a universal positive method, so long as they did their work and prepared the future. But when the positive spirit had to become organic instead of critical, when it had to substitute a new philosophy to the one which it had overthrown, then it was obliged to subordinate the special processes which it had made use of, until then to a single universal method. Should the scientific anarchy have lasted, the progress of the positive spirit would undoubtedly have led to the discrediting of the metaphysical regime, but without replacing it, and consequently without having done with it. By rejecting any new general discipline, modern scientific men would unknowingly tend to re-establish the system which they seem to have shattered forever. In a word, the triumph of the positive method, to be final, presupposes the acceptance of the positive philosophy by all men of learning. The old logic was bound by the narrowest ties to the metaphysical doctrines which were then dominant. In the same way, positive logic is bound up with positive philosophy. Speaking more precisely, it is an expression of this very philosophy. 3. Is the general method of positive philosophy objective, or subjective, or both at once? As we know, this question has raised passionate discussion among positivists. Outside the school, it has been solved by some historians as if Auguste Comte, at the end of his life, had gone back to a doctrine very different from the one set forth by him in the Cours de Philosophie Positive. It suffices, however, to distinguish, with him, two successive points of view to see how the two methods, antagonistic in a certain sense, can, in another one, be very well reconciled. If we only consider the process followed by our mind in the explanation of natural phenomena, that is to say the object of positive philosophy taken in the strict sense of the word, it is true that two opposite methods are found face to face. The subjective method goes from the consideration of man to that of the world. The objective method goes from the knowledge of the world to that of man. The first gives rise to theological and metaphysical philosophy, the latter to positive philosophy. The incompatibility of the two philosophies proceeds from that of the methods, which is irreducible. It allows us to say, this will kill that. In this sense, the final establishment of the objective method, which is completed by the foundation of sociology, implies the exclusion, also final, of the subjective method. But having reached its full maturity, true philosophy should inevitably tend to reconcile these two antagonistic methods, wrote Kant in 1838, in the third volume of the Cours de Philosophie Positive, that is to say, long before the time of what has been wrongly called his second philosophy. This reconciliation will be accomplished by means of the distinction between the special point of view of the sciences and the universal point of view of philosophy. The scientific investigation of the laws of natural phenomena can only be made by means of the objective method. Kant never varies in his thought on this point. But these sciences are but the parts in a greater whole, for which the subjective method alone is suitable. Two arguments especially prove this, one belonging to the logical, the other to the moral and the religious order. The supreme requirement of our intellect is unity. Shall we ever reach this unity by using the objective method in the sciences? Evidently not. Even in each order of phenomena separately considered, we do not see how to reduce the laws which we know to a single law of a more general character. And what are the laws known to us compared with those which elude our search, and which perhaps may do so forever? Considered in its object, each one of our sciences reaches, so to speak, to infinity, far beyond our limited horizon. If then, in order to satisfy us, a single conception of the world is necessary, we shall never obtain such a conception from the objective point of view. But if we change our point of view, if we refer the whole of the sciences to man, or better, to humanity, as a center, we shall then be able to realize the unity which we seek. This is precisely what is made possible by sociology, by subordinating the hierarchy of the positive sciences to the final science of humanity. To consider the other fundamental sciences as indispensable preliminaries, to represent the evolution which has brought them forth in turn as the very history of human progress, to verify the law of the three states in all our beliefs and in all our knowledge, finally, to control all scientific research from the sociological point of view. This is what Kant understands by the conciliation of the two methods. The whole development of positive science from mathematics to sociology lies between the new use which is made of subjective method and that which was spontaneously made of it by theological philosophy. When theological philosophy considered the knowledge of man and that of the world as interdependent, the instinct which animated it was a just one. But it was imagining instead of observing. It represented the world as filled with causes analogous to the will of man and equally capricious. The new subjective method rests, on the contrary, upon the very results of the positive sciences brought to a synthesis in sociology. It takes as established that the intellectual and moral phenomena depend upon the biological laws, and that the biological laws themselves are subordinate to the laws of the inorganic milieu. But since the final systematization of all these laws must always remain impossible from the objective point of view, the new subjective method undertakes it from the point of view of humanity as a center. We can thus distinguish two great periods in the intellectual advance of humanity. During the first, the positive spirit successively applies the scientific, that is to say objective, method to higher and higher orders of phenomena. The foundation of sociology marks the term of this progress. Then the second period begins. The positive spirit from special has become universal, from analytical synthetical. It reacts upon the particular sciences, and henceforth makes use of the regenerated subjective method to govern the whole of them. From the moral and religious point of view, once sociology has been constituted and positive philosophy has been established, the functions proper to religion appear. The intellect recognizes that its end does not lie within itself, and that it is incapable of determining its own rule and aim. It submits to a directing authority, which will guide its efforts and fix their object. To act from affection, and to think in order to act. But if the mind understands that it is destined to be used in the service of humanity, it sees at the same time that in the complete positive doctrine, which contains religion, the objective method gives precedence to the subjective, or rather that they mutually support each other. If we were pure intellects, we should probably always go from the world to man. But in us, the intellect is only a means. Love is the principle, action is the end, and it is to man, finally, that our study of the world must be referred. Towards the end of his life, Kant replaced the logic of the mind, especially guided by artificial signs, by the logic of the heart, founded upon the direct connection of the feelings. We shall not here insist upon a conception which is closely allied to his religious system. We will only conclude that, from the philosophical point of view, the two methods objective and subjective, in Kant's thought, are easily reconciled, provided that both have been systematically regenerated. Now, the regeneration is obtained as soon as sociology is founded. On the one hand, as a matter of fact, it furnishes the sciences formed by the objective method with a principle of unity, since henceforth they are all subordinated to the single science of humanity. And on the other hand, the subjective method acquires the positivity which it lacked, for sociology has substituted to the arbitrary, individual subject, the universal subject, that is to say again, humanity. Footnotes. Kurz Roman 3, 336-7. Synthes Subjective, p. 85. Kurz Roman 6, 708. Kurz I 32. Kurz Roman 6, 709. Kurz v. 79. Kurz Roman 6, 731. Kurz Roman 6, 704. Kurz Roman 2, 324-5. Letters of Valet, p. 93, 24 September, 1828. Kurz Roman 6, 712-15. Kurz Roman 6, 720 SQ. Kurz Roman 6, 74. See above introduction pp. An allusion to a famous passage in Victor Hugo's Notre Dame de Paris. Kurz Roman 3, 210. Kurz Roman 6, 610. Paul, Pose, I 447. Paul, Pose Roman 2, 112. Book 2. The Philosophy of the Sciences. Introduction. The Philosophy of the Sciences is one of the leading parts of Kant's work. No other brings out more clearly the essential differences which distinguish his doctrine from previous systems. In Kant's eyes, the philosophy of the sciences is inseparable from the philosophy of history and from the theory of progress. For the sciences are great sociological facts and, as such, are subject, in their evolution, to invariable laws. The method of the philosophy of the sciences could therefore only be the positive method, ever like to itself. Moreover, and this is an immediate consequence of this first consideration, the object of the positive philosophy of the sciences is in no way to explain what the sciences themselves do not explain. The sciences, as is well known, do not inquire into their data and their principles. They consider them as sufficiently established by the implicit consent of all men, or at least by the universal usage of learned men. The geometer leaves to others the care of speculating upon the essence of space, or upon the a priori character of his definitions. The physicist, if he form an idea of matter for himself, unhesitatingly adopts the one which appears to be the most immediately advantageous, that is to say, the one which is best in accordance with what he knows of its properties and of its laws. He attributes no more value than that of a simple hypothesis to this idea. Up to the present, the business of solving the questions which the scientific man does not examine has belonged to the philosopher understood by this term the metaphysician. It is for him to seek what matter, time, movement, space, etc., may be in themselves. Whether he descends from metaphysics to the positive sciences, or ascends from the latter to metaphysics, he always endeavors to show that such and such a transcendental hypothesis is more in accordance than any other with what we know today of the laws of nature. In a word, the philosophy of the sciences has been, in general, an effort to interpret scientific knowledge metaphysically. This explanation remains in respect to such a knowledge an extrinsic denomination. It explains, but does not touch it. Now, according to Kant, there are not two forms of knowledge, the one positive and properly speaking scientific, the other metaphysical and properly called philosophical. The whole of our real knowledge, in the end, bears upon special or general facts. There can therefore be no question of a philosophy which should be essentially distinct from positive knowledge. Any attempt to explain by essences, causes, principles, or ends is excluded by the positive method. Metaphysical problems can no longer be set, and in this sense, when they disappear, the philosophy of the sciences disappears with them. But on the other hand, as we have already seen, the positive sciences are not self-sufficient. They need to be crowned and ordered by a philosophy. If then a philosophy is indispensable, and if, at the same time, this philosophy must be positive, relative like the sciences themselves, and homogeneous with them, only one solution remains possible. The philosophy of the sciences will consist in substituting the point of view of the whole to that of the parts. It will still be a product of the positive spirit, but in it, this spirit from special will have become general. From particular, it will have become universal. This universal character remains common to Kant's philosophy and to that of his predecessors. But Kant did not understand it as they did. For metaphysicians in general, and still for Kant, universality is the distinctive sign of knowledge which does not come from experience, which is therefore necessary and a priori. Kant, who does not know of any a priori in the Kantian sense, calls that knowledge universal which remains relative, and which is founded upon induction, but which regulates the other forms of knowledge in the order of generality. Thus the principle of laws is universal. The encyclopedic laws of phenomena are universal. The point of view of humanity is universal, because from this point of view, a synthesis of the whole of our knowledge is possible. And as universality is a relative thing, we conceive universalities of different orders. Henceforth, the philosophy of the sciences is easily defined. Are we concerned with a certain science considered by itself? The philosophy of this science consists in embracing at a glance the whole, the object and the method, as opposed to the special point of view of the scientific man who follows the discovery of more or less special laws in a branch of this science. But such a philosophy necessarily remains imperfect and fragmentary. The philosophy of a science is only really established in the general philosophy of the sciences, that is to say, by a view at once synthetic and single of all the sciences, in which are coordinated the objects which they study, the laws which they discover, the methods which they make use of, and the ends which they should pursue. It has been said that this is not a philosophy of the sciences, but simply a synthesis of the most general results of the positive sciences. Kant partly accepts and partly rejects the objection. If he is reproached with not having constructed a philosophy of the sciences according to the old spirit, that is to say, an effort at explanation, which goes beyond the point of view of positive science, he grants the objection. He considers all philosophy of this kind as out of the question. Is it said that there is no difference between his point of view and that of the scientific man properly so called, unless it be that he successively goes through all the fundamental sciences? Kant calls our attention to the fact that it is not enough to place these sciences side by side to obtain their philosophy. A new point of view truly universal, although always relative, is needed. How could Kant have distinguished otherwise, in each science, what is lasting and in conformity with the positive spirit from what is decaying and still bears the mark of the theological and metaphysical spirit? Could he especially have fixed the relations which the sciences should maintain among themselves? And could he have imposed upon them a discipline whose principle was not to be found in any one of them? Thus, until Auguste Comte's time, the philosophy of the sciences had been a metaphysical conception, joined more or less closely to the whole of positive knowledge. Kant endeavored to form a conception of this whole, which should be philosophical while remaining positive. It is this conception which is especially set forth in the 3 first volumes of the Cours de Philosophie Positive. From the static point of view, it is founded upon the hierarchy of the sciences, the unity of the method, and the homogeneity of knowledge. From the dynamic point of view, it endeavors to show the progressive convergence of all the sciences towards sociology, the final and universal science. With this guiding thread, Kant will be able to establish in turn the philosophy of each fundamental science, without ever losing sight of the relation which it bears to the whole of the others. Chapter 1. Mathematics. In the eyes of philosophers, mathematics has always occupied a privileged place among the sciences. Plato located their object in an intermediate region between the world of sensible phenomena and that of intelligible realities. On the one hand, mathematical objects, and in particular the geometrical figures, appeal to the imagination as sensible things. On the other hand, mathematical truths like ideas and the relations between ideas are characterized by immutable and eternal fixity. This is why the study of mathematics is an excellent preparation for philosophy, which is the science of ideas. While still leaving to the mind the help of direct sensible perception, it accustoms it to permanent truth. During the whole of antiquity, the science of mathematics, as the name indicates, was preeminently the science. The science of physics, less sure of its object and of its method, was hardly distinguished from philosophical speculation, and lent itself with difficulty to the purely scientific form. For Plato, then, and for those who followed him, mathematics has characteristics which distinguish it from the study of phenomena. In a certain measure, it partakes of the nature of science, conceived as bearing upon what is, upon the absolute reality which is neither subject to change nor to motion. It is true that they start from definitions and hypotheses, but once the principles are established, they are developed a priori by a succession of necessary demonstrations like the dialectics of ideas. This conception offers a mixture of metaphysical and positive elements. It implies that the object of science is reality such as it is in itself, but at the same time, it sees in the demonstration the essential character of science. A long evolution, which culminates in Kant's doctrine, has driven the metaphysical elements out of science while the other elements subsist in it still. Far from saying with Plato or with his successors that there is no science of the phenomenon or of that which passes away, Kant thinks on the contrary, that the only object of science is phenomenal reality so far as it is subject to laws. Science has not to search for causes or substances. It suffices for it to determine invariable relations. If the mathematical sciences have long been the only sciences properly so called, and if today they are still more advanced than any others, it is because the geometrical and mechanical phenomena are indeed the simplest of all, and those which are most naturally connected among themselves. The period during which they could be studied by observation could therefore be very short, so short that it is even not absurd to maintain that it never existed, and that, in this case, rational knowledge was not preceded by the empirical establishment of facts. But the difference between mathematics and the other sciences none the less remains one of degree and not of kind. The science of mathematics is in advance of the other sciences, but all work on common ground. In a word, like all other sciences, it is a natural science. This endeavor to present the whole of the sciences as homogeneous, that is to say, to avoid two distinct classes being formed of mathematics on the one hand, and of the sciences of nature on the other, had already been attempted before Kant. This endeavor imposed itself, so to speak, upon modern philosophers from the time when Descartes sought for a universal method for science conceived as a whole. Kant, who saw very well the defect in the Cartesian conception, in which the ascendancy of mathematics was still too much felt, did not, however, deny that his own conception proceeded from that of Descartes. In another form, the idea of the homogeneity of the sciences is also found in Leibniz and even in Kant. Does not the Critique de la Raison pure show that mathematics on the one hand and physics on the other equally rest upon principles which are synthetic a priori? In the Prolegomens à tout métaphysique future, just as the chapter corresponding to l'esthétique transcendentale is entitled, How are pure mathematics possible a priori? So the chapter corresponding to the logic transcendental bears as its title, How are pure physics possible a priori? On another plan, Kant's theory is parallel to Kant's. Here is their mathematics as well as physics rests upon synthetic principles, superior to experience, says Kant, proceeding from experience, says Kant. The latter, it is true, did not know Kant's theory, and, had he known it, he would not have accepted it. But the analogy of tendency subsists none the less beneath the diversity of doctrines. The immediate antecedent of Kant's theory is found in D'Alembert. The author of the Discours Préliminaire had said, "We will divide the science of nature into physics and mathematics." 2. Every science has its origin in the art corresponding to it. Mathematics arose out of the art of measuring magnitudes. Indeed, this art would be very rudimentary if we only practiced direct measurement. Among the magnitudes which interest us there are very few which we can measure thus. Consequently, the human mind had to seek some indirect way of determining magnitudes. In order to know the magnitudes which do not allow of direct measurement, we must evidently connect them with others which are capable of being immediately determined, and according to which we succeed in discovering the former by means of the relations which exist between them and the latter. Such is the precise object of mathematical science in its entirety. We see immediately how extremely vast it is. If we must insert a large number of intermediaries between the quantities which we desire to know and those which we can measure immediately, the operations may become very complicated. Fundamentally, according to Kant, there is no question, whatever it may be, which cannot be finally conceived as consisting in determining one quantity by another, and consequently which does not depend ultimately upon mathematics. It will be said that we must take into account not only the quantity, but also the quality of the phenomena. This objection, decisive in the eyes of Aristotle, who could not conceive that we could legitimately Greek, eis allogenos, no longer holds good for modern thinkers. Since Descartes' time, they have seen analysis applied to geometrical, mechanical, and physical phenomena. There is no absurdity in conceiving that what has been done for these phenomena is possible for the others. We must be able to represent every relation between any phenomena whatever by an equation, allowing for the difficulty of finding this equation and of solving it. As a matter of fact, we are quickly stopped by the complexity of the data. In the present state of the human mind, there are only two great categories of phenomena of which we regularly know the equations. These are geometry and mechanics. This being established, the whole of mathematical science is divided into two parts: abstract and concrete mathematics. The one studies the laws of geometrical and mechanical phenomena. The other is constituted by the calculus, which, if we take this word in its largest sense, applies to the most sublime combinations of transcendent analysis, as well as to the simplest numerical operations. It is purely instrumental. Fundamentally, it is nothing else than an immense admirable extension of natural logic to a certain order of deductions. This part of mathematical science is independent of the nature of the objects which it examines, and only bears upon the numerical relations which they present. Consequently, it may happen that the same relations may exist among a great number of different phenomena. Notwithstanding their extreme diversity, these phenomena will be considered by the mathematician as presenting a single analytical question, which can be solved once for all. Thus, for instance, the same law which reigns between space and time when we examine the vertical fall of a body in vacuo is found again for other phenomena which present no analogy with the former nor among themselves. For it also expresses the relation between the area of a sphere and the length of its diameters. It equally determines the decrease in intensity of light or of heat by reason of the distance of the objects lighted and heated, etc. We have no general method which serves indifferently for establishing the equations of any natural phenomena whatever. We need special methods for the several classes of geometrical, optical, mechanical phenomena, etc. But whatever may be these phenomena, once the equation is established, the method for solving it is uniform. In this sense, abstract mathematics is really an organon. Geometry and mechanics, on the contrary, should be regarded as real natural sciences, resting as the others do upon observation. But adds Kant, these two sciences present this peculiarity, that in the present state of the human mind they are already used, and will continue to be used as methods far more than as direct doctrine. In this way, mathematics is in fact instrumental, not only in abstract parts, but also in its relatively concrete parts. It is entirely used as a tool by the more complicated sciences, such as astronomy and physics. It is truly the real logic of our age. In the philosophical study of abstract mathematics, Kant proceeds successively from arithmetical to algebraical calculation, and from the latter to the transcendent analysis or differential and integral calculus. After having stated the manner in which this calculus is presented according to Leibniz and to Newton, he adopts that of Lagrange, which appears to him the most satisfactory. It is true that at the end of his life, his admiration for the author of the Mécanique analytique had greatly diminished. Without here entering into the detail of questions, we will limit ourselves to the indication of a consideration upon the bearings of abstract mathematics, which appears to be of capital importance to Kant. Whether it be a question of ordinary analysis, or especially of transcendental analysis, Kant brings out at once the extreme imperfection of our knowledge and the extraordinary fecundity of their applications. He can only solve a very small part of the questions which come before us in these sciences. However, in the same way as in ordinary analysis, we have succeeded in utilizing to an immense degree a very small amount of fundamental knowledge upon the solution of equations. So, however little advanced geometers may be up to the present time in the science of integrations, they have none the less drawn, from these very few abstract notions, the solution of a multitude of questions of the first importance, in geometry, in mechanics, in thermology, etc. Etc. The reason of this is that the least abstract knowledge naturally corresponds to a quantity of concrete researches. The most powerful extension of intellectual means which man has at his disposal for the knowledge of nature consists in his rising to the conception of more and more abstract ideas, which are nevertheless positive. When our knowledge is abstract without being positive, it is fictitious or metaphysical. When it is positive without being abstract, it lacks generality and does not become rational. But when, without ceasing to be positive, it can reach to a high degree of abstraction, at the same time it attains the generality, and, along the lines of its furthest extension, the unity which are the end of science. Hence the importance of Descartes' fine mathematical discovery, and also of the invention of differential and integral calculus, which may be considered as the complement to Descartes' fundamental idea concerning the general analytical representation of natural phenomena. It is only, says Kant, since the invention of the calculus, that Descartes' discovery has been understood and applied to the whole of its extent. Not only does this calculus procure an admirable facility for the search after the natural laws of all the phenomena, but, thanks to their extreme generality, the differential formulae can express each determined phenomenon in a single equation, however varied the subjects may be in which it is considered. Thus, a single differential equation gives the tangents of all curves, another expresses the mathematical law of every variety in motion, etc. Infinitesimal analysis, especially in the conception of Leibniz, has therefore not only furnished a general process for the indirect formation of equations which it would have been impossible to discover directly, but in the eyes of the philosopher it has another and a no less precious advantage. It has allowed us to consider, in the mathematical study of natural phenomena, a new order of more general laws. These laws are constantly the same for each phenomenon, in whatever objects we study it, and only change when passing from one phenomenon to another, where we have been able, moreover, in comparing these variations, to rise sometimes, by a still more general view, to a positive comparison between several classes of various phenomena, according to the analogies presented by the differential expressions of their mathematical laws. Kant cannot contemplate this immense range of transcendent analysis without enthusiasm. He calls it the highest thought to which the human mind has attained up to the present time. The highest, because being the most profoundly abstract among all the positive notions, this thought reduces the most comprehensive range of concrete phenomena to rational unity. As the consideration of analytical geometry suggested to Descartes the idea of universal mathematics, which lies at the basis of his method, so we can think that philosophical reflection upon transcendental analysis led Kant to the idea of those encyclopedic laws, which hold such an important place in his general theory of nature. For these encyclopedic laws, analogous as they are to the differential formulae spoken of by Kant, are equally verifiable in orders of otherwise irreducible phenomena, and allow us to conceive them as convergent. 3. Geometry is the first portion of concrete mathematics. Undoubtedly, the facts with which it deals are more connected among themselves than the facts studied by the other sciences, and this allows us easily to deduce some of these facts once the others are given. But there is a certain number of primary phenomena which, not being established by any reasoning, can only be founded upon observation, and which stand as the basis of all geometrical deductions. Although very small, this part of observation is indispensable because it is the initial one and never can quite vanish. In this way, metaphysical discussions upon the origin of geometrical definitions and space are set aside. Kant here adopts D'Alembert's opinion. The latter had said, "The true principles of the sciences are simple recognized facts, which do not suppose any others, and which consequently can neither be explained nor questioned. In geometry, they are the properties of extension as apprehended by sense. Upon the nature of extension, there are notions common to all men, a common point at which all sects are united, as it were in spite of themselves, common and simple principles from which unawares they all start. The philosopher will seize upon these common primitive notions to make them the basis of the geometrical truths. Extension is a property of bodies, but instead of considering this extension in the bodies themselves, we consider it in an indefinite milieu which appears to us to contain all the bodies of the universe and which we call space. Let us think, for instance, of the impression left by a body in a fluid in which it might be immersed. From the geometrical point of view, this impression can quite conveniently be substituted to the body itself. Thus, by a very simple abstraction, we divest matter of all its sensible properties, only to contemplate in a certain manner its phantom, according to D'Alembert's expression. From that moment, we can study not only the geometrical forms realized in nature, but also all those which can be imagined. Geometry assumes a rational character. Similarly, it is by a simple abstraction of the mind that geometry regards lines as having no thickness, and surfaces as being without depth. It suffices to conceive the dimension to be diminished as becoming gradually smaller and smaller until it reaches such a degree of thinness that it can no longer fix the attention. It is thus that we naturally acquire the real idea of surface, then of the line, and then of the point. There is therefore no necessity to appeal to the a priori. Thus constituted, the object of geometry is the measurement of extension. But since this measurement can hardly ever be directly taken by superposition, the aim of geometry is to reduce the comparison of all kinds of extensions, volumes, surfaces, or lines to simple comparisons of straight lines, the only ones regarded as capable of being immediately established. The object of geometry is of unlimited extent, for the number of different forms subject to exact definitions is unlimited. In regarding curved lines as generated by the movement of a point subject to a certain law, we can conceive as many curves as laws. The human mind, in order to cover this immense field, the extension of which it was very late in apprehending, may pursue two different methods. Perfect geometry would indeed be the one which would demonstrate all the properties of all imaginable forms, and this can be obtained in two ways. Either we can successively conceive each of the forms, the triangles, the circle, the sphere, the ellipse, etc., and seek for the properties of each one of them. Or else we can group together the corresponding properties of various geometrical forms in such a way as to study them together, and, so to speak, to know beforehand their application to such and such a form which we have not yet examined. In a word, says Kant, the whole of geometry can be ordered, either in relation to bodies which are being studied, or in relation to phenomena which are to be considered. The first plan is that of the geometry of the ancients, or special geometry. The second is that of the geometry since Descartes, or general geometry. At its origin, geometry could only be special. The ancients, for instance, studied the circle, the ellipse, the parabola, etc., endeavoring, in the case of each geometrical form, to add to the number of known properties. But if this line of advance had been the only one which could be followed, the progress of geometry would never have been a very rapid one. The method invented by Descartes has transformed this science by enabling it to become general and to abandon the individual study of geometrical forms for the common study of their properties. This revolution has not always been well understood. Often in teaching mathematics, its bearings are not sufficiently shown. From the manner in which it is usually presented, this admirable method would at first seem to have no other end than the simplification of the study of conic sections or of some other curves, always considered one by one according to the spirit of ancient geometry. This would not be of great importance. The distinctive character of our modern geometry consists in studying in a general way the various questions relating to any lines or surfaces, whatever, by transforming geometrical considerations and researches into analytical considerations and researches. All geometrical ideas necessarily relate to the three universal categories: magnitude, form, position. Magnitude already belongs to the domain of quantity. Form can be reduced to position, since every form can be considered as the result of the advance of a point, that is to say, of its successive positions. The problem is therefore to bring all ideas of situation, whatever, back to ideas of magnitude. How did Descartes solve it? By generalizing a process which we may say is natural to the human mind, since it comes spontaneously into being under the stress of necessity. Indeed, if we must indicate the situation of an object without showing it immediately, do we not refer it to others which are known, by stating the magnitude of geometrical elements by which we conceive the object to be connected with them? Geographers act in the same way in their science to determine the longitude and latitude of a place, and astronomers to determine the right ascension and the declination of a star. These geographical and astronomical coordinates fulfill the same office as the Cartesian coordinates. The only difference, but it is a capital one, consists in the fact that Descartes carried this method to the highest degree of abstract generality, thus giving it its maximum of fertility and power. Although general geometry is infinitely superior to special geometry, it cannot, nevertheless, altogether dispense with the latter. As the ancients did, so it will always be necessary to begin with special geometry. For general geometry rests upon the use of calculation. But if, as Kant has said, geometry is truly a science of facts, calculation will evidently never be able to supply us with the first knowledge of these facts. In order to lay the foundations of a natural science, simple mathematical analysis would never suffice, nor could it give a fresh demonstration of it, when these foundations have already been laid. Before all things, a direct study of the subject is necessary, until the precise relations are discovered. The application of mathematical analysis can never begin any science whatever, since it could never take place except when the science has been sufficiently elaborated to establish, in relation to the phenomena under consideration, some equations which might serve as a starting point for analytical work. In a word, the creation of analytical geometry does not prevent geometry from remaining a natural science. Even when it has become as purely rational as possible, it none the less remains rooted in experience. 4. The second part of concrete mathematics, mechanics, is also one of the natural sciences which owes its marvelous progress to analysis. Here again we must distinguish the data which are at the basis of science, and which are facts, from the abstract development undergone by this science because of the simplicity of these facts and the precision of the relations which exist between them. The distinction between what is really physical and what is purely logical is not always an easy one. We must, however, separate facts furnished by experience from artificial conceptions whose object is to facilitate the establishment of general laws of equilibrium and of motion. Only to consider inertia in bodies is a fiction of this kind. Physically, the force of inertia does not exist. Nature nowhere shows us bodies which are devoid of internal activity. We term those which are not alive inorganic, but not inert. Were gravitation alone common to all molecules, it would suffice to prevent the conception of matter as devoid of force. Nevertheless, mechanics only considers the inertia of bodies. Why? Because this abstraction presents many advantages for the study, without, moreover, offering disadvantages in the application. Indeed, if mechanics had to take into account the internal forces of bodies and the variations of these forces, the complications would immediately become such that the facts could never be submitted to calculation. Mechanics would run the risk of losing its character as a mathematical science. And on the other hand, as it only considers the movements in themselves, regardless of their mode of production, it is always lawful for mechanics to replace, if necessary, the internal forces by an equivalent external force applied to the body. The inertia of matter is therefore an abstraction, the end of which is to secure the perfect homogeneity of mechanical science by allowing us to consider all moving bodies as identical in kind and all forces as of the same nature. The physical character of this science is again evident from the consideration of the three fundamental laws upon which it rests. The first, called Kepler's law, is thus defined. All movement is naturally rectilinear and uniform. That is to say, any body subject to the action of a single force which acts upon it instantaneously moves constantly in a straight line with invariable speed. It has been said that this law is derived from the principle of sufficient reason. The body must continue in a straight line because there is no reason why it should deviate from it more on one side than on the other. But answers Kant, how do we know that there is no reason for the body to deviate, except precisely because we see that it does not deviate? The reasoning reduces itself to the repetition in abstract terms of the fact itself, and to saying that bodies have a natural tendency to move in a straight line, which is precisely the proposition which we have to establish. It is by similar arguments that the philosophers of antiquity, and especially Aristotle, had, on the contrary, been led to regard circular motion as natural to the stars, in that it is the most perfect of all a conception, which is only the abstract enunciation of an imperfectly analyzed phenomenon. The tendency of bodies to move in a straight line with constant speed is known to us by experience. The second fundamental law of mechanics, called Newton's law, expresses the constant equality of action and reaction. It is pretty generally agreed today to consider this law as resulting from the observation of facts. Newton himself understood it so. Finally, the third law establishes that every movement exactly possessed in common by all the bodies of any system does not alter the particular movements of those different bodies in respect to each other, but those movements continue to take place as if the whole of the system was motionless. This law of the independence, or of the coexistence of movements, was formulated by Galileo. It is no more a priori than the two preceding ones. How could we be sure, if experience did not show it to us, that a common motion communicated to a system of bodies moving in relation to one another would change nothing in their particular motions? When his law was made known by Galileo, on all hands there arose a cloud of objections, tending to prove a priori that this proposition was false and absurd. It was only admitted later when, in order to examine it, the logical point of view was set aside for the physical point of view. It was then seen that experience always confirmed this law, and that, if it ceased to operate, the whole economy of the universe would be thrown into utter confusion. For instance, the movement of the translation of the Earth in no way affects the mechanical phenomena which take place upon the surface or within the globe. As the law of the independence of motions was unknown when the theory of Copernicus appeared, an objection was put to him which was thought to be drawn from experience. He was told that if the Earth moved round the sun, all the movements which take place upon it or within it would be modified by the action. Later on, when Galileo's law became known, the fact was explained and the objection disappeared. Once these three laws are established, mechanics has sufficient foundation. Henceforth, the scientific edifice can be constructed by simple logical operations and without any further reference to the external world. But this purely rational development no more transforms mechanics into an a priori science than the application of analysis deprives geometry of its character as a natural science. What proves this, in one case as in the other, is the possibility of passing from the abstract to the concrete and of applying the results obtained to real cases, merely restoring the elements which science had been compelled to set aside. If it were possible entirely to constitute the science of mechanics according to simple analytical conceptions, we could not imagine how such a science could ever become applicable to the effective study of nature. What guarantees the reality of rational mechanics is precisely its being founded upon some general facts, in a word, upon the data of experience. Kant could assuredly not foresee the controversies which today bear upon the principles of mechanics, and which have been summed up by Mr. Poincaré in an article upon Hertz's mechanical theories. Mr. Poincaré says that the principles of dynamics have been stated in many ways, but nobody sufficiently distinguished between what is definition, what is experimental truth, and what is mathematical theorem. Mr. Poincaré is satisfied neither with the classical conception of mechanics, whose insufficiency has been shown by Hertz, nor with the conception with which Hertz wishes to replace it. In any case, it is a high philosophical lesson to see the classical system of analytical mechanics a system constructed with such admirable accuracy, and made by Laplace to arise altogether, as Kant says, out of a single fundamental law to see it, after a century laboring under grave difficulties, not unconnected with the progress of physics. Might not this be an argument in support of the theory of D'Alembert and of Kant on the nature of concrete mathematics? Geometry and mechanics would only differ from the other natural sciences by the precision of the relations between the phenomena of which they treat, by the facility which they have for dealing with these relations by means of calculus and analysis, and, consequently, by assuming an entirely rational and deductive form. For the extraordinary power of the instrument should not hide from us the nature of the sciences which make use of it. These, like the others, bear upon natural phenomena, only, as these phenomena are the most simple, the most general, and the most closely allied of all, these sciences are also those which respond in the best way to the positive definition of science. They have very easily and very quickly replaced empirical statement by rational prevision. They are composed of laws and not of facts. But conforming in this again to the positive definition of science, they are empirical in their origin, and they remain relative in the course of their development. Thus positive philosophy, having reached the full consciousness of itself, reacts upon the conception of the sciences which have most contributed to its formation. When the philosophy is universally accepted, the idea that a science can be a priori, that is both absolute and immutable, will have disappeared. Precisely because it is the most perfect type of a positive science, mathematics will no longer claim these characteristics, and its ancient connection with metaphysics will be finally severed. Footnotes: Kurs I 101, Kurs I 121-4, Kurs I 112, Kurs I 256, Kurs I 195-7, Kurs I 286-7. Elements to Philosophy, I p. 132-3. Kurs I 298, SQ. Kurs I 314-16. Kurs I 383-4. Kurs I 322-3. Kurs I 422, SQ. Kurs I 455-463. Revue Générale des Sciences Pures et Appliquées, 30 September 1897. Chapter 2. Astronomy. The object of astronomy is the discovery of the laws of the geometrical and mechanical phenomena presented by the celestial bodies, and, by the knowledge of these laws, to obtain the precise and rational prevision of the state of our system at any given period whatever. It is, in a word, the application of mathematics to celestial phenomena. Mr. H. Spencer has taken occasion of this definition to criticize the place assigned by Kant to astronomy in his classification of the sciences. He makes him contradict himself. He says, "You term fundamental sciences the abstract sciences which do not study beings in nature, but the laws which govern phenomena in those beings. By what right is astronomy placed among these sciences, between mathematics and physics? Is not the object of astronomy the study of certain beings in nature? In what does the application of mathematics to celestial phenomena differ from their application to other cases? It appears evident that here Kant introduces into the series of abstract sciences a science which is really concrete, or at least, according to Mr. Spencer's expression, abstract concrete. Kant had foreseen the objection. The answer which he makes throws a strong light upon the sense in which he understands the words abstract and general as applied to the sciences. He partly accepts the objection. The true astronomical notions, he says, only differ from purely mathematical notions by their special restriction to the celestial case. And this, at first sight, must appear contrary to the essentially abstract nature of the speculations which belong to the first philosophy. But on the other hand, these speculations bear upon the phenomena given in experience, and the order of the abstract sciences should reproduce the real order of dependence of the phenomena. Thus, the first of these sciences, mathematics, determines the essential laws of the most general phenomena, which are common to all material beings: form, position, movement. Now are not the most general phenomena after these, those of which the continuous ascendancy inevitably dominates the course of all the other phenomena. In other words, before passing to the study of physical, chemical, biological phenomena, etc., it is indispensable to know the general laws of the milieu in which these phenomena are manifested. Outside of this milieu, they would be impossible, or at any rate, it so conditions them that, were it otherwise, these phenomena would also be different from what they are. The character of generality, which, with that of abstraction, is made use of to institute the hierarchy of phenomena, is thus reduced to the idea of dependence. It is the consideration of this dependence which assigns to astronomy its place between mathematics and physics in the encyclopedic ladder of the sciences. Considered singly in themselves, the phenomena studied by astronomy are purely geometrical and mechanical. They would not, therefore, constitute the object of a science distinct from mathematics, but positive philosophy considers everything from the point of view of humanity. Now, for humanity, this special case is of unequaled importance. All the other phenomena given to us by experience, except the mathematical phenomena, depend, in a more or less direct manner, upon astronomical phenomena. The knowledge of astronomical laws is therefore the necessary condition for the knowledge of all the others. Thus, the infringement of the principle of the hierarchy of fundamental sciences is only apparent. An analogous case is found in chemistry. The analysis of air and water is incorporated in abstract chemistry, because air and water constitutes the general milieu in which all ulterior phenomena occur. The place given to astronomy is therefore justified. This science, moreover, remains abstract. For it to be a concrete science, all aspects of the existence of celestial bodies would have to be studied and considered in their relations to each other in it. But on the contrary, astronomy only studies the geometrical and mechanical phenomena in the celestial bodies, all physical and chemical considerations, etc., being eliminated. Kant concludes that in passing on to the celestial case, mathematics does not lose its abstract nature. It only becomes more developed in the case of a special example, whose extreme importance demands such a specialization. The abstract character of astronomy belongs to it almost a priori. The facts upon which it rests are only revealed to us by one of our senses, the most intellectual of them indeed, but by which we are only informed of the mathematical properties of bodies. Our eyes alone touch the stars. There is no astronomy for a blind race. Dark stars, if such there be, are forever hidden from us. All that is given to us, therefore, is the shape, the position, and the motion of visible celestial bodies. We can never by any means know how to study their chemical composition, nor their mineral structure, nor a fortiori the nature of the organic bodies which may live upon them. Kant might have formulated in less categorical terms affirmations, which were soon to be contradicted by spectral analysis and by photography. But he was confirmed in the entirely abstract and mathematical conception which he had of astronomy by his persuasion that no discoveries of so far-reaching a nature were possible. Thus, astronomy appeared to be an excellent type of a positive science, because it is at once natural and abstract, and in it these two characteristics are equally apparent, which was not the case in mathematics. In this science, the share of observation is so limited, so transient, that it becomes inappreciable. In astronomy, on the contrary, determination of certain facts evidently plays a part in the science. But at the same time, nowhere do we see more clearly that science does not consist in the mere apprehension of facts. Here they are so simple, and moreover so uninteresting, that their connection and the knowledge of their laws alone deserves the name of science. In general, what is an astronomical fact? None other than this: such a star has been seen at such a precise instant, and under such an angle duly measured. The more or less profound elaboration of these observations is indispensable to science, even in its most imperfect state. Astronomy, says Kant, did not really come into being when the priests of Egypt or Chaldea made a series of more or less exact empirical observations in the heavens, but only when the first Greek philosophers began to reduce the general phenomenon of diurnal motion to a few geometrical laws. Of all the natural sciences, after mathematics, Astronomy is also the most perfectly free from all theological and metaphysical considerations. From every point of view, it is positive. Astronomers no longer have recourse to a providence, which is the intelligent cause of the order of the celestial world, would in its turn witness to the existence of this cause. They do not inquire any more into the intimate nature of forces, gravitation, attraction, etc. Astronomy is content to determine the invariable relations of phenomena with the greatest possible precision. It is here that philosophical minds can study the essential characteristics of a positive science. In it, they will also see how disinterested it must be in order to become useful. Without the highest speculations of geometers upon celestial mechanics, which have so greatly increased the precision of astronomical tables, it would be impossible to determine the longitude of a ship with the degree of accuracy which is now attainable. Finally, no science has exercised a greater influence upon the evolution of the human mind than this one. The great epochs in astronomy are also those in cosmological philosophy. The desperate resistance which was offered by theological dogmatism to Galileo's discovery responded to a just apprehension of the consequences involved in this discovery. To admit that the earth was not the center of the world was to take a first and a decisive step in the way which leads away from the anthropocentric prejudice. It was like pledging oneself to substitute sooner or later the relative point of view to the absolute one in philosophy. It was introducing the positive spirit, today in speculative physics, tomorrow in speculative ethics. 2. Although astronomy is an eminently mathematical science, the method of working by observation is used in it. The astronomer observes before calculating, and he observes again after having calculated. The art of observation for which there is no use in mathematics appears here then, and with it, the inductive method. Indeed, there is no absolute separation between observing and reasoning. The mind does not first observe facts in a receptive or passive manner in order to work out combinations of these facts afterwards. In reality, every observation is a combination, and this is particularly true in astronomical observation. The facts which we observe are really constructed. We can only see simultaneous or successive directions, according to which the mind must construct the form or the movement which the eye could not take in. The necessary and constant association between prevision and inspection is more intimate and more evident here than in any other science. In the same way, hypothesis, which is inseparable from observation, can be studied in astronomy in its most simple form. Here it is presented in its clearest aspect, and, if one may say so, in the one which most reveals its essential nature. Now, hypothesis in astronomy serves to fill up the necessary gaps in observation. It provisionally supplements the knowledge not, indeed, of causes, for positive science seeks nothing of this kind but of facts and laws which we ignore. For instance, the simple geometrical sketch of a diurnal motion would remain impossible without an abstract hypothesis, which, being compared with the concrete spectacle presented by the movement itself, enables us to connect together the various celestial positions. Modern astronomy, which has destroyed primitive assumptions regarded as real laws of the world, has maintained their permanent value for conveniently representing phenomena provisionally. And, as we are not deceived as to the reality of such assumptions, we can use without scruple any one which seems to us most advantageous. The use of hypothesis, as it is employed in astronomy, must be carried into the other sciences. This mode of procedure everywhere remains like to itself, although we do not always conceive it so clearly. Its normal domain coincides with that of observation. An hypothesis completes by anticipation what we know of facts and of their laws. Consequently, it is subject to be modified, corrected, or contradicted by a wider or deeper knowledge of facts. Hypotheses then are only valid during the time when they are advantageous, that is to say, as long as they serve to unite and coordinate our observations. As has been said, they labor to render themselves useless, but they are indispensable, and science, without them, could neither advance nor even begin. Far from giving too small a share to hypothesis, like Bacon, Kant would rather incur the reproof of having given it too large a one. He made too much use of it himself at the end of his life. But the theory which he gave of it in the Cours de Philosophie Positive, and of which certain features appeal again, in Claude Bernard's introduction, à l'étude de la médecine expérimentale, was a careful study of its nature and function. 3. Astronomy, or at least that part of astronomy which bears the name of celestial mechanics, of all the physical sciences, is the one which has been carried to the highest degree of perfection. Nowhere else have the phenomena been better reduced to a supreme law which allows us to foresee them with sufficient precision. But this result could only have been obtained by substituting the notion of a solar world to that of a universe. This world is the only one which we can comprehend as a system. If the object of astronomy were the general laws of the universe, this science would be extraordinarily imperfect, not to say impossible. For what do we know about cosmic laws? We do not even know whether Newton's law applies to any or all systems of stars. We must then distinguish between astronomy as the science of our world and sidereal astronomy. The latter is not absolutely forbidden us, but we know very little on this subject, and we shall probably never know much more. Do the innumerable suns scattered in space form a general system, or do independent systems exist? Is space limitless? Is the number of celestial bodies an infinite one? Philosophers ask. In truth, the consideration of our world is positive. The consideration of the universe is not. History helps us to understand the transition which led from one to the other. Ancient philosophy made the earth the center of the universe, notwithstanding the diversity of their particular characteristics and of their motions. It was natural then for all the celestial bodies to be conceived as the parts of a single system. A more or less clearly expressed postulate supported this astronomical conception. The purpose of the universe was the existence of man. There was no occasion to distinguish our world from the whole world. But could this conception stand when the earth was reduced to the condition of a planet revolving round a sun, so like a multitude of other suns? Suddenly, the stars were carried to distances infinitely more considerable than the greatest planetary intervals. Undoubtedly, the human mind could continue to regard the very small groups of which the earth forms a part as a system. But the system, if it exists, which embraces the whole of the celestial bodies, ceased henceforth to be within our reach. Since then, the notion of the world has become clear and habitual, and that of the universe has become uncertain and almost unintelligible. It matters little, moreover, for, according to one of Comte's favorite maxims, what we have no means of knowing, neither have we any need to know, and everything which it is our interest to learn, we can also attain. Nor should we see in this any providential harmony. That which it is our interest to know must always in some way influence the conditions of our existence. By the mere fact that this action makes itself felt, it is inevitable that sooner or later, directly or indirectly, we should come to know of it. This reflection can be well applied to astronomy. The study of the laws of the solar system, of which we form a part, is of supreme interest for us, and we have reached very great precision on this point. On the contrary, the exact notion of the universe is inaccessible to us, but it is unimportant to us, leaving out of the question our insatiable curiosity. The independence of our world is certain. The phenomena which take place within the solar system do not appear to be affected by the more general phenomena which relate to the mutual action of suns. Our tables of celestial events, drawn up long beforehand and taking into consideration no other world than our own, so far accord strictly with direct observations. Supposing the law of gravitation to extend to the entire universe, the perturbation in our world caused by a mass equal to 1,000,000 times its own, and which would be situated at the distance of the nearest sun to our own, would be several thousand million times less than that which brings about our tides, that is to say, practically nil. Here, says Comte, is the only exception to the encyclopedic law according to which the more general phenomena control the more particular ones without being influenced by them. From this, he simply concludes that the phenomena of our system are the most general to which positive research can extend, and that the study of the universe must henceforth be excluded from natural philosophy. The encyclopedic law then remains true for the whole of positive philosophy. The delimitation of the object of astronomy is one of the points where we can best follow the successive modifications of Comte's thought. In the second volume of the Cours de Philosophie Positive, he gave to astronomy the place which is generally conceded to it by scientific men. He even claims, as a condition for its utility, the most perfect disinterestedness of scientific research in the whole extent of its province. The example which he gives of it, the determination of longitude at sea, is borrowed from Condorcet. Undoubtedly, Kant already insists upon the distinction between the ideas of world and universe, the former only being positive. Nevertheless, he still admits that we should not give up all hope of obtaining some sidereal knowledge, and that it would be very precious for us to know the relative motions of multiple stars, etc. But already in the 6th volume of the Curse, he condemns entirely the so-called sidereal astronomy, which today constitutes the only grave scientific aberration peculiar to celestial studies. 10 years later, in the 1st volume of the Politique Positive, he regenerates astronomy from the synthetic point of view. He is no longer content to limit it to the knowledge of the solar system. He confines the particular study of our world within narrow limits. Astronomy, like the other sciences, from objective must become subjective. Instead of the vague, that is to say indefinite, study of the heavens, its end must be the knowledge of the earth, and the consideration of the other celestial bodies only in their relation to the human planet. At this price alone can the unity of this science be secured. Thus Kant came back to Aristotle's closed world with the earth as its center. He points it out himself in showing in what way he differs from the ancient conception. This unity, he says, existed for the ancients, but was of an absolute character which at that time was legitimate. When the motion of our planet became known, the ancient constitution of celestial science might merely have been modified by preserving in it, as subjective, the center which was at first supposed to be objective. That would have sufficed to change astronomy from an absolute science to a relative one. Undoubtedly, the ancients were deceived in believing the earth to be the center of the world, but in order to correct their error, it sufficed to say, the center of our world. The subjective synthesis, indeed, concentrates the celestial studies round the earth. The other stars only deserve our attention in so far as the knowledge of our planet requires it. Kant ends by saying in the 4th volume of the Politique Positive that, strictly speaking, the study of the sun and moon would suffice. We may add to them the ancient planets, but not the little telescopic planets. This progressive narrowing of the astronomical domain does not indicate a radical change in Kant's philosophical thought. It only results from the growing subordination of the scientific interest to other superior interests. To know for the sake of knowing appears to Kant to be a wrong use of the human intellect. The Newtons and the Laplaces in the past have fulfilled a necessary function, and humanity owes them eternal gratitude. They struck a decisive blow against theological and metaphysical philosophy, and secured the victory for the positive spirit. In their time, scientific speculation, which tended to the discovery of the laws of phenomena, and especially of celestial phenomena, was at once the most sublime and the most useful occupation which those men of genius could set themselves. But now that their efforts have culminated in the foundation of positive philosophy, and this philosophy itself in the final religion, there is no longer any reason to continue researches with which henceforth humanity can dispense. We must even cut down many idle acquisitions. In a word, from the religious point of view, Kant, in order to remedy the anarchy of science, suppresses its liberty. These extreme, but logically deduced consequences are part of the whole of Kant's religious conceptions, that is to say, of a distant ideal. They must not blind us to the profundity of his philosophical considerations on astronomy. His reflections upon the relation between the ideas of the world and of the universe correspond, from the positive point of view, to the first antinomy of the transcendental dialectics in the Critique de la Raison pure. Can we ever be more fully conscious of the relativity of our knowledge, that when we see that what we know of celestial phenomena is admirably precise so long as the solar system is concerned, but is reduced to almost nothing if we look beyond it? Our world will perish, and its disappearance, like its existence, will perhaps be an imperceptible incident. By the continued resistance of the general milieu, says Kant, in the end our world must be reunited to the solar mass from which it came, until, in the immensity of future ages, a fresh dilatation of this mass shall organize a new world in the same manner, destined to repeat more or less completely the former cycle. Moreover, all these immense alternatives of destruction and of renewal have to be accomplished without influencing in any way the more general phenomena due to solar interaction, so that the great revolutions in our world would only be secondary and, so to speak, local events, in relation to transformations of a really universal character. This outlook into the immensity of space and of duration suffices to show that Kant was not a prisoner in the little solar fatherland in which he seems to seclude himself. It may be that, for moral and religious reasons, he will not allow himself to go beyond it. But, like Pascal, he well knows that he inhabits a little out-of-the-way district of nature. Chapter 3. The Sciences of the Inorganic World. If we do not separate chemistry from physics, their common object is the knowledge of the laws of the inorganic world. In this way, they are clearly distinguished on one hand from astronomy, which we may consider as an emanation from mathematical science, and on the other hand from biology. The distinction between physics and chemistry presents a greater difficulty. Nevertheless, this distinction must be maintained, since the physical phenomena are more general, and the chemical phenomena more special. That is to say, the latter depend upon the former, without this dependence being for the most part reciprocal. Even if someday we succeeded in establishing that chemical phenomena are in reality physical, the distinction would none the less subsist, in this sense, that in a fact termed chemical, there is always something more than in a fact which is simply physical, namely, the characteristic alteration which the molecular composition of bodies undergoes, and which consequently affects the totality of their properties. To speak only of physics in the first place, this science presents different characteristics from those of astronomy. The speculative perfection of a science is measured by two correlative, although distinct considerations, by the more or less complete coordination of the laws, and by the more or less accurate prevision of facts. Now, under one aspect or the other, even supposing that physics should make very important progress, it will always remain very much behind astronomy. Indeed, the celestial science presents an almost perfect unity. Physics, on the contrary, is composed of several branches which are almost isolated from one another, and each one taken by itself cannot even reduce all its laws to a more general law. And, as to the second point, while a very small number of direct observations allows of rational and exact prevision of the whole of the celestial phenomena, physics only renders possible predictions which are generally founded upon experience at once immediate and within easy reach. Undoubtedly, some parts of physics allow of the use of mathematical analysis. We shall see presently under what conditions. Nevertheless, the part played by experience is infinitely greater in physics than in astronomy. So it is in the former science that we first meet with the inductive method, which is afterwards used and developed in the other positive sciences. Although deduction continues to fulfill an important part, it already ceases to predominate here, because, says Kant, in it the institution of true principles begins to become more troublesome than the development of accurate consequences. The inductive method implies these essential processes: one, observation properly so called, that is to say, the direct examination of the phenomenon such as it appears naturally; two, experimenting, which is usually defined as the examination of the phenomenon more or less modified by artificial circumstances instituted by us in order to study it better; three, comparison, that is to say, the gradual consideration of a succession of analogous cases in which the phenomenon becomes more and more simple. Of these three processes, astronomy only makes use of the first. Physics cannot use the third, which is reserved for biology, but it avails itself of the first and institutes the second. This is a fresh confirmation of the law established by Kant. To the complexity and increasing difficulty of the sciences corresponds an increasing development of the processes of the positive method applicable to them. Research by way of experiment, which is impossible in astronomy, appears in physics. It is therefore here where it originates that we must study it. It is also here that it is most successful and gives the greatest number of results. Indeed, to experiment successfully, we must be able to compare two cases, which present no other difference, direct or indirect, than that which relates to the course of the phenomenon under analysis. By experimenting, Kant here clearly designates what John Stuart Mill will call the method of difference, that is to say, the most powerful of his methods for the investigation of phenomena. Now, experimenting, so understood, is extremely difficult when very complicated phenomena are concerned. In physiology, for instance, the experiments must be combined in such a way as to maintain the subjects in the living state, and even, as far as possible, in the normal state. But any modification of one part of the organism immediately affects the other parts. The living being reacts instantly and adapts itself as best it can to the new conditions in which it has been placed by the experimentalist. We can therefore hardly ever establish in physiology what is so easily obtained in physics. Two cases exactly similar in all respects, except in the one which we want to analyze. In chemistry, it is true, experimenting would seem to be even easier than in physics, since in it, as a rule, we merely consider facts resulting from circumstances which are produced by man's intervention. But this is to mistake the nature of the experimental method. The essence of this process does not consist in man's institution of the circumstances surrounding the phenomena. It lies in the freest possible choice of the case best suited to show the law of the phenomenon, whether this case be, moreover, natural or artificial. Now, this choice is nearly always easier in physics than in chemistry. For the chemical phenomena, more complex in themselves, in general, can only be brought about by the cooperation of a great number of different influences. For this reason, in chemistry, it is more difficult to modify the circumstances under which phenomena are produced, and still more difficult to isolate as completely as in physics the various conditions by which phenomena are determined. To the use of the experimental method, physics can often join that of mathematical analysis. But in the employment of the latter, it must be extremely cautious, and we must only have recourse to this application of mathematics after having carefully considered the reality of the starting point, which alone can guarantee the solidity of the deductions. In a word, the spirit proper to physical investigation must constantly direct the use of this powerful instrument. Now, this condition has not always been fulfilled. Too often the preponderance of mathematical analysis has been the cause of the neglect of experimental studies. Not only has mathematical analysis in this way retarded the progress of physics, but it has even tended to vitiate the conception of that science, and to bring it back to a state of obscurity and uncertainty, which, says Kant, notwithstanding the apparent severity of the forms, differs little, at bottom, from its old metaphysical state. For this reason, the application of analysis to physics must not be left to geometers who are chiefly concerned with the instrument. It must belong to the physicists who before all things consider the use to be made of it. Mathematicians have often encumbered physics with a quantity of analytical labor founded upon very doubtful hypotheses. They must give way to physicists trained in experimental studies, and nevertheless, with sufficient knowledge of mathematics to make use of the analysis whenever it is possible. Within these limits, mathematical analysis will render the greatest service to the science of physics. Wood optics, acoustics, the theories of heat and of electricity have reached the point where we see them today without the powerful help of analysis. Yet even here, physical researches are almost always so complex that, in order to assume a mathematical form, they demand the setting aside of a more or less essential portion of the conditions of the problem. Indeed, we are here in presence of the general problem of the translation of the concrete into the abstract. This problem, which is admirably solved in mathematics and sufficiently in astronomy, is only imperfectly solved in physics. The art of closely combining experience and analysis, says Kant, is still almost unknown. It constitutes the final progress of the method proper to the deeper study of physics. We may add, and this is in Kant's mind, that conversely the progress made by this art would be useful to analysis itself. 2. Astronomy has reached a perfect state of positivity. All trace of the metaphysical spirit has disappeared from it. Can we say as much of physics? It would not seem so when we see the hypotheses which play so great a part in this science, and of which a few are keenly contested by Kant. How can we distinguish the valuable hypotheses from the useless ones, those which are useful to physics from those which are merely an encumbrance and should be rejected? This is not a question which can be solved by referring to abstract rules. In order to answer it, we must study the use of hypotheses where it is perfect, and decide according to this example. To my mind, says Kant, the deeper study of the art of hypotheses in astronomy can alone establish the rules which are suitable to direct the use of this precious artifice in physics, and more so still in the remainder of natural philosophy. Now, of what use is it to astronomers? To anticipate the results of deduction or of induction, by making a provisional supposition concerning some of the very notions which constitute the final object of the research. It is a process of which the methods of approximation used by geometers originally suggested the general idea. They supposed that the circumference was the limit of the perimeters of inscribed and circumscribed polygons, the number of whose sides went on increasing. In the same way, hypotheses provisionally fill up the lacunae of our knowledge. An hypothesis should always be open to a positive verification, whose degree of precision is in harmony with that of the corresponding phenomena. For it only expresses beforehand what experience and reasoning might have made known immediately, if the circumstances of the problem had been more favorable. If, therefore, an hypothesis claimed to attain that which in its nature is inaccessible to observation and to reasoning, it would immediately become illegitimate and harmful. In a word, it must bear exclusively upon laws, and never upon causes or the modes of production of phenomena. In the physics of his own time, Kant finds the two kinds of hypotheses, but he also finds more bad hypotheses than good ones. He especially protests against the ethers and the fluids to which the phenomena of heat, light, electricity, and magnetism were attributed. These hypotheses, according to him, are destined to disappear from science. It is true that the physicists deny that they attribute an objective reality to their ethers and their fluids. They claim to need them absolutely in order to facilitate the conception and the combination of phenomena. However, in spite of themselves, they are drawn into speaking of their ethers as if they really existed. Moreover, do they not see that astronomy gets on very well without similar hypotheses? In order to conceive the phenomena, it is enough to observe and analyze them attentively. And, as to combining them, that depends upon the knowledge which has been obtained of their positive relations. The corpuscular theory is, on the contrary, an example of a good hypothesis in physics, where it plays a part analogous to that of the inertia of bodies in mechanics. The innermost structure of bodies is unknown to us, but we have a right to introduce all the hypotheses which can help us in our research, and in particular the hypothesis of atoms, so long as we do not understand it as something representing a reality. The ethers and the fluids tend to explain the physical phenomena by the nature of the agent which produces them. It is here that these hypotheses bear the mark of the metaphysical spirit. To understand the appearance and especially the persistence of these hypotheses, it is not enough to consider them in themselves. We must get back to the history of physics and compare it with that of the other fundamental sciences. Was it possible for physics to pass suddenly from the period in which phenomena are referred to causes and essences to the positive period where they are conceived as simply subject to laws? A period of transition was necessary. The scholastic entities, before disappearing, became semi-materialized. They were transformed into fluids. What is heat conceived as existing apart from a hot body, light independent of a luminous body, electricity separated from an electric body? They are the old entities in a new garment, more easily grasped, in spite of their equivocal corporeity. They gradually lead to the more and more exclusive consideration of phenomena and of laws, until, in their turn, they disappear. Astronomy went through the same phases before physics. In it we have also seen hypotheses, which cannot be verified, come to facilitate the transition from the theological to the positive state. Such was the conception of Descartes, who explained the celestial motions by the system of vortices. Those famous vortices introduced the idea of a mechanism where Kepler himself had only dared to conceive the incomprehensible action of souls and genii. Then Newton came, who preserved the idea of mechanism while giving up the vortices. In vain did the Cartesians fight against his entirely positive conception. Their arguments in favor of fluids and ethers were as plausible as those of the physicists of our own time. But we have ceased to listen to them. Having become entirely positive, astronomy no longer seeks anything but the laws at work in the phenomena observed. Every accessory hypothesis aiming at anything else has no further interest for us. The most advanced portions of physics have already reached this point. Take, for instance, the study of gravitation. There was not perhaps a single scientific man of any importance in the Roman 17th century, even long after Galileo, who did not construct or adopt a system concerning the fall of bodies. At that time, any science on this subject seemed impossible without a hypothesis of this kind. Who troubles himself with it today? We may be allowed to think that the other parts of physics will follow the same line, and that in turn they will conform to this rule of the positive method. Every hypothesis must bear exclusively upon the laws of phenomena and never upon their modes of production. 3. In the series of the fundamental sciences, chemistry appears to fill a somewhat secondary and subordinate place. In it, the positive method is not enriched by any process of capital importance, but it confines itself to developing the processes already made use of in physics. In spite of appearances, even experimenting is less easy and less fertile in chemistry than in physics. The only new process which we see appearing is the art of nomenclature. Whenever we wish to study this art, at its source, we shall have to refer to chemistry. The phenomena which it studies are the most complicated of the inorganic world. If then physics is extremely imperfect, it is not surprising that chemistry should be much more so. In the greater number of its researches, the chemistry of the present day hardly deserves the name of science. But this inferiority of chemistry is not only due to the nature of its object. There are other causes which it would be easier to remedy. The progress of chemistry is retarded. 1. By the wrong direction given to much of its work up to the present time. 2. By the defective education of the majority of the scientific men who give themselves to its study. Before all things, chemists lack a clear and rational idea of their science, of its relation to the sciences which stand nearest to it, and the way in which its problems should be stated. Being intermediate between physics and biology, chemistry has suffered from the vicinity of both. As the more advanced sciences always have a marked tendency to encroach upon those above them, chemistry must in the first place defend itself against the ascendancy of physics, as physics itself must fight against that of mathematics. The chemist must undoubtedly have studied physics, in order to make use of the results obtained by this science, and to turn them, if he can, into a method for his own use. The relation of these two sciences is very close, and a knowledge of the laws of calorific and electric phenomena, for instance, is of the highest importance for chemical research. But for all this, the chemist has his own point of view. He studies, which the physicist does not do, the laws of the phenomena of composition and decomposition, which are the result of the molecular and specific action of diverse natural or artificial substances upon each other. He must therefore make use of physics, but not subordinate himself to it. On the other hand, physiological research is not within the province of chemistry. What has been called biological chemistry belongs, according to Kant, to biology alone. For the physiologist to have gone through the school of chemistry is natural and even indispensable. But his point of view is quite different from that of the chemist. As a matter of fact, chemists have shown themselves unqualified for physiological studies. None of their numerous attempts have succeeded in establishing a single point of general doctrine in biology. They merely furnished materials. Moreover, these cannot be used just as they are by the physiologist, who is obliged to take up the researches again, under the preponderating influence of biological considerations. Kant admires the self-confidence of the chemists who approach physiological questions without having measured or even suspected the special difficulties. It is, however, clear that the most carefully made chemical analyses must be fruitless here so long as they are not directed in the first place by a precise physiological notion of the whole of the phenomenon, and then modified by the knowledge of the limits of the normal variations to which the phenomena may be liable. Now, for proceeding in this manner, the physiologists alone are competent. Analogous considerations lead Kant to reject even organic chemistry. Although the chemical phenomena present characteristics which in the inorganic world come nearest to the solidarity which subsists between the elements of living forms, nevertheless chemical phenomena remains irreducible to living phenomena. That which is chemical is not yet organic, and that which is organic is no longer purely chemical. We must do away with this heterogeneous and fictitious grouping which is called organic chemistry, to unite the different parts, according to their respective nature, some to chemistry proper, the others to biology. How can we define the object of this science, so imperfectly determined at the present time? Kant knows that he is about to depart from the methods generally in use among chemists, but he is not afraid of this. For he says, in order to understand the real nature of a science, we must always suppose it to be perfect. As chemistry is in an extreme state of imperfection, the scientific type, which the philosopher conceives respecting it, will appear to be very far removed from what exists at present. It matters little so long as this type is perfectly rational. What is essential to science is the possibility of foreseeing phenomena. Given the characteristic properties of the simple or complex substances placed in chemical relations with each other under well-defined circumstances, the object of chemistry will therefore be to determine exactly in what their action will consist, and what will be the properties of the new substances produced. According to this definition, the fundamental data of chemistry should be ultimately reducible to the knowledge of the essential properties of the simple elements alone, which would lead to that of the various immediate chemical substances, and consequently to the most complex and distant combinations. Obviously, the study of simple bodies can only be made by means of experiments, which alone reveal their properties. But once this basis is laid down, all the other chemical phenomena, notwithstanding their immense variety, should be capable of rational solutions, according to a small number of invariable laws, established by the science of chemistry for the various classes of combinations. Thus, Kant sees clearly that the complexity of the chemical phenomena prevents us from expressing their relations in a form which allows of the use of mathematical analysis. But nonetheless, in this science as in the preceding ones, he persists in making the experimental method a mere starting point. The experimental method furnishes the data which it alone can supply. But these data are afterwards elaborated without its intervention. The scientific ideal in chemistry, as in physics and in astronomy, is to substitute as much as possible rational provision to experimental verification. Science always seeks to deduce the greatest number of consequences from the smallest number of data, and the smallest number of data in this case are the properties of simple bodies. Deduction will establish a priori what the properties of a given combination of two simple bodies, or of two complex bodies, will be. In the name of this scientific ideal, Kant reproaches the chemists with the superabundance of their analytical work. In default of a rational conception of chemistry, they do not make their work bear upon the necessary points. What is the use of studying such and such a body, placed in such and such conditions, in an arbitrary way and according to the fancy of investigation? The progress of chemistry should consist far less in the acquisition of new materials than in the systematization of those which we already possess. Chemistry is today as rich in details as it is imperfectly constituted as a science. Its present state in no way gives an idea of what its normal state will be. Not content with showing to chemists the scientific type towards which their science should tend, Kant suggests a contrivance in method which will bring them nearer to it. It is in no way like the hypothesis of affinities, for this appears to him to be even more ontological than the hypothesis of imaginary fluids or ethers. As always happens when we are concerned with metaphysical conceptions, the explanations which we draw from affinities consist in the reproduction in abstract terms of the very statement of the phenomenon. To this hypothesis, which is not a scientific one since it bears up the mode of production of facts, Kant substitutes what he calls the dualist hypothesis. We ignore, he says, and it is not for us to seek the real manner in which the elements of which bodies are composed come to be grouped together. But consequently, it is lawful for us, in the very circumscribed sphere of our positive research, to conceive the immediate composition of any substance whatever as merely binary, each of the two bodies so separated being able, according as the case may be, to lend itself to a similar analysis, equally binary, and so on as the occasion arises. We do not affirm that dualism is a real law of nature. It will be a fundamental contrivance in chemistry, like the hypothesis of inertia in mechanics and that of atoms in physics. It will serve to simplify our elementary conceptions in chemistry, and in having recourse to it, we do not exceed the special kind of liberty of which our intellect may avail itself in the institution of science. The use of this hypothesis would allow us to endow chemistry with a fine character of unity and rationality which it lacks today. It is true that Kant himself confessed that this hypothesis, proposed by him in 1838, had yet produced nothing in 1851. But he explains this sterility to himself by the metaphysical spirit, from which chemists are not sufficiently freed. 4. We can now take in at a single glance the relations of the sciences of the inorganic world, including astronomy, with the totality of positive philosophy. In several ways, these sciences have contributed to the progress of the positive spirit. By their constitution, they allowed and prepared the formation of the more complex sciences of biology and of sociology. Moreover, their development struck a mortal blow at theological and metaphysical philosophy. Through them, minds became familiarized with the idea of natural law. This idea was not so clearly brought to light by mathematics on account of their almost purely abstract character, and of the imperceptible part played in them by observation. It appears, on the contrary, as the mainspring of astronomy, of physics, and of chemistry. The whole effort of these sciences tends to discover invariable relations between phenomena given in experience. Theological philosophy is the explanation of nature which the human mind first makes for itself. In order that it may give up this explanation, some contrary evidence must oblige it to do so. It may see, for instance, that phenomena can be predicted with a perfect exactness which is always confirmed by experience, or that man, under certain conditions, can modify them with certainty. Astronomy gives us an example of the former case. It studies phenomena which, it is true, are removed from our sphere of action. But in return, it predicts them with a certainty of which the effect has been practically infallible in the long run. It is astronomy which has done most to discredit the religious and philosophical doctrine of final causes. Not only has it proved that the universe is not disposed with reference to man, but it has shown the imperfections of our solar system. It has helped more than any other science to check the mental habit of seeking the mode of production of phenomena. Physics is far from allowing of a rational prevision which is comparable to that practiced by astronomy. But, as a compensation, it shows how the knowledge of laws gives the power to cause phenomena to vary with certainty. This second way leads us no less surely than the first to the positive conception of nature. For example, Franklin destroyed the religious theory of thunder, even in the least cultivated intellects. The discovery of the means of directing lightning therefore had the same effect, in another way, as the exact prevision of the return of comets. On the other hand, the sciences of the inorganic world furnish the general positive method with some of its most powerful processes. Astronomy introduces observation and hypothesis into this method, physics adds experimenting to it, and chemistry the art of nomenclatures. The inductive method, which virtually consists in simple scientific observation, becomes, however, enriched and is developed, according as the phenomena in question become more complicated. But in return, positive philosophy exercises a considerable influence over these sciences. It claims nothing less than to direct and regenerate them. Viewing them from above and as a whole, philosophy can bring a remedy to the difficulties which arise from their specialism. It sets an exact limit to each of the sciences. It delivers physics from the algebraical yoke and protects the independence of chemists against the encroachments of the physicists. It places the entirety of the positive method at the service of each particular science. For instance, it directs the use of hypothesis in physics by the theory drawn from the use which is made of it in astronomy. For classifications, it extends to chemistry the use of the comparative method which properly belongs to biology. When, later, the integral and final constitution of the philosophy of our age shall have organized the relations between all the sciences, it will be almost impossible, save from the historical point of view, to understand how the study of nature was ever conceived and directed otherwise. Positive philosophy organizes labor within each science and puts an end to anarchy. It distinguishes between idle researches and those which should be pursued. It avoids waste of efforts and prevents digressions. We have seen within what limits Kant wishes to enclose astronomy in the name of philosophy. He does not perceive the means by which he can unite the various branches of physics, but he claims to replace the fragmentary and scattered chemistry of his time by a single systematic science, which will forsake the researches of detail which are without interest for humanity. Almost the whole of those innumerable compounds will not finally be worthy of any scientific attention. Some well-chosen series may even be able to satisfy the logical requirements of chemistry for the discovery of the abstract laws which belong to each order of composition. Finally, positive philosophy causes the disappearance of the last remains of the theological and metaphysical spirit from the sciences of inorganic nature. This philosophy has already shown that mathematics is not a more absolute science than the others, and that it originates in experience. In physics and in chemistry, it banishes the hypotheses which, more or less avowedly, tend to make us conceive the essence or the mode of production of phenomena. It is thus that it demands a science of physics freed from ethers and fluids, and a wholly rational chemistry which shall give up affinities. Kant is not therefore possessed of a superstitious respect for the sciences in the state in which they appear before him. On the contrary, he intends that they should be subject to deep modifications, and that they should strive towards an ideal form which is laid down for them by philosophy. He calls this form positive. In reality, it is Cartesian. Footnotes: Paul, Pose, I 499-507. Kurs Roman 6, 749. Kurs Roman 3, 93. Kurs Roman 2, 1617. Kurs Roman 2, 1415. Paul Pose, I 500. Kurs Roman 2, 153. Kurs Roman 2, 132-3. Kurs Roman 6, 751. Kurs Roman 2, 133. Kurs Roman 2, 266-7. Kurs Roman 2, 7. Kurs Roman 6, 751. Paul Pose, I 508. Paul Pose Roman 4, 212. Paul Pose, I 508-13. Kurs Roman 2, 297. Kurs Roman 2, 310. Paul Pose, I 516-18. Kurs Roman 2, 313-15. Paul Pose, I 519. Kurs Roman 2, 317. Kurs Roman 2, 321. Kurs Roman 2, 336 SQ. Paul Pose, 520. Paul Pose, I 532. Kurs Roman 3, 34. Kurs Roman 3, 186-9. Kurs Roman 3, 195. Kurs I 118, Roman 2, 311. Kurs Roman 3, 1112. Kurs Roman 3, 206. Kurs Roman 3, 35. Kurs Roman 3, 87-8. Paul Pose, I 551. Kurs Roman 2, 2426. Kurs Roman 2, 331. Kurs Roman 3, 75. Paul Pose, I 561. Chapter 4. Biology. The passage from the inorganic world to the world of life constitutes a critical step in natural philosophy. Astronomy, physics, and chemistry represented successive steps in the same series. If each order of phenomena presented in itself something which was irreducible to previous orders, nevertheless all these phenomena, in a certain sense, remained homogeneous. Without rashness, Descartes could conceive that physics, like astronomy, would one day assume the mathematical form. And today more than one scientific man considers the distinction between physics and chemistry as provisional. But as soon as life appears, we enter a new world. At this degree, the enrichment of the real is suddenly so considerable that we find it difficult to admit the homogeneity of these phenomena with the preceding ones. Kant here reaps the benefit of his prudence. His philosophy has guarded against reducing all science to a single type, and it is content with the unity of method and the homogeneity of doctrine. It only demands that each science should limit itself to the search after the laws of phenomena. As to the way in which this research is to be carried out, it is evidently subordinated to the nature of the phenomena in question. Now, biological phenomena present a number of characteristics which belong to them alone, and the first duty of the positive science which studies them is to respect their originality. Kant, therefore, here breaks with Descartes, who conceived biology as a prolongation of physics. He takes an entirely different view of this science, which, in a sense, is opposed to the whole of the sciences of the inorganic world. From this, there arises a double effort. On the one hand, Kant wishes to maintain the continuity of the encyclopedic series of the sciences. He thus shows biology as immediately following chemistry and maintaining the closest relations with astronomy and physics. On the other hand, he clearly brings out the irreducible character of the vital phenomena, and the modifications which the positive method must undergo when applied to them. Despite the extreme difference between the points of view and the doctrines, he often makes us think of those deep and difficult passages in the Critique du Jugement, where Kant has shown that without the hypothesis of an inner finality, although this hypothesis is in itself obscure, the phenomena which take place in living beings remain unintelligible. With biology, says Kant, necessarily appear the ideas of consensus, of hierarchy, of milieu, of the conditions of existence, of the relation between the static and the dynamic states, between the organ and the function. In a word, a biological phenomenon considered alone is devoid of meaning. Strictly speaking, it does not even exist. It can only be understood by its relations with the other phenomena which take place in the living being, phenomena which react upon it. At the same time, it reacts upon them. Here, in opposition to what takes place in the inorganic world, the parts are only intelligible through the idea of the whole. Undoubtedly, a certain solidarity of phenomena exists in the inorganic world, which allows us to consider united wholes in it. But the solidarity of biological phenomena is far closer, for without it we could not conceive them, while, as regards the phenomena of the inorganic world, there is nothing impossible in this abstraction. Henceforth, the positive method must adapt itself to the characteristics which belong to biological phenomena. It does not always demand, as it has been wrongly stated, that we should go from the simple to the complex, but only that we should proceed from the known to the unknown. It is true that in the sciences of the inorganic world, we proceed from the least complex to the most complex cases. We begin by the study of phenomena which are as isolated as possible from one another. But on the contrary, living beings are all the better known to us in proportion as they are more complex. The idea of the animal is in some respects clearer to us than the idea of the vegetable. The idea of the superior animals is clearer to us than that of the inferior ones. Finally, man for us is the principal biological unity, and it is from this unity that speculation starts in this science. Thus, in dealing with biology, the positive method undergoes a veritable inversion. In the preceding sciences, the last degree of composition is forbidden us. We never succeed in uniting the whole of the inorganic world into a single synthesis. In biology, on the contrary, sums of phenomena are given, but it is the last degree of simplicity which escapes us. We have to start from those sums of phenomena, and biology must in this way assume a synthetic character. In it, the analysis of phenomena will be as minute as possible, but the analytical operations will always be more or less directly subordinated to the leading idea of the vital consensus. 2. Like the other fundamental sciences, biology must be abstract. That is to say, it must not bear upon individual beings, but upon phenomena. It is thus distinct from zoology and botany, which are concrete sciences. In its widest generality, it is defined through the constant correspondence between the anatomical and the physiological point of view. Its object is to constantly unite them to one another. In reality, these two points of view are the two aspects of a single problem. It is owing to historical reasons that, during a certain time, these two sciences appeared to develop independently of one another. Physiology remained attached to the metaphysical methods, that is to say, to unverifiable hypotheses and to principles which went beyond experience, while anatomists already made use of the positive method. But today, the two sciences being equally positive, their opposition is reduced to that which subsists between the static and the dynamic points of view. Another element which should enter into the more general definition of biology, although it has sometimes been neglected, is the consideration of the milieu. The relation between the organism and its milieu is no less essential to life than the relation of the organ to the function. Life supposes not only that the being should be organized in a certain way, but also that a certain number of external circumstances should sustain this organization and should be compatible with its activity. Living beings are thus dependent upon their milieu, and this dependence grows as we rise in the organic series. The system of the conditions of existence becomes all the more complex as the functions develop and become more varied. Inferior organisms are subject to less numerous external conditions, but, says Comte, a little variation in one of these conditions suffices to make them perish. The superior organisms stand a variation of this kind better. But in return, the number of conditions upon which they depend is far greater. The study of milieu in their relations to organisms, a study which is hardly outlined, undoubtedly has many discoveries in store for the future. Here is an order of problems of which Lamarck probably suggested the idea to Kant, and upon which Darwin's genius will work. Bichat then was wrong in saying in his celebrated definition of life that it is the sum of the forces which resist death. The radical antagonism between inorganic and living nature is an incomplete and consequently a false idea. Indeed, if, as Bichat supposed, everything which surrounds living bodies tended to destroy them, their existence would become unintelligible. Where could they find strength to resist such formidable pressure, even for a short time? On the contrary, the fundamental condition for life is a certain harmony between the organism and the milieu in which it is placed. The proof of this is furnished at every turn by experience. This being established, what will be the most general problem of the science of life? From the anatomical point of view, says Kant, all possible organisms, all parts whatever of each organism, and all the various states of each necessarily present a common basis of structure and of composition, from which the tissues, organs, and apparatus have emerged by means of a progressive differentiation. In the same way, from the physiological point of view, all living beings, from the vegetable kingdom up to man, considered in all their actions and all the periods of their existence, necessarily possess a common basis of vital activity, whence the innumerable phenomena of nutrition, secretion, etc., proceed by means of progressive differentiation. Now, from both these points of view, that which is similar in these cases is more important than that which distinguishes them, since the more general phenomena govern those which are less so. We must therefore disengage the elementary physiological phenomenon and the anatomical structure which corresponds to it. We must determine their relation, and, with the help and confirmation of experience, we must deduce the increasingly more complex, physiological and anatomical, phenomena from it. This conception, which, despite Kant's reservation, still appears to be entirely saturated with the Cartesian spirit, leads him to the most mathematical statement possible of the biological problem. Given the organ, or the organic modification, to find the function or the act, and vice versa. There is nothing more in conformity with the general definition of science, which consists in substituting the knowledge of laws to that of facts, and rational prevision to empirical observation. Here, it is true, we have an ideal scientific type, from which biology, which has scarcely reached the positive state, is very far removed. But there is no science which does not fall short of its definition more or less. The use of this definition is already a help for a science and provides a means for measuring its progress. 3. In part, or even entirely, biology is deprived of certain methodical processes which are utilized by the sciences which precede it. It cannot avail itself of calculation. Undoubtedly, each of the elements which go to make up a physiological phenomenon varies according to a definite law. But the sum of these elements forms such a complex whole that we shall never be able to express their relations in the terms of an equation. Further, the numbers which are relative to the phenomena of living bodies present continual and irregular variations, which do not allow us to establish the data of a mathematical calculation. Each living being has its individuality, its personal formula, its characteristic reactions, which prevent us from treating it as identical with the other beings of the same species. Each physiological or pathological case is distinct from any other case. That is why Kant distrusts statistics. In his judgment, they are misleading in physiology and fatal in medicine. In the same way, Claude Bernard will protest vigorously against averages. Is the inductive method at least a convenient one to make use of in biology? Simple observation cannot lead us far in the study of such complex phenomena, of which many are not directly accessible to our senses or to our instruments. Experimenting is very difficult in biology, for nothing is easier than to disturb, to suspend, or even to bring about the entire cessation of the phenomena of life. But it is almost impossible to introduce an exactly determined perturbation, whether of kind or a fortiori of degree. Indeed, a modification of a single condition of the phenomenon almost at once affects the greater number of the other phenomena by reason of their consensus. In principle, experimenting is not forbidden in biology. On the contrary, it is of remarkable efficacy, but it is often impracticable. Nevertheless, as we know, it is not man's intervention in phenomena which constitutes experimenting properly so called. It consists, before all things, in the rational selection of cases, natural or artificial, it matters little, which are most appropriate for bringing out the law of variation of the phenomenon under observation. Nature gives us such, for illnesses resemble experiments which we can follow through their entire course and to their termination. They are often difficult to interpret, on account of their extreme complexity, but less so, however, than the majority of the experiments which we bring about ourselves. For are they not more or less violent diseases, suddenly produced by our intervention, without our being able to foresee all their indirect and future consequences? It is pathological anatomy which led Bichat to his fine discoveries in histology and in physiology. And to pathology we must join teratology, which is, as it were, its prolongation. Here again, nature supplies experiments which we should not know how to institute. Whatever may be the help which biology derives from these natural ways of experimenting, its progress could only be a very slow one if it did not possess besides a powerful method for proceeding which is peculiar to it, comparison. It is true that every inductive operation implies comparison. We compare what we observe with other real and possible cases. Again, we compare when we are experimenting. But in the comparative method, properly so called, we do not limit ourselves to bringing two cases together. Comparison bears upon a long sequence of analogous cases, in which the subject is modified by a continual succession of almost insensible gradations. How would the general problems of biology receive a solution without this method? If we consider an organism by itself, the complication of functions and organs is inextricable in it. But if we compare this organism with those which come nearest to it, and then with others which are near to them, and so on, disengaging what they have in common, a simplification is produced. The accessory characteristics disappear by degrees, as we descend in the biological series, and, if we have set ourselves to study a certain function, we can finally determine its relation to its organ. Although it belongs to biology, this method has its analogy in other sciences, and especially in mathematics. It appears to me, says Comte, to present a character similar to that of mathematical analysis, which brings forward, in each sequence of analogous cases, the fundamental portion which is common to all, which portion, before this abstract generalization, was concealed beneath the secondary specialities of each isolated case. The comparative method, in a word, is a method for analyzing biological continuity. Whether it be a question of an anatomical disposition or of a physiological phenomenon, the methodical comparison of the regular sequence of the growing differences which relate to them will always present the surest and most efficacious means of throwing light upon even the ultimate elements of the proposed question. We see that Kant had here his conception of the infinitesimal calculus in his mind. Better still, where terms are lacking in the organic series, he does not hesitate to suppose them to re-establish continuity. He introduces intermediary, fictitious organisms, hypotheses which someday perhaps paleontology will turn into realities. By means of this method, not only we shall know a far greater number of cases, but, what is of more importance, we shall know each one among them better, as an inevitable consequence of their being drawn nearer together. We assume, it is true, that all these various cases present a fundamental similarity accompanied by gradual modifications, which always follow a regular course. But this hypothesis, as we have seen, is implied in the very definition of general biology. The comparative method will then apply successively to the different parts of an organism, to the different ages of the same organism, and to the different organisms in the animal and vegetable series. It will even apply to embryonic life. Kant clearly formulates von Baer's law while making indispensable reservations. The primitive state of the highest organism, he says, must represent, from the anatomical and physiological point of view, the essential characteristics of the complete state, which belongs to the more inferior organism, and so on successively, without our being able to find again the exact analogy of each of the principal terms of the inferior organic series in the sole analysis of the various phases of development of each superior organism. This comparison, so to speak, allows us to realize in the same individual the growing complication of organs and of functions which characterizes the whole biological hierarchy. Thus it is particularly luminous. Von Baer's book had appeared in German in 1827. Had Kant known it, it is most probable that, according to his habit, he would have quoted it. 4. In order to consider organisms in the regular sequence which allows of comparison, we must first have established the order in which they should be arranged. But conversely, to establish this order, a knowledge of anatomy and physiology is indispensable. So between these two sciences on the one hand and biotaxy, on the other there is a strict solidarity. The problem of classification is thus an essential part of general biology. In the natural classification sought after by science, the position assigned to each organism would suffice to define at once the whole of its anatomical and physiological nature, in relation to the organisms which precede and to those which follow. Any natural classification cannot, however, be anything but imperfect. Accustomed as we are to artificial classifications, which admit of absolute and immediate perfection, we are surprised that the same should not be the case in natural classification. But if the latter is a real science, we must own that, here as elsewhere, we can only reach more or less distant approximations. The coordination of living species is a problem like the static or dynamic analysis of a determined organism. Like this analysis, it only allows of solutions which are approached rather than realized. How, in the first place, must we understand species? Between Cuvier and Lamarck, Kant sides with Cuvier, with this reservation, however, that our ideas upon this question of capital importance are not yet properly fixed. Two reasons especially incline him to admit the fixity of a species. Lamarck's theory is not sufficiently proved. We nowhere see that the milieu exercises the almost boundless influence upon organisms which is attributed to it by Lamarck. Undoubtedly, within certain limits, the exercise induced by external circumstances tends to modify the primitive organization. But this action of the milieu and this aptitude of the organism are certainly very limited. On the other hand, if we have a choice between the two hypotheses, the interest of science would prompt us to use this liberty in favor of Cuvier. The fixity of species guarantees that the series of organisms will always be composed of terms which are clearly distinct, separated by insuperable intervals. This increases the degree of rational perfection of which the final establishment of this hierarchy is capable. It is then under the influence of a purely formal motive that Kant's preference is here decided, for he felt the strength and the import of Lamarck's labors. Of the two celebrated antagonists, he said, Lamarck was unquestionably the one who manifested the clearest and deepest sense of the true organic hierarchy. Kant has even dealt with certain objections which do not go against Lamarck. Thus, we might think at first that, in his hypothesis, there is no real zoological series, since animal organisms would be essentially identical, their differences being henceforth attributed to the diverse and unequally prolonged influence of the external conditions. But on looking into it more closely, we see, on the contrary, that this hypothesis only presents the series in a new aspect, which would even render its existence still more evident. For the whole of the zoological series would then become, in fact as well as ideally, altogether analogous to the whole of the individual development, confined at least to its ascending period. It would then be conceived as continuous. The progressive advance of the animal organism, which for us is only a convenient abstraction, would be converted into a natural law. For the logical perfection of science, Kant prefers to regard species as fixed in the absence of contrary proofs. None the less Lamarck has stated a problem of the highest interest. Kant points out its importance. The rational theory of the necessary action of the various milieu on the different organisms has still almost entirely to be formulated. Such an order of research, although greatly neglected, constitutes one of the finest subjects which the present condition of biology can present. By this means, he adds, we might obtain a theory for the perfecting of living species, even including mankind. 5. Kant's anatomical and physiological philosophy is naturally allied to the science of his time. It is especially connected with the labors of Bichat and of de Blainville. Here again, he endeavors to state the problems in the most general form possible. Anatomy should begin by the study of the tissues, to ascend afterwards to the association of several tissues, that is to say, to the organs, and to the associations of several organs, that is to say, to systems. But analysis must not be concerned with the tissue itself. To attempt the passage from this notion to that of the molecule is to allow the organic to enter into the inorganic philosophy. In biology, the tissue corresponds to what the molecule is in physics. Such, at least, is the doctrine of the cours de philosophie positive. Later on, instructed by Schwann's works, Kant admits in the Politique positive that the anatomical element is the cell. Be it tissue or cell, there must be a fundamental anatomical element. The simultaneous existence of several elements independent of one another would greatly mar the admirable unity of the organic world, and consequently the perfection of biological science. Life is always essentially the same. To this dynamic consideration, there must correspond, in the static order, that of a common basis invariable in its primordial organization, successively producing, by deeper and deeper modifications, the various special anatomical elements. Similarly, physiology will not be entirely organized until it studies functions, at least the organic functions, throughout the whole chain of living beings, from the vegetable kingdom up to man. This conception of a general physiology leads Kant to dwell, as Claude Bernard will later on, upon the phenomena of life which are common to plants and to animals. Some are better studied in plants and others in animals. But whether it be animal or vegetable, every organism always presents two fundamental functions: one, the absorption of nutritious materials borrowed from the milieu, the assimilation of these materials, and finally nutrition. 2, the rejection of unassimilated materials. However, plants are the only organized beings which live directly upon the inorganic milieu. Kant was ignorant of the physiology of fungi. Kant unreservedly adopts the distinction established by Bichat between the functions of organic life and those of animal life. In the first place, he concludes from this, in virtue of the correlation of the dynamic to the static point of view, that distinct tissues correspond to these distinct functions. Then, he goes more deeply into the difference between the two kinds of functions. Strictly speaking, the phenomena of organic life only constitute a special order of composition and of decomposition. They come very near to chemistry and may serve as a transition between the inorganic world and the world of life. On the contrary, the phenomena of animal life, irritability, sensibility, offer no analogy with the phenomena of the inorganic world. We might almost believe, according to Kant, that the separation is established not between the chemical and biological phenomena, but between organic and animal life, the phenomena of the former reducing themselves to physico-chemical phenomena, and those of the latter presenting entirely different characteristics. Such is not, however, Kant's thought. Undoubtedly, considered one by one, the phenomena of organic life, absorption, circulation, exhalation, etc., are indeed physico-chemical phenomena. But what renders their biological character irreducible is that it is impossible to consider them separately. In order to understand them, we must first look at them from the point of view of the whole, and appeal to the organic consensus, in a word, to what Claude Bernard will call l'idée directrice. In the study of organic functions, we shall begin by the lower extremity in the series of living beings, that is to say, by the most rudimentary forms of the vegetable kingdom, for it is here that we shall grasp the phenomena in their simplest form. Then we shall follow their growing complexity. For the animal functions, on the contrary, it is expedient to begin by man, the only being in which such an order of phenomena is ever immediately intelligible. From this point of view, man is preeminently the biological unity. As soon as it is a question of the characteristics of animality, we must begin with man and see how they descend by degrees, rather than start from the sponge and look for their mode of development. Man's animal life helps us to understand that of the sponge, but the reverse is not true. Moreover, the phenomena of organic life, being the most general, are also the most fundamental. The functions of animal life are first useful for the needs of organic life, by perfecting it. It is in man alone that the vegetative life is subordinate to the life of relation, and even for that he must have reached a high degree of civilization. 6. It is not surprising that biology, even more than physics and chemistry, preserves the metaphysical spirit. Such, for instance, is the hypothesis of spontaneous generation. Positive philosophy recognizes that each living being always emanates from another similar being. This is not established a priori, but is the result of an immense induction. Omni vivum ex vivo. Efforts to explain how the generating tissue should itself be formed by kinds of organic monads, an allusion to certain theories arising out of Schelling's philosophy, can only fail. We should never know how to connect the organic with the inorganic world, except through the fundamental laws belonging to the general phenomena which are common to them both. Positive speculations in anatomy and in physiology form a limited system, within which we must establish the most perfect unity, but which must ever remain separated from the whole of inorganic theories. We see clearly, it is true, that there is no matter which is of itself living. Life is not peculiar to certain substances which are organized in a certain manner. It never belongs to them for more than a time. Every organism of which the molecules are not renewed is dissolved. But we can no more explain this instability than this speciality. In the same way, we see that in living bodies, the nutritive functions are the basis of the others. But there is no contradiction in dreaming of thought and sociability in beings whose substance would remain unalterable. From this point of view, spiritualism is not less admissible than materialism, in so much as death does not seem to be a necessary consequence of life. This, again, is an idea which is common to Descartes and to Kant. They both conceive an organism in which the play of functions should not cease of itself. The theory of death, says Kant, although it is founded upon that of life, is entirely distinct from it. If biology still often hesitates in the statement of its problems, and in the choice of its hypotheses, it is in a great measure due to the two opposite tendencies between which it oscillated in the last century. On the one hand, Boerhaave, and the school of physiology which is more or less directly connected with Descartes, sought a mechanical explanation of biological phenomena, and tended to reduce biology to physics and chemistry. On the other hand, Stahl in Germany and the vitalist school of Montpellier in France appealed to metaphysical principles and to unverifiable hypotheses. Being thus swayed from one extremity to another, biology only escaped the oppression of the inorganic sciences to involve itself in conceptions which were scarcely scientific. It is only at the end of the Roman 18th century, with Haller, Gall, and Bichat, that it finds its equilibrium, takes possession of its method, and at last enters into its positive phase. By its lower extremity, it is contiguous to inorganic science, the physico-chemical phenomena of vegetative life. By its higher extremity, intellectual functions, it reaches to the final science or sociology, but the adherence is far from being as close in one case as in the other. At the moment when we pass from the inorganic world to the world of living beings, according to positive philosophy, there is a sudden enrichment of the real. The transition is very marked. The domain of biology is not so sharply separated from that of sociology, for the higher biological functions, the intellectual functions, cannot be analyzed from the point of view of the individual, at least in man, but only from the point of view of the species. We must then, while preserving the distinction between the two sciences, admit a kind of interrelation between them. Undoubtedly, sociology could not be founded so long as biology had not made decisive progress. But conversely, sociology once founded alone completes the positive study of the highest biological functions. Certainly, biology has not been less transformed than chemistry during the last 60 years, and the state in which we see it today differs singularly from that in which Kant knew it. It has been developed and differentiated far beyond what he could foresee. None the less he conceived some of its principles with remarkable power. He had a precise idea of that which could constitute a general biology, that is, a single physiology and anatomy for the whole of living beings. He knew the fecundity of the comparative method, and he pointed out its analogy with the method of analysis in mathematics. Finally, although he refused to adopt the transformist hypothesis, he had understood the importance of Lamarck's work. Footnotes. Kurz Roman 6, 772. Kurz Roman 4, 285-7. Kurz Roman 3, 8-39. Kurz Roman 3, 490, 510. Kurz Roman 3, 224-7. Kurz Roman 3, 271-2. Kurz Roman 3, 237. Kurz Roman 3, 326 SQ. Kurz Roman 3, 259-65. Kurz Roman 3, 284-5. Kurz Roman 3, 282-546. Kurz Roman 3, 437. Kurz Roman 3, 456-7. Kurz Roman 3, 452. Kurz Roman 3, 444. Kurz Roman 3, 441-2. Kurz Roman 3, 452-3. Kurz Roman 3, 529-31. Paul. Pose I 594. Kurz Roman 3, 553-6. Kurz Roman 3, 381. Kurz Roman 3, 562-3. Paul. Pose I 591. Paul. Pose I 587. Paul. Pose I 587. Kurz Roman 3, 419-20. Paul. Pose I 589. Kurz Roman 6, 766-68. Chapter 5. Psychology. Psychology has no place in the classification of the fundamental sciences. In it, sociology immediately succeeds biology. Use has been made of this fact in order to reproach Kant with having neglected an order of most important phenomena. A grave objection has been raised against his doctrine in general. What are we to think of a philosophy which, deliberately, omits a part, and, according to many philosophers, the chief part of reality, the world of consciousness, the spiritual nature of man? Presented in this way, the objection rests upon many confused notions about words and ideas. What do we understand by psychology? If the word means the science of the soul reached through the introspective method, we must own that Kant does not admit the possibility of such a science. But the same objection will also hold good against the majority of the psychologists of our time. For they do not admit this possibility any more than Kant, and they have endeavored to constitute the science of psychical facts by a different method than that of introspection, pure and simple. Is psychology defined as the science which investigates the laws of feeling, of the intellect, and of moral phenomena in man and in animals? Then, it is inaccurate to say that there is no psychology for Kant. On the contrary, he thinks that positive psychology has just been founded by contemporary science of whose methods he approves. If he did not use the word psychology, he did so in order to avoid confusion. At that moment the word was, so to speak, the property of the eclectic school. By the psychological method, everyone then understood that of Jouffroy. Psychology was the science founded by Cousin on the analysis of the ego. Kant, who opposes these philosophers, did not wish his theory of psychical phenomena, which differs from theirs, to be called by the same name. It is this very precaution which has come to be no longer understood, now that psychology does not designate the eclectic doctrine alone, but any theory whatsoever concerning mental facts. 1. Kant finds the field occupied by three psychological schools, and he combats all three, for reasons of method and also of doctrine. He looks to them to refute each other mutually, and he will only attack what is common to them all. The representatives of these three schools are the ideologists, with Condillac, from whom they proceed, then the eclectics, and finally the philosophers of the Scottish school. Kant sometimes calls the eclectics the German school, in opposition to the ideologists, who are the French school, and to the Scottish school, the first of the three in point of time. But he always speaks sympathetically of the Scottish school, remembering that, in part, he owes to it his philosophical education. He also esteems the sincerity and logical vigor of the ideologist de Stutt de Tracy. But after all, we have here metaphysicians, as are also the eclectics upon whom he passes a more severe judgment. By metaphysicians, he understands all those who study phenomena, in this case psychical phenomena, by means of a method which is no longer theological, but which has not yet become positive. In this sense, Locke is a metaphysician, as well as Condillac and his other successors in the Roman 18th century, Hume alone excepted. Kant showers derision upon the method of internal observation, which is practiced by the psychologists. The sharpness of his language is at least partially explained by the indignation with which Cousin's charlatanism inspired him. This famous sophist, in whom he recognizes some of the gifts of an orator, and in particular that of a mimic, according to him, exercises most unfavorable influence over the minds of men. He turns them aside from the positive path, which they are about to enter, to bring them back to metaphysical dialectics or to hollow and sonorous rhetoric. And to crown all this, psychology claims to follow a scientific method, the very method which has succeeded so well in the natural sciences. It conceives the idea of practicing internal observation, as physics makes use of external observation. But what is this internal observation? How can the function of the same organ be to think, and at the same time to observe that it thinks? We conceive that man should be able to observe himself if it is a question of the passions which animate him. No anatomical reason is opposed to this, since the organs which are the seat of the passions are distinct from those which are used for the observing functions. But as to observing the intellectual phenomena in the same way, it is manifestly impossible. In this case, the organ which is observed being one with the observing organ, how could the observation take place? This objection does not only hold against the eclectics, but also against the Scottish school and the ideologists. We already find it set forth in a letter from Kant to Vallet on the 24th of September, 1819, when he was perhaps not yet acquainted with Cousin. With what should we observe the mind itself, its operations, its activity? We cannot divide our mind, that is to say, our brain, into two parts, of which one acts while the other looks on, to see how it goes to work. The so-called observations made on the human mind, considered in itself and a priori, are pure illusions. All that we call logic, metaphysics, ideology is an idle fancy and a dream, when it is not an absurdity. This text, to which we could add many similar ones, allows us to rectify an erroneous, although a frequent interpretation of Kant's thought. He does not deny that we are informed by consciousness of the existence of psychical phenomena. On the contrary, he expressly recognizes the fact. What he regards as impossible is to study the activity of thought by means of reflection, that is to discover the intellectual laws by a method of internal observation. In a word, it is such works as those of Condillac, of the ideologists, of Reid, etc., which he condemns in their principle. In these works the subject matter is the theory of knowledge, and not that which is called today psychology proper. If, instead of seeking specially for the intellectual laws, we wish to study psychical phenomena in general, internal observation will become possible in a certain number of cases, but it will not lead to the end which we wish to reach. It excludes the use of the comparative method, so fertile and so indispensable in the whole domain of biology. It only studies man, and even adult and healthy man. What will it tell us of the child, of the mentally deranged, of the animal? Will it, like Descartes, go so far as to deny the existence of a psychical life in animals? Still, this life cannot be studied by internal observation. We must then have recourse to another method. Strictly speaking, there are only two methods which are suitable for the science of those phenomena. Either we determine with all possible precision the various organic conditions on which they depend. This is the object of what Kant calls phrenological psychology. Or else, we observe directly the products of the intellectual and moral activity, and this study then belongs to sociology. But if by this supposed psychological method we set aside the consideration of the agent, that is to say of the organ, and that of the action, that is to say of the productions of the human faculties, what can remain unless an unintelligible logomachy, or verbal entities which are substituted to real phenomena? Here then is the study of the most difficult and most complex functions suspended, as it were, in the air, without any point at which it touches the simpler and more perfect sciences, over which, on the contrary, it is claimed that it should reign majestically. Nothing is more opposed to the general order of nature, in which we always see the more complex and higher phenomena subordinated, so far as the conditions of their existence are concerned, to the more simple and commoner ones. As the biological depend upon the inorganic phenomena, just as, within biology, the phenomena of animal life are subordinated to those of organic life. So the intellectual and moral phenomena depend upon the other biological functions. Beyond their own particular laws, the laws of all the subjacent orders of phenomena also govern them. Can we study them as if all these laws did not exist? Let the metaphysician be free to do so. The scientific man who follows the positive method will proceed on other lines. A defective method could lead, but to false results. Notwithstanding the differences in their doctrines, ideologists and psychologists have agreed to place the intellectual functions in the front rank and to thrust the affective functions further back. The mind has become the almost exclusive subject of their speculations. Look at the titles of their great works since Locke's Essay on the Human Understanding Principles of Human Knowledge, on the Origin of Our Ideas, on Sensations, Ideology, etc. The various affective faculties have been left comparatively in the shade. Now, it is the contrary which should have been done. Experience shows that the affections, the passions, the inclinations, play by far the most important part in the life of animals and even of man. Far from being the result of intelligence, their spontaneous and independent impulse is indispensable for the first awakening, and afterwards for the development of the various intellectual faculties. Against all evidence, man has been represented as essentially reasoning, as being continually performing unaware a multitude of imperceptible calculations with scarcely any spontaneity, even from tenderest childhood. Had the study of the psychical functions been made upon animals at the same time as upon man, this error would not have lasted long. But philosophers were maintained in it, on the contrary, by metaphysical and even theological preoccupations. The science of mental functions had to establish a difference, not only of degree, but of kind between man and animals. It was further required, by reason of another necessity closely allied to the former, that the soul should be considered as being immortal. And it was consequently necessary that the ego should present metaphysical characteristics of unity, of simplicity, and of identity. Now, it is by thought that man is most distinguished from animals. It is therefore from thought that the characteristics attributed to the soul or to the ego have been borrowed. But in fact, the ego is not the absolute unity which the eclectic psychologists say that it is. It represents the feeling which the superior living being has at every moment of the sympathies and the synergies which take place within the organism. It is the conscious expression of what the French call today synesthesia. Far from being directly perceived, as Cousin asserts, it is the indirect product of a quantity of sensations and sentiments, of which the majority are not perceived in the normal state. It is especially by pathological facts, diseases of the personality, double consciousness, lunacy, etc., that the attention of the scientific man is drawn to this very complex phenomenon. It is, moreover, impossible to regard the sentiment of the ego as belonging exclusively to man. Everything leads us to believe that it also exists in the other higher animals. In any case, there is no metaphysical doctrine to be founded upon this exceedingly complex and very unstable sentiment. Kant is here speaking as the successor of Hume and of Cabanis. In the clearest manner, he defines his opposition to Cousin's doctrine. The latter draws the whole of philosophy from the analysis of the ego. Kant draws nothing from it. He does not, however, stop to show the superiority of the positive method over theological or metaphysical method in this matter. Of what use would it be? The progress of science, in the end, gets the better of methods which have become antiquated and barren. Metaphysicians have already passed from the state of domination to that of protestation. And when the positive method gets a footing in an order of phenomena, there is no instance in which, sooner or later, it has not asserted its mastery over it. 2. The psychology of Kant is connected with that of Cabanis and of Gall, without, however, any actual confusion with them. He praises Cabanis for having been one of the first to form a positive conception of intellectual and moral phenomena. Cabanis set himself to show that the phenomena so numerous and so varied which take place in the being who lives and feels constantly act and react upon each other. The psychical phenomena do not escape this law. At every moment, through the medium of the nervous system, they are subject to the influence of the state of the whole body, and they make the body feel their own influence. Cabanis gives a great number of proofs of this, borrowed from the action of sex, of age, of temperament, of illness, etc. Moreover, The relation of psychical phenomena to the brain is identical with that which exists between any function, whatever, and its organ, for instance, between digestion and the stomach. According to Cabanis, we are not necessarily materialists because we refuse to explain the functions of feeling and the intellectual functions by means of a special principle. First causes always escape us. Here, as elsewhere, the scientific man confines himself to the observation of phenomena and to the search after their laws. On the other hand, if psychology claimed to start from the analysis of the ego, it would leave aside many phenomena with which our consciousness does not acquaint us, and which are psychical nevertheless. This is a fruitful remark, which will be taken up again by Maine de Buren, and which psychologists in our own time have turned to great account. Cabanis conceived psychical facts in a positive manner, but he did not attempt to construct their science. In Kant's opinion, it is Gall who is the real founder of positive psychology. Whatever may be the value of his localizations, Kant does not think it an enduring one. To Gall at least belongs the merit of having set the problem as it should be set, and of presenting a precise solution of it. Moreover, Gall did not confine himself to localizing the different faculties in different parts of the brain. His doctrine proper is preceded by an excellent criticism directed against the psychology usually received in the Roman 18th century. In order to combat Condillac, Helvetius, and the ideologists, Gall takes his stand upon experience, that is to say, upon mental physiology and pathology, and also upon the observation of animals. As a fact, each individual comes into the world with tendencies, with predispositions, with innate faculties. The supposed natural equality of all men is an ill-founded abstraction, since their propensities and their qualities often differ very greatly. The paradox of Helvetius, who attributes the moral and intellectual inequality of men to the all-powerful influence of education and of circumstances, cannot be upheld. We cannot, as we will, make just minds and upright souls. Variety of organs entails diversity of functions. The difference between men and animals, as that of men among themselves, is therefore due to anatomical and physiological differences. Condillac's absolute sensualism is thus refuted by facts. Moreover, if the science of psychology does not advance, it is because distinctions between the faculties of the soul, memory, imagination, judgment, etc., have been arbitrarily established from a metaphysical and logical point of view, which does not correspond to the real speciality of the functions. Gall lays down the following principle as the ultimate conclusion of experience and the fundamental basis of his doctrine of the functions of the brain. The dispositions of the individual soul and mind are innate, and their manifestation depends upon the organization. We must not see in this a return to the a priori method. Gall guards against reverting to the innateness of Descartes and Leibniz. He means to speak simply of dispositions, or tendencies, or faculties. For instance, the faculty of love, the feeling of the just and of the unjust, ambition, the faculty of learning languages, that of comparing several judgments or ideas, of deducing consequences from them, etc. We confine ourselves, says Gall, to observation. We only consider the faculties of the soul in so far as they become phenomena for us by means of the material organs. We deny and affirm nothing, except that which can be brought under judgment by experience. Kant assents to all this. With Gall, he condemns the childish dreams of Condillac and of his successors about transformed sensations. With him, he admits the speciality of the psychical functions corresponding to the speciality of the cerebral organs. But he only borrows Gall's principle. He has the strongest objections even to Gall's psychology. Undoubtedly, at the time when Gall lived, no one could have done better, and his effort deserves to be admired. But his errors, although they were inevitable, are errors nonetheless. In the first place, Gall was wrong in isolating the nervous system too much from the brain, which is in fact a prolongation of this system, as is proved by comparative anatomy. Gall considered the systems of automatic life, of voluntary motion, and of the senses as entirely distinct from one another. He only included in the brain those nervous organs, which, at any rate in the most perfect animals, are the special organs of consciousness, of the instinctive aptitudes, of the inclinations, and of the faculties of the mind and soul. To this thesis, Kant opposes the facts assembled by Cabanis and the solidarity of all the elements in the living being. The brain can neither be isolated from the rest of the nervous system, nor the nervous system from the rest of the organism. Again, Gall multiplies the faculties in an arbitrary manner. He had established 27 of them. Spurzheim carried this number to 35, and others have further increased it. Every phrenologist will soon create a function, and its organ, whenever it may seem opportune to him, with as much facility as ideologists and psychologists construct entities. These creations are nearly always extremely clumsy, thus an innate mathematical aptitude has been established. Why not also a chemical, an anatomical aptitude, etc.? And this mathematical aptitude is manifested by the facility for executing calculations. But the mathematical mind, far from being an isolated and special aptitude, presents all the varieties which the human mind can offer by the different combinations of really elementary faculties. For instance, some great geometers have especially excelled by the sagacity of their inventions, others by the extent of their combinations, others again by the genius of language and the institution of signs, and so on. From this point of view, well-drawn-up monographies of great scientific men and great artists would be extremely precious for the progress of psychology. In conclusion, fundamental phrenological analysis must be reconstructed. From Gall, Kant only preserves the impulsion. The greater part of the localizations which Gall thought right to establish must be abandoned, but he was right in searching for them, for thus he showed science the path to be followed. Even an erroneous hypothesis on positive lines is always a service rendered in the beginnings of a science. But of Gall's doctrine only two principles henceforth indisputable subsist. First, the innateness of the various fundamental dispositions, be they affective or intellectual. Second, the plurality of faculties distinct and independent of one another, although affective actions usually demand their more or less complex cooperation. These two principles are moreover the two correlative and interdependent aspects of the same conception, which is in accordance with what common sense has always thought of human nature. It corresponds to the division of the brain, from the anatomical point of view into a certain number of partial organs, at once independent and depending upon one another. To establish and to demonstrate the detail of this correspondence is the object of phrenological physiology. 3. Kant took up the attempt where Gall had failed, but his doctrine passed through two successive forms. He himself calls attention to the importance and to the causes of this change. In 1837, when he was writing the third volume of the Cours de Philosophie Positive, he still closely followed not only Gall's general conception, but also his anatomical and physiological hypotheses. He then thought that the doctrine deduced by Gall from the method represents the true moral and intellectual nature of man and animals with admirable fidelity. He approved of the division of the faculties into the affective and the intellectual, the organs of the former occupying the whole of the posterior and middle regions of the brain, and the organs of the others occupying only the anterior region of the brain, that is to say, a quarter or a sixth of the cephalic mass, which at once reestablishes the preeminence of the affective faculties upon a scientific basis. He even accepted the subdivision of these faculties into inclinations and feelings, and that of the intellectual faculties into perceptive faculties and reflective faculties. At this moment, his objections were especially directed against the excessive multiplication of the faculties, and upon the insufficiency of the anatomy of the brain, which accompanied the distinction of so many faculties. He thought the anatomists were right in protesting against this method of the phrenologists, who, from the supposed existence of an irreducible faculty, assume the existence of a corresponding organ in the brain. But anatomy cannot thus be treated a priori. As the aim of every biological theory is to establish an exact harmony between anatomical analysis and physiological analysis, this evidently supposes that they are not exactly modeled upon one another, and that each one of them has been worked out in a distinct manner. We must then take up the analysis of the cerebral apparatus again, provisionally setting aside all idea of function, or at least only making use of it as an auxiliary in anatomical research. In 1851, in the first volume of the Politique Positive, Kant's attitude is quite different. In Gall's psychology, he no longer recognizes anything but what is of historical interest. His own conception of psychology is completely altered. This great change has been determined by the foundation of sociology. Undoubtedly, Gall's merit remains very great, for he rendered a service of the first order in daring to construct a positive theory of the intellectual and moral functions. Without this theory, which at first he considered to be exact in its general lines, Kant could not have undertaken to apply the positive method to social facts, nor consequently to found his philosophy. So his gratitude to Gall is almost as great as to Condorcet, his spiritual father. But once sociology is founded, in looking back, Kant understands that Gall's cerebral theory cannot be maintained. It resembles a provisional bridge by means of which positive philosophy passed over the interval which separates biology proper from sociology. Hardly has it reached the other side when the bridge collapses. It matters little. It suffices that, thanks to the bridge, Kant should have set foot upon the sociological ground. He can now return in all security to the study of the mental functions. When I had founded sociology, he says, I understood at last that Gall's genius had been unable to construct a real physiology of the brain, owing to the lack of a knowledge of the laws of collective evolution, which alone must furnish at once its principle and its end. From that time, I felt that this task, which before I expected biologists to accomplish, belonged to the second part of my own philosophical career. The psychology, which, in the Cours de Philosophie Positive, was essentially biological, and ended simply in sociology, becomes, in the Politique Positive, essentially sociological, and is only secondarily biological. From 1846 Kant became conscious of this new orientation of his thought, and during the 5 years which follow, he never ceases working at his cerebral table. At first, he no longer demands an anatomical study parallel to the analysis of the mental functions and independent of it. He intends, henceforth, to determine these functions outside all anatomical research. The logical principle of this construction consists, for me, in its subjective institution. He systematically subordinates anatomy to physiology, and he henceforth conceives the determination of the cerebral organs as the complement, and even as the result, of the positive study of the intellectual and moral functions. At bottom, this subject has never allowed of any other method but the subjective, well or ill employed. It has been equally used by the disciples of Gall and by his adversaries. What psychology has lacked up to the present is, not exact localizations, but a sufficiently deep analysis of intellectual and moral phenomena. And as a matter of fact, it was impossible to treat this problem well, so long as we ignored the laws of sociology, which alone is capable of dealing with these noble functions. Thus, in order to determine the elementary faculties, those which are irreducible, and which by their cooperation produce the complex phenomena which are apprehended by consciousness, the method must be at once subjective and sociological. For the subject which we must analyze is not the individual consciousness, of which the study is too inaccessible, and whose life is too short. It is the universal subject, humanity, the case of the species being alone sufficiently developed to characterize the various functions. To this analysis, as a system of control, will be joined the observation of animals. Indeed, all our innate dispositions belong also to the other superior animals. If then the study of man should seem to establish elementary, moral, or even intellectual functions, of which we see no trace in these animals, by this alone, we should consider that the analysis has been imperfect, and that complex results have been considered as irreducible. Sociological inspiration controlled by zoological appreciation. Such is the general principle of the positive theory of the soul. By this method, Kant obtains 18 irreducible faculties, of which 10 are representative of the heart, 5 of the mind, and 3 of the character. To each of these, he assigns a special organ. He places the organ of the heart in the posterior portion of the brain and in the cerebellum, the organs of the mind in the anterior portion of the brain, and those of character in the intermediary region. Anatomists are free to verify a posteriori the separation of the 18 elements, which Kant distinguished a priori in the cerebral apparatus. The existence of these organs, in any case, appears to him to be sufficiently demonstrated, and anatomical determination is not very important. We might confine ourselves to the specification of the number and the situation of the organs, which we have deduced from the number and relations of the elementary functions. It would not be necessary for us to know their shape or their size. The utility of cerebral localizations resembles that which geometers draw from curves for the better consideration of equations. The organ is simply the static equivalent of the function of the soul. It suffices for us to know its existence and its position so as to situate in it all the relations of the function itself, so to speak. It plays the part of a schematic drawing. So, the theory of the brain and of the soul is no longer simultaneous. In fact, the theory of the soul is first constructed by a subjective and independent method and without any consideration of the disposition of the cerebral apparatus. This disposition is deduced, afterwards, from the theory of the soul once it is established. Returning then to Gall's psychology, Kant can explain its defects to himself. Gall had oscillated between subjective inspiration and objective tendencies without adopting a systematic plan. There has not been any very great disadvantage in this empirical fluctuation in what concerns the theory of the affective functions. Without a doubt, Gall had established an ill-founded distinction between the inclinations and the feelings. But he could not be mistaken concerning the fundamental inclinations of human nature. In default of the true method, he was supported on this point by common wisdom and by the observation of animals. It is on the subject of the intellectual functions that he is entirely wrong, because here this twofold help failed him, and nothing, in this case, filled the place of the true method which was then unknown. In order to discover the static and dynamic laws of the intellect, it was necessary to abandon the biological point of view. To Gall's theory, Kant then substitutes a new classification of the intellectual functions. He distinguishes between the faculties of conception and the faculties of expression. He indicates the relations of the intellectual functions proper with the affective functions and the functions of motion. He makes us apprehend the very intimate relations which connect desire and will. Finally, to determine the fundamental intellectual functions, he takes into account the historical evolution of the human species. It does not enter into the purpose of this work to set forth Kant's theory in detail, and to examine the 18 irreducible faculties of the cerebral table one by one. But the systematic character of the doctrine does not prevent us from taking up a certain number of interesting and deep psychological views in it. To limit ourselves to a few examples, Kant drew imitation near to habit, and he brought habit itself back to the great cosmological law of persistence, which, in the vital order, is modified by the intermittence of phenomena. He remarked that attention is never produced without an effective phenomenon upon which it depends. He also indicated the distinction between strong states and weak states, and the reduction of images by actual perceptions. If our images could offer as much intensity, he says, as our external sensations, our mental state would not allow of any consistency. The appreciation of what is without would be troubled by this conflict with what is within, hence a theory of hallucination and insanity. The theory of perception, which Kant opposes to the abstract sensualism of the ideologists, is allied to his general conception of the relations between the subject and the object. Our internal operations are never anything but the direct or indirect prolongation of our external impressions, but reciprocally, the latter are always complicated by the others, even in the most elementary cases. The sensation, which appears simple, is already the result of a very complex combination. For no sensations are really perceived except after reiterated impressions. If the mind is ever passive, it can only be the first time. For the second, it is already prepared by the preceding one, combined with the whole of previous acquisitions. And Kant insists upon the habitual participation of reasoning in the operations which are attributed to sensation alone. The activity belonging to the mind enters into all its actions, even the smallest of them. Mental pathology scarcely exists, owing to the lack of the scientific spirit among specialists for the diseases of the mind. Still, if Broussais' principle be true, that is to say, if morbid phenomena are produced according to the same laws which govern normal phenomena, what advantage might not scientific men derive from the observation of mental diseases? They are privileged cases which nature supplies for them, real experiments, where that which is inseparable in the normal state appears disassociated. What light might be thrown by this means upon many physiological and even anatomical questions, in particular in what concerns the sentiment of the ego, diseases of personality, abulia, etc., and the faculties of expression, isolated from the faculties of conception, diseases of speech. Animal psychology would not be less instructive. All the affective and intellectual faculties are common to men and higher animals, save perhaps the highest intellectual aptitudes. Even this exception is a doubtful one, if without prejudice we compare the actions of the highest animals with those of the least developed savages. We should study the habits and the mind of wild animals. We should observe the changes which are produced in them by domestication. Here again, almost everything has to be done afresh. 4. In spite of whatever may have been said, Kant then has a psychology. And, what is more, this psychology is in a sense not far removed from that of the Scottish school and of the eclectics, although he so much fought against their methods. The points of contact are numerous and important. In both doctrines, the psychical phenomena are referred to faculties, and these are represented as dispositions, innate properties. In both, the essential psychological problem appears to be the determination of the number and the relations of these faculties, whose action variously combined produces psychical phenomena. Before everything, it is a question of not considering as an elementary faculty that which, as a matter of fact, results from the combination of several faculties, or inversely. Finally, in both, it is claimed to establish this doctrine of the innate faculties upon the observation of human nature. Kant himself had seen that, at any rate in the case of Condillac's criticism, he was in accordance with the eclectics. On this point, he only refused to grant them originality. According to him, they merely popularized, in obscure and emphatic declamations, what physiologists like Charles Bonnet, Cabanis, and chiefly Gall and Spurzheim had long before stated on this subject in a far clearer, and especially in a far more exact manner. For his part, Garnier, the author of the Traité des facultés de l'âme, had clearly seen the relations of eclecticism to Gall's doctrine, and had studied them in a work entitled De la phrénologie et de la psychologie comparées, which appeared in 1839. Why then does Kant attack the eclectics with such persistence and such violence, if indeed the results of his psychology are not very far removed from what they say? It is because in reality, beneath the apparent resemblance of doctrine, a difference of method as serious as can be conceived is concealed. For Cousin, and especially for the Cousin we know before 1830, psychology is not an end in itself. It is a means which he uses to rise to the study of being in itself and of the absolute. The ego, which he analyzes, is independent of the organism. This is what Kant condemns as a retrogression. Some men, not recognizing the present and irrevocable direction of the human mind, have endeavored for 10 years to transplant German metaphysics into our midst, and to constitute, under the name of psychology, a so-called science entirely independent of physiology, superior to it, and to which should exclusively belong the study of moral phenomena. And this attempt at reaction takes place at the very moment when the works of Cabanis and of Gall have brought this study upon the positive path. It is needless to say that, in Kant's system, psychical phenomena are subordinated, as far as their conditions of existence are concerned, to all the orders of more general natural phenomena. Kant should then have followed Cabanis and Gall as a matter of course, but he thought that to establish the science of the transcendent functions, the biological point of view was insufficient. In this case, anatomical considerations are only a kind of reduplication and transcription of physiological considerations. As Maine de Buren said, in terms curiously like Kant's, a distinction of places assigned to the exercise of each faculty must necessarily be itself referred to another pre-established division of the faculties. Hypothesis, thus grafted upon hypothesis of a different order, would not much contribute to throw light upon the analysis of our intellectual functions. Only, instead of appealing, like Maine de Buren, to reflection, Kant rises from the biological to the sociological point of view. He recognizes that the subjective method alone is suitable for the science of psychical phenomena. But, in place of the metaphysical subjective method, by means of which the ego is deluded into the belief that it analyzes its operations and grasps its own activity, he will make use of the positive subjective method. The subject which he will analyze will be the human mind, or better, the human soul considered in its continuous evolution, that is to say, in its religions, in its sciences, in its philosophy, in its language, and in its art. Here is matter for a psychology which will no longer be chimerical, but real, which will be positive, in a word, like the biology upon which it depends and of which it is the fulfillment. If we leave aside the conception of the faculties, which Kant accepted rather hastily at the hands of the Scottish school and of Gaul, and the cerebral table, which he believed to be once for all constructed, his psychology contained more than one important and fertile seed. To the eclectic psychology, which is not positive, Kant substituted two sciences which are such. In the first place, an experimental science of the psychical phenomena studied in their relation to their organic conditions. It is the physiological psychology of which no one today questions the legitimacy. Then, by the introduction of the sociological point of view, Kant opened the way to a whole series of studies which begin to be developed: social psychology, ethnical psychology, psychology of the masses, etc. It is often said that sociological laws have their foundation in psychological laws. But the reverse is no less true. The psychological laws, at least the mental and moral laws, are, at the same time, sociological laws, since they are only revealed in the study of the intellectual history of the human species. We must not explain humanity by man, but man by humanity. To the tau gamma nu letter 1ff6 theta iota sigma epsilon alpha upsilon tau letter 1f79 nu of ancient psychology, the positive method substitutes this precept. To know yourself, know history. Man only becomes conscious of himself when he becomes aware of his place in the evolution of humanity. Footnotes. Correspondence de Kant, et de John Stuart Mill, p. 162, 27 Février 1843. p. 365, 21 Oct. 1844. Paul, Pose Roman 4 Appendix, p. 218. Letters of Valet, p. 8991. Curs Roman 3, 614-16. Curs Roman 3, 618-19. Curs Roman 3, 601-2, 620-122. Curs Roman 3, 611. Letters of Valet, p. 134, 8 September 1824. Curs Roman 3, 630-12 Gall. Anatomy and Physiology du Système Nerveux, Paris 1810, Roman 2, 6-7. Curs Roman 3, 626-7. Curs Roman 3, 666-8. Curs Roman 3, 654-5. Curs Roman 3, 1526. Paul, Pose, I 729. Paul, Pose, I 671-2. Paul, Pose, I 672-3. Paul, Pose, I 731-2. Curs Roman 3, 596-8. Paul, Pose, I 598-9. Paul, Pose, I 727. Paul, Pose, Roman 2, 383. Paul, Pose, I 712-14. Curs Roman 3, 660. Paul, Pose Roman 4 Appendix, p. 218. Main de Buren, Erversenadites Aid. Cousin, Roman 2, 55-58. Book 3. Chapter 1. The Transition from Animality to Humanity. Art and Language. Of the philosophers who flourished before the rise of the positive doctrine, the greater number assumed as a postulate in the comparative study of man and animals that there was between them a difference of nature, and not merely one of degree. Whatever fundamental difference be attributed to reason, language, moral sense, religion, etc., the human kingdom is conceived for the most part as superior to the animal kingdom and as clearly separated from it. Taking their stand upon an analysis of the present state of the human conscience, those philosophers recognize an order of moral realities to which animals have no access. Thus they give to the science of man a privileged object which separates it from the group of the natural sciences. The positive method admits neither this postulate nor the consequences which are drawn from it. In general, this method is characterized by the substitution of the objective to the anthropocentric point of view, and also by the substitution of observation to imagination. It does not suddenly change its orientation when it comes to the study of man. The positive method is not therefore concerned with knowing what idea man forms of himself today and of his relations with other living beings. Into this idea enter elements of religious and metaphysical origin, whose presence is explained by historical reasons. The question is to observe the nature of man in his real relations with other beings. Man, so considered, at once takes his place again at the top of the zoological scale. The problem will then be set in the following terms. Given that man is included in the animal series, of which he is the highest term, but still a term, to account for the differences which today place him so high above the term immediately below him. This is taking the very reverse attitude of nearly all the philosophers, whose main difficulty is to give an account of the likenesses which exist between man and animals. It is the position which Darwin will take in his Descent of Man. Kant takes his stand upon two postulates. The first affirms the fundamental identity of the essential functions in man and animals. Since the whole of the moral and intellectual functions constitutes the necessary complement of animal life properly so called, it would be difficult to conceive that all those functions which are fundamental should not, by this very fact, be common, at various degrees, to all the higher animals, and perhaps even to the entire group of the vertebrata. The animal functions are as a blossoming out of organic life, destined in the first place to make this life more perfect and more complex. In the same way, the intellectual and moral functions are, originally, as it were, another blossoming out of animal life, and must consequently be found, at least as a possibility, wherever animal life has reached a certain degree of development. This postulate, according to Kant, is sufficiently established by biology, by means of the comparative method. All the principal characteristics which pride and ignorance set up as absolute privileges of our species also appear, more or less rudimentary, in the majority of the higher animals. The mistake was made because metaphysical ideology and psychology place intelligence foremost in the study of psychical functions. Intelligence indeed puts today an immense distance between man and animals. But a more accurate psychology recognizes that the most energetic, the most fundamental of mental functions are the affective functions, since, in default of the impulse given by them, intelligence itself would not be developed. The analogy between man and the animals at once appears, for their affective functions are common to them both. It is the same with the intellectual functions, when allowance is made for the development they have assumed in man. In a word, if the dynamical superiority of the human species over the other species is strong, its statical superiority is weak. The problem consists in finding how, to such an apparently unimportant difference in the organs, such a considerable difference in the functions corresponds. Here comes in the second postulate. The fundamental constitution of man is invariable. Evolution, but not transformation. This great principle, transmitted by biology to sociology, dominates the latter science entirely. In the course of the long history which leads humanity from savage animality to positive civilization, nothing absolutely new appears. Everything which manifests itself little by little pre-existed in the nature of manon, a potential state, it is true. And this state would perhaps never have ceased if a number of favorable conditions had not occurred together. The mental functions, which are indispensable to organic and to animal life properly so called, quickly attain the degree of development without which the species would have disappeared. On the contrary, the highest, fundamental dispositions of our nature remained latent for a long time and only manifested themselves by degrees. But if their development has been slow, it is, in return, continuous and indefinite. And these dispositions tend to preponderate, although the inversion of the primitive economy can never become complete. Humanity emerges progressively from animality. The highest civilization is then, at bottom, entirely in conformity with nature, for it is only the manifestation more and more marked of the most characteristic properties of our species. In this sense, our social solution must be understood as the extreme term of a progression continued uninterruptedly throughout the whole living kingdom, from the most simple forms of vegetable life. The predominance of the organic functions becoming less and less exclusive, in order in the first place to make room for the predominance of the animal functions properly so called, and finally for that of the intellectual and moral functions, whose development is the very definition of humanity. Thus, the chain of being is uninterrupted. But Kant, as we know, did not accept Lamarck's hypothesis. He believed in the fixity of species. Undoubtedly, he admits in a measure which science will someday fix, acquisitions slowly incorporated into organisms by heredity, but he does not think that they will go so far as to transform species. The whole evolution of man must then be explained by its original constitution. Indeed, Kant here maintains, as everywhere in nature, the perfect correspondence between the statical and the dynamical point of view. The case of man cannot be an exception to this encyclopedic law, which is verified in all the orders of phenomena from the most simple to the most complex. As the whole line of the curve corresponds to the equation, so the whole development of humanity must correspond to the fundamental nature of man. On this condition alone is sociology possible as a science. Now positive sociology exists, therefore the postulate is justified. 2. The theory of the relation between man and animals thus finds itself deduced from the general principles of positive philosophy. But it can also be verified a posteriori, through the criticism of the arguments of the adverse theory by means of observation and experience. The first of these arguments, and the one which in general makes the greatest impression, contrasts the instinct of animals with the intelligence of man. It represents instinct as blind and fatal, and intelligence as free and progressive. But this antithesis cannot withstand the examination of facts. Instinct is called too hastily a fatal tendency of animals to the mechanical execution of actions which are uniformly determined by corresponding circumstances, and not requiring nor even admitting of any education properly so called. This fatal tendency does not exist. It is a gratuitous supposition, perhaps a remnant of the Cartesian theory concerning the automatism of animals. Georges Leroy, in his charming letters sur les animaux, has shown that in the mammals and in the birds of our districts, the fixity in the construction of habitations, in the habits of hunting, in the mode of migration, etc., only existed for naturalists who never left their study or for inattentive observers. Undoubtedly, habits may become hereditary, but here we only have a phenomenon common to men and animals, and those habits are modified if the circumstances which have produced them come to change. It is in this sense alone that we can admit M. de Blainville's formula. L'instinct est la racine fixée, la racine est l'instinct mobile. We must especially understand that instinct is not opposed to intelligence. What ought we really to indicate by instinct? A spontaneous impulse in a direction determined, independently of any foreign influence. But in this sense, the word applies to the activity of any faculty whatever, to the intellectual faculties as well as to the others. There is no contrast between instinct and intelligence. We say of a child that he has the instinct of music, of drawing, of calculation, etc. In this sense, man has certainly as many and more instincts than animals. If, on the other hand, we call intelligence the faculty of modifying our conduct according to the circumstances of each case, animals are, like man, more or less intelligent and reasonable. Otherwise, they would be doomed to disappear very quickly. But animals have no language? Another error in observation. The higher animals have a certain degree of language corresponding to the nature and to the extent of their relations. This language is no more fixed than the so-called instincts. The language of each social species is characterized by an arrest of development precisely like the society which this species tended to found. The limits of its progress, beyond which indeed it does not go, result from the whole of the obstacles which it encounters, in consequence of the competition with the other species, and particularly with the human species, without naming those limits which the imperfection of organs may create. Many animals are capable of experiencing needs without regard to a useful purpose. For instance, they like to exercise their animal functions for the pleasure of doing, so that is to say, to play. Some among them experience aesthetic impressions. They are also, without the slightest doubt, capable of altruistic feelings. Sometimes these feelings show themselves in the shape of domestic affection and tend to make a solitary life unbearable to the individual. Family life then becomes permanent. Sometimes an animal devotes itself to the service of a superior race. Do we know to what lengths the progress of altruism would go in certain animal species, if their intelligence could have been more developed, and if their surroundings had allowed of their more extensive social progress? Finally, animals even possess a rudiment of religion, if by this we understand an endeavor to interpret the phenomena which strike them. When sufficiently developed to manifest, where there is sufficient leisure, a certain speculative activity, they reach spontaneously. in the same way as we do ourselves, a kind of low fetichism, which consists in supposing that external bodies are animated by will and by passions. A child, a savage, a dog, a monkey, seeing a watch for the first time, will see in it a kind of animal. But Kant at once adds that the chief difference between man and animals lies in the impossibility for the latter to emerge from the lowest degree of fetichism and to rise to a real religion. No animal society combines sociability with intelligence sufficiently ever to constitute a religious association. Kant would probably have approved of M. de Quatrefages' definition in which he calls man a religious animal. The decisive step was taken on the day when man's intellect passed from fetichism to astrolatry. That great creation of the gods was the first trial in purely speculative activity made by his mind. The whole subsequent development of humanity arose from this. Thus, the arguments which claim to establish an insuperable distance between man and animals generally rest upon imperfectly observed facts. On the contrary, in animals, we find the more or less visible rudiments of everything which has evolved so magnificently in humanity. We cannot describe in detail how and why this species has become, so to speak, incomparable and incommensurable with the others. It must have got the upper hand, not in virtue of this and that particular advantage, although an important one, such as the upright position or the possession of a hand, but on account of the cooperation of many favorable conditions, of which the totality allowed, so to speak, of an almost indefinite development. From a certain moment, there was a definite stoppage in the social evolution of the other species, and the progress of the human species was decisive. We cannot estimate the initial influence of the various conditions according to the present development of the several human faculties, for this development is especially due to the social life of which those conditions allowed. Each superiority of man may have been very little defined originally. Time, the action of the other higher functions, exercise, heredity have played their part here. The human attributes must then have grown constantly, ever consolidating the ascendancy which they had determined. At the same time, the corresponding attributes must have diminished in the rival species, as they were brought to a standstill in their development. Undoubtedly, by degrees, the interval has widened until it has become a gap so broad and so deep as to make it impossible to imagine how it could ever have been crossed. But biology and sociology help us to judge better. We must see this, in some detail, in connection with the important question of language. 3. The theory of language, during the 18th century, had been one of the favorite subjects of philosophical speculation. In general, it had proceeded in this matter, by way of abstract and logical analysis. It chiefly saw in language a product of the intellectual faculties of man. But already, from the second half of the century, this conception had been attacked in Germany by the school which began the reaction against the philosophers, and in which the most illustrious name is that of Herder. In France, the traditionalist school felt that here one of the weak points of the philosophy of the 18th century was being touched. It insisted upon the characters of language which this philosophy did not explain. Kant knew the works of this school, and in particular, those of M. de Bonald, whom he calls an energetic thinker. But his method differs from theirs, and he only agrees with them in the critical part of their doctrine. If the theory of language, says Kant, is encumbered with insoluble questions, the fault lies in the method made use of by the metaphysicians. They have only considered man's language in its state of highest complication. They have attributed excessive importance to the signs of articulate human language. They have exaggerated the part played by reflection and misunderstood that of spontaneity. Condillac especially, and his school attributed far too much importance to the disponibilité of signs. The scientific method will not isolate humanity from the other species which it dominates. It will connect the positive study of language with biology and with sociology. With biology more particularly for the question of origin. With sociology in so far as the development of language depends upon the reaction of social life upon domestic life. The starting point of the theory is a fact of experience. Every strong emotion is accompanied by the impulse to manifest it, and this expression reacts upon the emotion itself. Many species exhibit this. Singing and mimicking, or rather cries and gestures, are often used by them, as by man, not only to relieve the passions, but to excite them more. For instance, anger in carnivorous animals grows to exasperation, through the external signs which the animal gives of it. Kant is in accordance with the observations of Bell and of Gratiolet. The movements which cooperate in expression, he says, coincide in general with those which are made use of in action. Moreover, in the human species, for the most part, the individual expresses his affections in order to satisfy them better, by inducing his fellow creatures to second him. It is an appeal to sympathy. If then the expression results from the feeling, it tends, conversely, to develop and to consolidate it. The origin of language is thus affective, that is to say aesthetic, since we only express ourselves after having felt strongly. Language, therefore, translates feelings before thoughts, and this is what the followers of the ideologist theory did not see. Even today, in our most developed language, we can still trace this origin. It reveals itself by the musical accent of the slightest speech. Expression is always inspired and maintained by some affection, even in cases where it is apparently limited to a simple scientific or technical exposition. The effective source of language, dissimulated as it is by the intellectual operations of which it is the instrument, reveals itself in the inflections of the voice. Language is made up of signs. According to what has just been said, natural signs are spontaneously produced by the play of the emotions. As a voluntary manifestation, language is always artificial. The involuntary signs have been gradually divided into their component parts and simplified, while remaining intelligible. All artificial signs, says Kant, even in our species, spring from a voluntary imitation of the natural signs which are spontaneously produced. In this way, both the formation and the interpretation of these signs are explained. Hobbes used to define a sign as a constant relation between two phenomena seen by the subject. The two phenomena are here a state of consciousness and emotion. Sometimes the state of consciousness determines the motion, sometimes the motion causes the reappearance of the state of consciousness. The institution of a system of signs is a means of connecting the within with the without. Language is thus for man a means of making the series of his intellectual states participate in the regularity which characterizes external order. The logical function of language, therefore, springs from its very essence, in which the phenomena of the objective world and the phenomena which belong to the feeling and thinking subject are joined. It is equivalent to a system for rendering the mental life objective. Being thus made objective, these phenomena can henceforth be preserved and communicated, without man or the animals having had each an end in view, since the institution of the first signs is involuntary and arises from the combination between the muscular and nervous systems. External order here acts as a regulator, even before thought has grasped it. The signs which are spontaneously produced are not all transformed into voluntary signs. Those which appeal to sight or to hearing present special advantages for this use, and as a matter of fact, the two classes of signs are concurrently used by the higher animals. Gestures and cries are the origin of what later becomes the system of artificial signs. By degrees, the communication of emotions gives way to the expression of thoughts. Among very civilized populations, it even came to be believed that song had come from speech. But, on the contrary, speech came from song. To be convinced of this, a glance at the animal world is sufficient. Up to this point, the theory of language has been biological, and the acquired facts can thus be summed up. 1. Man does not express his thought in order to communicate it, but he communicates because he expresses it. 2. What is first expressed is emotion, not thought. By degrees, language becomes intellectualized as the mental life itself. 3. Expression is spontaneous and primary. It arises from the relation between the nervous and muscular systems. In the progressive transformation where, from being involuntary, the signs gradually become voluntary, they are at once causes and effects. The essential condition for this transformation to take place is social life. Undoubtedly, language appears very quickly, as soon as individuals of the same species find themselves in constant relations with one another. Each one learns to attribute the character of signs to the movements which accompany his emotions. Similar beings in whom the same phenomena take place become equally capable of interpreting those signs. From this moment, a language is born, and this is true for the animal species as for man. But human evolution follows an evolution which is peculiar to itself and which determines that of language. Our language would not have far exceeded the period in which it especially expresses emotions if human societies had remained purely domestic groupings without any other organization than that of the family. The institution of human language, says Comte, appears in sociology as the chief continuous instrument of the necessary reaction of political upon domestic life. Henceforth, we can picture to ourselves, in its broad outlines, the prehistoric evolution of language. Originally, it comprised gestures and cries. Gestures predominated in the first place as being more immediately expressive. By degrees, they took a second place. As the natural signs became divided up so as to become artificial, the superiority of vocal signs appeared. Among other reasons, it was due to the spontaneous correspondence between the voice and hearing which allows everyone to develop his own education. We hear young children practicing for long hours, playing with the articulate sounds which they begin to emit. From this more or less organized singing, still a melody of vocal signs, poetry was born. Finally, from poetry, much later, springs what is commonly called prose, that is, the use of non-rhythmic phrases. 3 great evolutions in the history of humanity. How many centuries have not been required for their accomplishment? Writing is to drawing what speaking is to singing. Originally, it was not an artifice invented to help vocal language. Here again, the ideological theory aggravates the part played by reflection. Man was obeying an instinct when by drawing he reproduced the familiar objects which met his gaze, occupied his imagination, and caused his strongest and most frequent emotions. Gradually, these spontaneous endeavors at imitation assumed the character of signs, became divided up and simplified, and finally were coordinated with vocal sounds, which themselves had gone through a separate evolution. Thus, language and art have a common origin, which is the aesthetic, that is to say, the effective expression. Kant does not separate these two terms. He takes the word aesthetic at once in its etymological and in its modern sense. Our movements, at first involuntary, then voluntary, translate our impressions and react upon them because they spring from them. That is the humble source from which everything else is derived. With animals, it only gives rise to inarticulate vocal sounds and to a more or less expressive mimicry. In man, it is the principle of language and of art. The latter begins by being a simple imitation. Then the reproduction of objects is perfected. It becomes more faithful by bringing out better the chief features which were at first obscured by an empirical mixture. Idealization consists in this. Finally, expression, properly so called, is developed, and style. Thus, if we call language the whole of the means suitable for the transmission beyond ourselves of our various impressions, this whole forms a system in which the most customary and least expressive portion, language, was at first mingled with the portion which bears the name of art, taking art in its most primitive elements, song and drawing. These two parts became differentiated in evolution. Our social requirements have continually increased the use and extension of the vocal and visual signs which are made use of in active life and in speculative thought. These signs have become simpler and even abstract, to such an extent that their origin ended by being considered the result of a convention. The primitive parentage of language and of art accounts for many facts which current theories do not explain. For instance, language is not only created but preserved by the people. Grammarians, even more absurd than logicians, in general have understood nothing about it. Their claim to authority is amusing, but it is to popular spontaneity, at once conservative and progressive, that our languages owe their admirable rectitude. The basis of each language collects what is essential and universal in the aesthetic evolution of humanity. Hence the magic charm of poetry, the most ancient of all the arts. Words possess a power of evoking images from which the artist draws inexhaustible effects. Often during the long childhood of human reason, even the power of words must have seemed to be supernatural. Nomina numina. By dint of considering language as ideologists and logicians, we have forgotten that its nature is emotional and aesthetic. However, even today the mysterious power of words has not disappeared. How great is the action of forms of prayer on tender souls, even when faith has deserted them. Next to action itself, language is the most powerful of the exciting causes of feeling, and religions are well aware of this fact. They know how to make use of it to conquer or to retain souls. 4. The logical function of language is the only one which has been studied by philosophers, that is, by the ontologists and the metaphysicians. But even their study has remained incomplete. Condillac and his school have solely considered the language which lends itself to logical analysis. Consequently, they only saw a single kind of combination which may be called the logic of signs. But in reality, the logic of signs rests upon the logic of images, and this one on the logic of feelings. The so-called logicians thus conceive a narrow and false idea of our intellectual mechanism when they concentrate all their attention upon the most voluntary, but the least powerful of the three essential modes of which the mental combination admits. The logic of feelings is the art of facilitating the combination of notions according to the connection between the corresponding emotions. It is the most instinctive. It is the source of all the great inspirations of our intelligence. We can think nothing which contradicts it, or even which is not implied in it. But it has two grave defects. Its elements are not precise enough, and it is not at our disposal. It only operates under certain given conditions, and the appearance of these conditions does not rest with us. We see it at work, for instance, among animals, who occasionally provoke our admiration for the marvels suggested to them by this logic, which is so closely bound up with the emotions. The logic of images, though less strong, is more free and precise than the logic of feelings. Nevertheless, if we only had these two, we should still be incapable of realizing combinations conceived and prepared by us. This office belongs to the logic of signs, for to us almost entirely belongs the disposal of these signs, and it is this which has allowed of the development of abstract language and of the sciences. But we must not separate this last logic from the two others. The laws of our nature always cause the logical use of feelings and images to prevail over that of signs. Undoubtedly, the union between signs and thoughts may become direct, and moreover in the case of abstract notions, it could not be otherwise. Thus our inner world is artificially united to the outer world. We have an abstract and symbolical representation of it, without going through the feelings, or even, strictly speaking, through the images. But this relation has far less consistency than the one which is established by the involuntary intervention of images and of feelings. As the abstract sign has its origin in the sign appreciated by the senses, which itself proceeds from the relation of the muscular system with the nervous system, so, the relations between signs have their origin in the relations between images, and these, in their turn, proceed from the relations between feelings. The facility with which we manipulate signs hides this truth from us. It is none the less certain that these signs are united to our thoughts in a far less intimate and less spontaneous manner than the feelings and even the images. The positive theory further allows us, not indeed to solve, but to adjourn the question of a universal language. Indeed, are we concerned with a purely scientific language? Mathematical analysis in part fulfills this desideratum. It allows us to express the laws of the simplest phenomena by symbols which are at everyone's disposal. But if it is a question of a complete language, destined to be in common use among all men, who does not see that this conception is incompatible with the present state of humanity? How could we establish a universal language while allowing the prevalence of divergent beliefs and of hostile customs? The unification of tongues will arise from the unification of peoples. When the latter has been realized, under the action of positive philosophy, the other will follow as a necessary consequence. Moreover, from the present time, a universal language exists. It is art, the only form of language which is universally understood at once in the whole of our species. Truly, this universal language has its dialects. Comte's remark is none the less strikingly accurate. The masterpieces of Greek sculpture, Rembrandt's paintings, Beethoven's symphonies are accessible to millions of human beings who have never known a word of Greek, of Dutch, or of German. To teach all children music and drawing, as Comte requires in his positivist plan of education, is not to make them participate in the luxury of accomplishments. It is placing within their reach works which appeal to the whole of humanity. It is giving them a stronger sense of the solidarity, which is the essential characteristic of human society. Finally, it is teaching them the universal language of which they possess the instinctive rudiments, and whence have sprung the very languages which today appear as frigid systems of symbols and graphic representations. Is it not fair to allow them the enjoyment of a patrimony as ancient perhaps as humanity herself? Somewhere, Kant compares language to property. Like it, language has facilitated acquisitions and preserved social wealth. But it has an advantage over property, that of admitting of equal possession by all at the same time. Art presents this advantage no less than language. Works of art are the common property of the whole of humanity, and no one should be deprived of that inheritance. Footnotes: Kurz Roman 3, 661. Paul, Pose, I 602. Paul, Pose, I 638-9. Kurz, I 81. Kurz Roman 4, 498-500. Kurz Roman 3, 624-5. Paul, Pose, Roman 2, 229-30. Paul, Pose, I 613-4. Kurz v 30. Paul, Pose, Roman 2, 348-9. Kurz v 101. Kurz Roman 3, 563. Paul, Pose, Roman 2, 248-52. Paul, Pose, I 722-3. Paul, Pose, Roman 2, 226. Paul, Pose, Roman 2, 221. Paul, Pose, Roman 2, 217. Paul, Pose, I 288-9. Paul, Pose Roman 2, 251. Paul, Pose Roman 2, 254-6. Paul, Pose Roman 2, 241. Paul, Pose Roman 2, 262. Paul, Pose Roman 2, 237. Paul, Pose Roman 2, 254-6. Chapter 2. General Considerations on Social Science. Social science had at first been called social physics by Kant. Later on, he invented the name of sociology for it. It stands at the summit of the encyclopedic ladder of the sciences. Accordingly, it offers certain characteristics which the other sciences do not present. Undoubtedly, by the definition of its object and by its method, it is perfectly homogeneous with the rest of positive knowledge. Sociology studies the laws of social phenomena as mathematics inquires into the laws of geometrical phenomena. In this sense, between these extreme sciences, there are no other differences than those which arise from the diversity of the phenomena which are studied. But mathematics and the other fundamental sciences, excepting sociology, are distinctly preliminary. Sociology is final. Each of the preliminary sciences should be cultivated only in the measure necessary in order that the following one may in turn assume the positive form. Social science, which is not preparatory to any other, establishes the principles of morals and of politics. It is, as has been seen, the keystone of positive philosophy. It is in it, and through it, that positive philosophy acquires the universality which hitherto it had lacked. Finally, there is a last difference which Kant likes to think he is successfully removing. The other sciences are more or less formed, everything has to be done for social science. Not that many trials have not been attempted. Kant does not ignore them, and he prides himself upon doing justice to his precursors. He goes back to Aristotle, in whom he admires an incomparable scientific and philosophical genius. In him, he sees the inventor of social statics. His politics are still red with profit. But Aristotle could have no idea of a sociology, and in particular of positive social dynamics. For that he lacked, without speaking of the fundamental sciences, which excepting mathematics were yet to be born, a sufficiently wide and varied knowledge of history and the idea of progress. Montesquieu was in advance of his time, when, by the insight of his genius, he generalized the idea of natural law so as to bring under it the political, judicial, economical, and, generally speaking, all social phenomena. He really conceives the idea of social science. But the execution did not respond to the conception. How could Montesquieu have succeeded, since he was still without two indispensable elements? In the first place, the positive science of man from the biological point of view, and then the idea of progress, a vital necessity for every positive philosophy of history. Having failed to apprehend the fundamental laws of social dynamics, Montesquieu made too much use of the comparative method. Consequently, he took secondary laws for essential laws, such as the laws relating to the influence of climate. In the same way, he has exaggerated the importance of various forms of political constitution. Condorcet came after Montesquieu and Turgot, and had been formed in the school of D'Alembert. He came nearer than anyone to the social science which was to be founded. He understood admirably that the evolution of the human race, considered as a single being, is subject to laws. He brought the idea of progress into full daylight, but nevertheless positive sociology does not owe to him its origin. He shared the prejudice of his time on the subject of the indefinite perfectibility of man. This prejudice was only to disappear before the positive science of intellectual and moral man. Moreover, in the heat of the revolutionary conflict, he misunderstood the concrete reality of the progress, whose abstract necessity he had so well realized. By painting the centuries preceding the Roman 18th century, in the darkest colors, he made the progressive evolution of humanity a kind of miracle, doubly inadmissible in a doctrine which does not imply a providence. But soon Cabanis and Gall bring forward the positive theory of the moral and intellectual faculties of man. The French Revolution throws a vivid light upon the period which separates us from the Middle Ages. At last, the theorists of the counter-revolution show that the philosophy of the Roman 18th century, if it excelled in the power of demolishing, was incapable of reconstructing, and they also show that order must be inseparable from progress. Kant regards himself as a Condorcet who has profited by these lessons of experience. He has worked with Saint Simon, he has read de Maistre. In short, he is possessed of all the necessary elements for the foundation of sociology. At the moment when he undertakes it, theological and metaphysical philosophy is still dominant over the contemporary conception of social facts. In it, imagination is not subordinated to observation. Men do not apply themselves to the analysis of facts in order to discover their relations and their laws. They prefer to construct philosophies of history, which appear as non-scientific hypotheses, that is to say, which are not verifiable. Absolute results are sought for, as if in this order of facts, as in all the others, the absolute was not inaccessible. From the practical point of view, nobody doubts that man can modify social facts as he pleases, and that his action can be exercised there without any definite limits being placed upon it. It is supposed, in a word, that political society has no laws which regulate its natural development. The same prejudices and the same false ideas have already predominated in the past on the subject of the more simple phenomena, which afterwards became objects of positive science. Should not this analogy cause philosophers to conceive the rational hope of also succeeding in the dissipation of those errors of conception and of method in the system of political ideas? Nothing is more natural than that the science of the most complex phenomena should be the last to reach the positive stage. It would even have been impossible for it to have been otherwise. Finally, beyond the difficulties which belong to the complexity of its object, sociology had to overcome others, which arise from political passions. Problems of this kind are indifferent to no one. In them, the interests of each one are involved, and they influence, even without our knowledge, the direction taken by our thoughts. Political parties excel in framing plausible theories adapted to their requirements. Thus, a constant effort at disinterestedness is necessary on the part of anyone who purposes to take up the science of abstract politics. At any rate, if these reasons make us understand that sociology should make its appearance last among the fundamental sciences, none of them imply that it would not have arisen in its turn. On the contrary, beside vital physics and inorganic physics, social physics was one day to take its place. From 1824, Kant had a very clear idea of this. We do not see, he says, why the phenomena which the development of a social species presents should not have laws like the others, why these laws should not be capable of being discovered by observation, like those of the other phenomena, with this reservation only that the nature of this section of philosophy makes its study more difficult. I will make it felt by the very fact that there are laws as determined for the development of the human species as for the falling of a stone. Kant later on attenuated the rigidity of these expressions. He recognized that the social phenomena were of all others the most modifiable, but he nonetheless maintained that they were ruled by laws. 2. Sociology, an abstract and wholly theoretical science, only sets itself the task of discovering the laws of phenomena without first taking into account any possible applications. I shall not have, says Kant, to concern myself directly with political anarchy. Here, more than anywhere else, science must be separated from the corresponding art. The same reasons which led to physiology being constituted apart from medicine, with which it had for so long been confused, also require that social science should be distinguished from politics, of which, up to the present time, it has only been a more or less empirical or arbitrary interpretation. Kant, who took such pains to define the physical fact, the chemical fact, the biological fact, has not given a definition of the sociological fact. The reasons for this are not difficult to see. In the first place, this fact defines itself, so to speak, by elimination, as there are no phenomena accessible to us more complicated than those of the social life. All the phenomena which are not studied by the preceding sciences are of course the subject of sociology. Moreover, there might be a reason to seek for a definition of the sociological fact if we started from the consideration of the individual to rise to that of society. But Kant's conception is radically different. For him, it is the individual who is an abstraction, and society is the true reality. He must not explain humanity by man, but on the contrary, man by humanity. From this moment, all the human phenomena properly so called are ipso facto sociological. It is an essential characteristic of Kant's system that man, considered individually, is not an object of science. The science of man belongs for one part to biology, for the other to sociology. To define the sociological fact amounts, then, to establishing the relations between biology and sociology. We have already seen that these relations are extremely close. On the one hand, sociology could not be constituted so long as higher biology had not reached a certain degree of development. History has furnished us with a proof of this. The state of infancy of biology contributed largely to the failure of Montesquieu's and Condorcet's sociological attempts. But on the other hand, the study of the intellectual and moral functions, that is to say, the highest part of biology, can only be made from the sociological point of view. Here we have a kind of mixed domain, which properly belongs neither to the one nor to the other of the sciences. Could we not then consider sociology as a simple extension of biology, an extension which would be far more important in the case of the human species than in any of the others? Do we not do this implicitly when we attribute the study of the intellectual and moral functions to biology, since everything which bears the name of moral science, history, law, political economy, etc., finally rests upon these functions? What is the use of a new fundamental science for the study of phenomena which, at bottom, reduce themselves to biological phenomena? Kant protested against this interpretation of his doctrine. According to him, sociology is no less irreducible to biology than the latter is to chemistry. The sociological phenomena, independently of the more general laws which are common to them with the subjacent orders, have laws of their own which regulate them. If animal societies only existed as we see them today, it would perhaps not be impossible to consider sociology as an appendix of biology. But human society excludes any attempt of this kind, for it is social life which has made the extraordinary development of the intellectual and moral functions possible in man, and this development is the very definition of humanity. Now, the first consequence of this development is that biology properly so called no longer suffices for studying it. We need a new method in it, the method of historical observation. Already, were it for this reason alone, there can be no question of reducing sociology to biology. In the second place, when we pass from the individual to the collective organism, the continued expansion and the almost indefinite perpetuity of the latter makes it almost impossible not to separate it from the former in a scientific study. Kant is not deceived by the analogy between the two kinds of organism. To speak accurately, sociology with him hardly ever considers anything except a single organism. Let us leave aside the little that it says of animal societies. It represents the human race as constituting, in time and in space, an immense and eternal social unity, whose various organs, individuals and nations, united by universal solidarity, each, according to a determined manner and degree, concur in the evolution of humanity. One of the ideas which Kant most admires in Condorcet, and which he regards as indispensable to social science, is that which makes a single being in process of evolution of the totality of the human species. Henceforth, the parallelism between this immense social unity and the organism studied by biology could not be a strict one. The complex nature of the former, says Kant himself, deeply differs from the indivisible constitution of living beings. We must then know how to restrain comparison wisely, in order that it should not give rise to faulty approximations instead of precious indications. Kant has sometimes failed in carrying out this prudent precept. For instance, when in the social organism he looks for what is analogous to tissues, organs, and systems studied by the anatomists. But he has, nonetheless, traced very firmly the limits beyond which the use of analogy here becomes an abuse. These limits are determined by the specific character of the social reality, which escapes the grasp of the biological method. For the principal phenomenon in sociology, the one which establishes most evidently its scientific originality, is the gradual and continuous influence of human generations upon one another. Now our intelligence cannot guess the principal decisive phases of such a complex evolution without an historical analysis properly so called. Here is the final word: no history, no sociology. Kant had already written in 1822, to reduce sociology to biology is to annul the direct observation of the social past. Undoubtedly, the reason for man's superiority over the other animals lies in the relative perfection of his organization. In this sense, social physics, that is to say, the study of collective development of the human species, is really a branch of physiology. In this sense, the history of civilization is but the sequel and the indispensable complement of the natural history of man. But, important as it is to form a proper conception, and never to lose sight of this relation, yet it would be a mistake to conclude from it that no clear division should be established between social physics and physiology properly so called. For, in the case of the human race, there is history which cannot be reached by a process of deduction. 3. Already, in biology, the nature of the object had compelled scientific men to start from the consideration of the whole to reach that of the parts, to proceed from the complex to the simple. With still greater reason, the same inversion of method imposes itself in sociology. For, although the individual elements of society appear to be more separable than those of the living being, the social consensus is still closer than the vital consensus. The spirit of the sociological method will then be always to consider simultaneously the various social aspects, whether in statics or in dynamics. Undoubtedly, each of them can be the object of a special study, by the way of preliminary elaboration. But, as soon as the science is sufficiently advanced, the correlation of phenomena will serve as a guide for their analysis. Political economy has proved by facts that the isolated study of a series of social phenomena is condemned to remain irrational and barren. Those then who, in the system of social studies, wish to imitate the methodical parceling out, which belongs to the inorganic sciences, misunderstand what the essential conditions of their subject require. Here the most general laws must be known first. It is from them that science must then descend to the more particular laws. The more complex the phenomena, the more numerous are the processes of method at our disposal for studying them. This law of compensation is verified again in the present case. Sociology, over and above the processes made use of by the preceding sciences, possesses some which are peculiarly its own. To put it more plainly, in its capacity of final science, the whole positive method belongs to it. As method is only learnt by practice, the sociologist will therefore have to be formed by a complete scientific education from mathematics, which will give him the feeling of positivity, to biology which will teach him the comparative method. The Cours de Philosophie Positive precisely retraces this methodical ascent, which leads the human mind, by successive degrees, up to social science. And since the intellectual evolution of the individual reproduces that of the species, the sociologist will cover the same ground to reach the same end. At any rate, if a mathematical education is indispensable so as to accustom him to the positive mode of thought, he will, however, acknowledge that social phenomena do not allow of the use of numbers or of mathematical analysis, nor more especially of the calculation of probabilities. Kant treats Laplace's attempt upon this point as absurd, an attempt which has been taken up again by other mathematicians. He likes to quote it as a proof of the lack of the philosophical spirit among geometers. Indeed, according to him, to apply the calculation of probabilities to historical events, implies a failure to understand that these phenomena are subject to invariable laws like all other phenomena. In default of the powerful instrument furnished by mathematics, sociology makes use of the methods employed in the physical and natural sciences. Of these, observation is the first. Social phenomena seem easy to observe because they are very common, and the observer takes part in them more or less. But on the contrary, these two circumstances render sociological observation very difficult. We only observe well on condition that we place ourselves outside what we observe. Sociological facts ought then to appear objective to us, detached from us, independent of the state of our individual consciousness. Nothing is more difficult to realize. In order to obtain, and more especially to maintain, such an inversion of the spontaneous point of view, the mind must already have partly constructed what it wishes to see. Were it not already provided with a preliminary theory, for the most part the observer would not know what he must look for in the fact which is taking place under his eyes. It is therefore by the preceding facts that we learn to see the following ones. There lies the immense difficulty of sociology, in which we are thus obliged, in a certain measure, to determine simultaneously the facts and the laws. If we are not already possessed of the necessary speculative indications to grasp them, the facts remain barren and even unseen, although we are, so to speak, immersed in them. Consequently, a social fact can have no scientific significance if it is not brought into relation with another fact. In an isolated condition, it remains in the state of a simple anecdote, capable at most of satisfying idle curiosity, but unfit for any rational use. An infinite number of facts may be useful to sociology, apparently very insignificant customs, all kinds of monuments, the analysis and the comparison of languages. But the mind must be provided for their observation with general points of view. Only on this condition will a mind, well prepared by rational education, be able to transform the actions which take place beneath its eyes into sociological indications, according to the more or less direct points of contact, which he will be able to discern in these actions with the highest notions of science, in virtue of the connection of the various social aspects. There can be no question of experimenting in sociology. Not that we cannot act upon the social phenomena, they are, on the contrary, the most modifiable of all. But an experiment properly so called consists in comparing two cases which differ from each other by a certain definite circumstance, and by that one alone. We have no means of determining two cases of this kind in sociology. It is true that in the absence of direct experiments, nature presents indirect ones. They are the pathological cases, unfortunately too frequent in the life of societies, the more or less serious perturbations which they undergo through accidental or passing causes. Such are the revolutionary periods which correspond to diseases in living bodies. If we properly extend Broussais' principle to sociology, that is to say, if we admit that morbid phenomena are produced by the effect of the same laws as normal phenomena, then social pathology will in some measure replace experiments. It will be said that this study has been fruitless up to the present time. But the reason of this is, according to Kant, that direct or indirect experimenting ought, like simple observation, to be subject to rational conceptions. Both are only productive in a sociology already possessed of its essential laws. The comparative method, so useful to the biologist, is also precious for the sociologist. It draws together the various states of human society which coexist on the different parts of the Earth's surface and among peoples independent of one another. Undoubtedly, if the total development only is considered, the evolution of humanity is one. It nevertheless remains true that very considerable and very varied populations have as yet only reached the more or less inferior degrees of this evolution. We can thus observe them simultaneously and compare their successive phases. From the Fuegians to the most civilized nations in Europe, we can imagine no social shade, which is not at present realized on some portion of the globe. Frequently, within the same nation, the social condition of the various classes represents states of civilization which are very far removed from one another. Paris today contains more or less faithful survivors of nearly all the anterior degrees of social evolution, especially from the intellectual point of view. This comparative process holds good for social statics as for social dynamics. Even in statics, a comparison can be established between animal societies and human society. However, this type of method is not devoid of inconvenience in sociology. It does not consider the necessary succession of the various phases in the social evolution. It seems, on the contrary, to consider them all as simultaneous. Consequently, it prevents us from seeing the filiation of social forms. It also runs the risk of falsifying the analysis of the cases which are observed, and of causing simple secondary factors to be taken for main causes. This is what happened to Montesquieu, who compared indifferently the cities of antiquity, the France of the Middle Ages, the England of the Roman 18th century, the Republic of Venice, the government of Byzantium, the empire of the Sultan, and that of the Shah of Persia. So the comparative method is only an auxiliary process in sociology. Like observation and experiment, it has to be made subordinate to a rational conception of the evolution of humanity. The latter, in turn, depends upon the use of an original method of observation, belonging to social phenomena and free from the dangers presented by the preceding ones. This specific sociological method, this transcendent process by which the positive method is completed, is, says Kant, the historical method. 4. Sociology is an abstract science. History, which is its essential method, cannot therefore be history merely considered as a narrative. There are two ways of conceiving history, the one abstract and the other concrete. The latter dominates in the historical works written up to the present time. Their end is to relate and to array in chronological order a certain sequence of events. Undoubtedly, in the Roman 18th century, efforts were made to coordinate political phenomena and to determine their filiation. But for all that, this kind of work has not ceased to be descriptive and literary. The other form of history, which does not exist up to the present, has for its end the research of the laws which regulate the social development of the human species. Difference of object leads to difference of method. If an historian proposes to himself to compose exact annals, to relate things as they took place, he will begin by the special history of the various peoples, which, in its turn, is founded upon the chronicles of the provinces and the towns. It will be necessary for him to investigate documents in detail and to neglect no source. The work of combination will only come subsequently. But if our end is the abstract science of history, that is to say, the linking together of social phenomena, quite a different course will have to be followed. Indeed, all the classes of these phenomena are simultaneously developed and under the mutual influence of one another. We cannot explain the line of advance followed by anyone among them without having first conceived in a general way the progression of the whole. Before all things, then, we must set ourselves to conceive the development of the human species in its widest generality, that is to say, to observe and to link together among themselves the most important steps towards progress which it has successively taken in the various fundamental directions. Then we shall subdivide the periods and the classes of the phenomena to be observed. These various fundamental directions correspond to what Kant called later the social series. By this, he indicates the groups of social phenomena arranged for a scientific study. Once these groups are formed, then, according to the totality of historical facts, the sociologist seeks to determine the continuous growth of each physical, moral, intellectual, or political disposition or faculty, combined with the indefinite decrease of the opposite disposition or faculty. For instance, the tendency of human society to pass from the warlike form to the industrial form, from revealed religion to demonstrated religion, etc. From this will be drawn the scientific forecast of the triumph of the one and the fall of the other, provided that this conclusion is also in conformity with the general laws of the evolution of humanity. Such a forecast could never be founded upon the knowledge of the present alone, for the present exposes us to the danger of confusing the principal with the secondary facts, of placing noisy passing demonstrations above deep-seated tendencies, and of regarding institutions or doctrines as growing which are really on the decline. Our statesmen scarcely look back beyond the Roman 18th century, our philosophers beyond the Roman 16th. This is too little. It does not even suffice to make us understand the French Revolution. The study of the historical series alone allows the understanding of the present and the prevision of the future. The sociologist will even exercise himself in predicting the past, that is to say, in acquiring a rational knowledge of it, and in deducing each historical situation from the whole of its antecedents. He will thus become familiar with the spirit of the historical method. However, if this abstract historical method were used by the sociologist to the exclusion of every other, he would sometimes come to a wrong conclusion and take the continuous decrease in a natural faculty for a tendency to total extinction. For instance, as civilization becomes more refined, man eats less than formerly. Nobody concludes from this that he tends not to eat at all, but the absurdity which is palpable here might, in other cases, pass unperceived. That is why the historical method in sociology requires to be controlled by the positive theory of human nature. All the inductions which might contradict this theory are to be rejected. Indeed, the whole social evolution is at bottom but a simple development of humanity, without the creation of new faculties. The germ, at any rate, of all the dispositions or affective faculties which sociological observation, and in particular, history, may make known, must then be found in the primordial type which biology has constructed beforehand for sociology. Accordance between the conclusions of historical analysis and the preliminary notions of the biological theory is the indispensable guarantee of sociological demonstrations. 5. Thus conceived, the historical method rests upon the postulate given by Kant, as we have seen, as a basis to his sociology. This postulate is thus enunciated: the nature of man evolves without being transformed. The various physical, moral, and intellectual faculties must be found the same at all the degrees of historical evolution and always similarly coordinated among themselves. The development which they receive in the social state can never change their nature, nor consequently destroy or create any one of them, nor even intervene in the order of their importance. In a word, the chief regulator of sociology is the science of human nature. It can even be said, without forcing the meaning of Kant's thought, that sociology is really a psychology. Not indeed, it is true, a psychology founded upon the introspective analysis of the individual subject, but a psychology whose object is the analysis by history of the universal subject, that is to say, of humanity. Kant endeavors to bring the complexity and the extreme variety of social phenomena into an intelligible unity. This complexity is such that we could not determine the laws by starting from the observation of the simplest phenomena to reach the more complex ones afterwards. Moreover, these facts only possess sociological significance if the observer is already provided with a general theory before he ascertains them. But on the other hand, history cannot be deduced. Given an already positive knowledge of human nature and of the milieu in which it evolves, we could not say a priori how it will evolve. History must then teach us how, as a matter of fact, social life has developed humanity. Nevertheless, once this concession has been made to observation, the method becomes again deductive. Since sociology is a science, it ought, like the other sciences, to be able to substitute rational prevision to the empirical establishment of facts. To complete the characterizing of this final science, it must be at once positive, like the subjacent fundamental sciences, and universal like philosophy, which alone up to the present time has looked at things from the point of view of the whole. Henceforth, these two conditions are fulfilled. In the first place, the positivity of sociology cannot be doubted. In it, social facts are conceived as subject to laws, and Kant abstains from any research as to their mode of production. Then, sociology, in spite of the extreme difficulties of its object, has assumed the deductive form and has brought secondary laws under more general laws. Kant is even convinced that his sociology comes nearer to the perfect scientific form than physics or chemistry. By his discovery of the great dynamic law of the three states, has he not given it a unity which is to be found as complete nowhere else but in astronomy? But at the same time, it is truly universal, since it is a philosophy of history, or, in other words, the science of humanity considered in its evolution. As this science presupposes biology, and as biology in turn presupposes the science of the milieu in which living beings are immersed, sociology becomes at once the summary and the crown of the sciences which precede it. Thus, in replacing man in humanity, and humanity in the system of its conditions of existence, Kant constructs a final science which is at the same time the supreme science, the only science, that is to say, philosophy. If the laws of sociology could be sufficiently known to us, they alone would suffice to replace all the others, save the difficulties of deduction. The science of humanity is the center around which the others range themselves in order. Already with Descartes, the anthropological character of philosophy was strongly marked. After him, philosophical speculation took man for its center more and more. This tendency also predominates in Kant's doctrine, but in it assumes a social character. Here the universal subject is no longer the intellectual consciousness of Kant or the absolute ego of Fichte. It is humanity evolving in time, whose unity is displayed through the succession of generations connected in strict solidarity with each other. Henceforth, the philosophical problems no longer present themselves from the point of view of man conceived in the abstract or in himself apart from time. The consideration of history necessarily intervenes. Problems are formulated in social terms. There lies the deep significance of the doctrine systematized by Kant. Footnotes. Kurs Roman 4, 200. Kurs Roman 4, 191-2. Kurs Roman 4, 193-99. Paul. Pose Roman 4 Appendis p. 106. Kurs Roman 4, 202-5. Paul. Pose. Roman 4 Appendis p. 109. Kurs Roman 4, 243-4. Letters of Valet, p. 138-9, 8 September, 1824. Kurs Roman 4, 23. Kurs Roman 4, 391, Roman 6, 775-6. Paul. Pose Roman 4 Appendis p. 124-7. Paul. Pose Roman 2, 288-9. Kurs Roman 4, 326. Kurs Roman 4, 387. Paul. Pose Roman 4, Appendix p. 124-7. Kurs Roman 4, 279-80. Kurs Roman 4, 337. Kurs Roman 4, 342-44. Kurs Roman 4, 354 SQ. Kurs Roman 4, 360. Kurs Roman 4, 225. Kurs Roman 4, 366 SQ. Paul. Pose Roman 4. Appendis p. 135 SQ. Kurs Roman 4, 371-3. Paul. Pose I. 624-6. Paul. Pose Roman 3, 47-48. Paul. Pose I. 442.